1.
Olá, muito bom dia para vocês. Sejam bem-vindos.
Hello and good morning. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen,
to the first auditorium of Big Festival 2022. It's a Saturday morning. We're still getting up. We're still warming up our engines. My name is Guilherme Diaz, and I will be the host for the next few hours. It's a pleasure to be here with you for the third day of the Big Festival. If you're watching us on YouTube, if you're in São Paulo, there is still enough time to join us in person. We'll be here until 10 p.m. Tomorrow, we'll be here from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. And we have 3 rooms and, of course, the show floor where you can see all the booths. And you can see our schedule at bigfestival.com.br. If you haven't joined us and you're in São Paulo, please do visit. Also, on our website, we have an open vote for you to choose your favorite game. We have great, innovative games, and we're going to mention some of them in the next panel. We're also on TikTok. Wow, this is new. So we're also on TikTok, Twitch, and Canal 500 from Claro. So let's hear about our first panel. We are in the Big Awards and Big Preview lineup. And let me tell you what this panel is going to be. Last night, we had the Big Awards in this room. It's our award ceremony with 21 categories, awarding the best indie games in the world. We had a category for the best Brazilian game. If you'd like to applaud, that would be great. Thank you. So, best Brazilian game, and today we're going to be talking about Brazilian games. There were 11 finalists running for that award, and we will hear from the developers of all of them. They're here with us. Let's give them a hand. Wonderful. And we have representatives from the finalists as well, and also the winning game. They will personally show you these projects. They're the best indie games in Brazil, and they show the commercial potential that the gaming industry has. If you're a part of this movement, if you'd like to ask them any questions, you can go to ask.bigfestival.gg to send us your questions. If it's a good one, if it's a smart and creative question, they might answer later. The best questions will be selected, and for the developers coming up on the stage, you will have 5 minutes. There is a timer on the screen, and feel free to tell us about your project, your name, your studio. It's your time, and then when you're done, I'll invite the next speaker. All right, so without further ado, I'd like to invite to the stage Bruno Klippel.
Alô, alô. Beleza? Bom, acho que podemos começar então.
Okay, I think we can begin. Hi everyone, my name is Bruno Klippel. I am the CTO of Wondernaut Studio. Thank you for being here and for watching this presentation. Today I'm going to be talking about Wondernaut, and I'm going to tell you about our project, Aspire in a Stale.
Aí.
There we go.
A gente tem uma filosofia.
So our philosophy at Wondernaut is to always base ourselves in our pillars for the company and for our projects, in order to be focused and so that everyone is on the same page on what we're attempting to do.
Ah, principalmente os pilares da empresa, que nós acreditamos
So our pillars is, one of our pillars is that we believe in fantastical stories. That's very important for us. We believe that games can show us new worlds and it can allow us to explore new worlds. And
belas estéticas,
we always try to have great aesthetics, great narratives, and soul.
que a gente sempre tenta
I think that's something that we always try to imbue in our games.
Ih, agora passou dois. Só um pouquinho. Aí. Essa é uma frase que
This is a statement that represents what we do. We're dreamers.
jogos pra gente é
Gaming for us is not only about selling a product, it's a dream. We always have enjoyed games, and
quando a gente começou a empresa,
when we started the company, this has always been our motto, which is to dream and show our dreams to others and hope that they'll join us in these dreams.
a empresa começou em 2020,
The company was founded in 2020.
o estúdio começou em 2020.
Our studio was founded in 2020. And we brought in people who wanted to dream together and make games. This picture here shows several people who are still in the studio and some people who have passed and helped us build our story.
Vocês vão ver que tem o Chris,
At the back, you'll see Chris. He is sort of sneaking into the picture, but he is one of our big friends. And everyone else in the picture has helped us to write our story, and they still are.
E agora eu vou falar um pouco do Aspire.
Now, let me tell you a bit about Aspire.
A gente está muito feliz
This is a game that we're very happy to put out and to be nominated for. It was incredible. We started developing it when the studio was founded. It was launched in on December 17th, 2021 for PC, Switch, and Xbox. Now we have a partnership with other companies to port it to PlayStation and mobile.
Aspire, ele é um jogo side-scrolling 2D.
And it's a 2D side-scrolling game about a mystical, fantastical adventure in a tower that has different rooms
São místicas, são fantasias.
that are mystical, that are full of fantasy and
Podem parecer desconexas, mas
might seem disconnected, but that makes sense within that tower. So Ina is trapped in there.
por ser uma sonhadora.
She was put there because she is a dreamer, and her dreams
Sonho- Os sonhos serviam como quase como um alimento.
Ina's dream are basically nourishment or serve as the basis for what the tower is doing.
Percorrer a
And Ina needs to explore the tower and find her own path. She needs to solve puzzles in order to achieve freedom.
o problema é que quanto mais a Ina
The problem is that the closer she is to her goal, to freedom, the more she finds out that that's not as simple and that it will have consequences. And she loses her innocence along the way.
uma coisa que a gente tentou buscar
So something we tried to do with Aspire was to move away from that idea of having a princess that needs to be rescued. In this case, a prince tried to rescue Ina and was unable to. He failed. So what happens now? What happens in Aspire is the story of Ina trying to be saved, but not being saved by anyone else, and then needing to find out that she can be much more, much stronger than she had imagined before.
pela presença de todos.
So thank you for being here. Thank you for letting us be on stage to show our game, our company, and I'm very happy to be here. Thank you.
Valeu, Bruno. É isso aí, pessoal. Esse foi Aspire Inas.
That's great. That was Aspire Ina's Stale from Wondernaut Studio. Now I'd like to invite to the stage Enrique Alonso Caprino from Pocket Trap. He's going to tell us about his game.
Deixa eu ver aqui como é que faz. Qual botão que passa? Tem muitos botões aqui.
Too many buttons. How do I click? Is it the big green one?
Muito bom dia, pessoal.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here, for watching these presentations. I think all the games we're seeing here are incredible. With each festival, we see the bar being raised, and for us, it's a great pleasure, and we're very proud to be a part of it, so thank you. Now, let me tell you a bit about Dodgeball.
O Dodgeball ele é uma criação.
Dodgeball was created in a partnership between Pocket Trap, Ivan Freire, who is right there, who is an incredible guy, by the way.
O Ivan ele vinha
Ivan
trabalhar com games, mas ele
worked in gaming as well, but he is from the animation world, and Dodgeball was started as a partnership between Pocket Trap and him. We wanted to create a universe that connected to what we like, nostalgia, school, dodgeball. So I think it was a very successful partnership, and it was published by Humble Games last year.
como eu acho que algumas pessoas
So
vêm de desenvolvimento, eu tô
since people at the festival are from the development world, I brought some old screenshots from Dodgeball so you can see like some backstage images. So this was one of the first concept images for Dodgeball. You can see the old logo there, and it sort of establishes the mood for the game, or what we were imagining for it, which was about bringing back our school experience, our childhood, with several sorts of characters, cubes, balloons, all sorts of characters.
e nesse universo de queimada, né?
And in this universe of Dodgeball. So
Primeiros slides
this was one of the first slides that we made about Dodgeball, and I think it's interesting to show.
incorporou a ideia
It shows how we sold the idea for this project, how we pitched it. So we had these pillars. Our main pitch was Dodgeball is an RPG sport game set in a school. So you can expect a narrative and action, because that's also one of the essences, one of the mottos of Pocket Trap, which is action games. So the basic pitch was it's like Hogwarts, but for Dodgeball. So this was the slide we used to show it.
aqui algumas screenshots, né, do
So here are some screenshots of how it looks. The game has an exploration part with quests and so on.
de queimada que é mais como fazer fighting game.
And then you go into Dodgeball, which is sort of like a fighting game inspired by Super Dodgeball, an old arcade game that Ivan also really liked. And we used it as the source of our inspiration. So here's some screenshots of the battles. Whoops. I'll show you a trailer if you haven't seen it before, so you can see how it looks.
Our way of life begins with the hero's dodgeball, thrown with such force that it remains eternally spinning, generating the energy that propels our entire school. It is a remnant of the great dodgeball wars, a dark time for us all. With but a single touch, the hero's dodgeball has the ability to unlock the ultimate power within you. We have protected the legacy of this treasure through the ages. And now it is your turn. Become the legend. Become the hero of Dodgeball Academia.
aí. Valeu. Então, vamos lá.
Well, let me go forward here because I have a short time and I want to get through some other stuff. So we try to make this game which is globally appealing, but at the same time, we try to focus on the Brazilian identity. So you have the woman at the cafeteria and, you know, things that are, back in my days, we only ate junk in the cafeteria, you know, just savory snacks, all kinds of junk food. And I think that this is something that really made us happy, which is to see the way that the Brazilian public embraced that game and the way that they related to it, and the dialogues, and you know, the WhatsApp, which we love, and all the nonsense that we do over here. And it's really to be in line with the public. And one thing that I would like to mention as well is that we have a language learner mode, which Lorenzo, who is our programmer, he's not here right now, but he's a spectacular human being, and he created that, and folks loved it. Since you have a lot of work to, since it's a lot of work to localize a game like that, and you know, since it takes a lot of investment, we were like, man, we already have the text, so let's try and make an overlay to where, because the reality is we grew up, we were brought up on English games and Japanese games, so maybe someone can learn Portuguese while playing dodgeball. These are some of the characters. Just wanted to show you that real quick. Unfortunately, I cannot go into the detail over here. I'll have to skip the trailer as well. You can check it out later. And just some thank you messages. You know, you see some artwork here, and that's it from me, folks. Thanks a lot, but yeah, we're here if you want to talk to us. Thank you, congrats, everybody. Kudos.
Valeu, Henrique.
Thank you, Enrique. Now, I will call to the stage from the Monster Studio.
Shogun Cyber Metal Arenas. E a Catarine.
I have Catherine Novak de Almeida. Come to the stage, please.
Caramba, isso nunca aconteceu comigo.
Wow, this has never happened before. Thanks. Thanks for all the clapping. Feeling quite special up here.
Bom, vamos lá, né, gente? Monster.
Let's get into it. Monster Studio,
Estúdio é um estilo de
which is more than a studio, actually. It's a lifestyle for us. It's the Monster lifestyle.
Bom, antes de falar aqui do God Machine.
Well, before I get into God Machine, I want to tell you a little bit about our studio, because like I said, it's really a lifestyle to us. It's really grandiose. Monster Studio is a cross-media studio. So besides working with games and entertainment overall, what we do is we work with a lot of other stuff, like comics. We also do miniature sculptures, and one of which is actually right here. I'll tell you a little bit about it. It's a beauty that I have, like, it's like my daughter, really.
E bom, a gente está bem focado assim nessa parte de.
And we're really focused on this aspect of creation, which is really our thing. As you can see, we have more of a style that we like to say that it's heavy metal. This is what we try to convey to the public, and we try to reach out to people that have that same style, that are into the same stuff, and that have the same blood running through their veins. So that's Monster. By the way, taking this opportunity, I have a little sculpture up here, and we are going to raffle it. I mean, we're going to do a draw, and if you want it, let us know. You can talk to us, and we are going to draw this beauty over here later on.
Bom, agora falando pouquinho sobre o God Machine.
Now, a little bit about God Machine, which is really what is interesting about the presentation. This is Genshi's image. This is our main character. This is our samurai robot. And he fights in the arenas for God Machine. So basically, the story of the game is that Kanshi does those sacrifices, right? So during the war, you have a lot of clans and a lot of characters that step into the arenas, and they die for God Machine. And in this way, they try to sort of achieve this symbiosis with it. That's the idea behind it. So Kanchi is out there,
acabar com o pessoal.
and he wants to kick ass, and he wants to really participate in those sacrifices. But what happens is that, there's something weird happening to it. He has some bugs, some things that are a little crazy in his system. So that's where you develop the lore of the game, and you're going to have to play it to see how this thing unfolds.
Bom, aqui a gente tem alguns concepts.
Well, and right here we have some concepts, and as you can see, our references are quite clear.
Da Ásia, né? A gente fez
We draw a lot from Asia.
com a
There's a lot of references from there.
antiga, né, dos samurais, bem
We're really inspired by that classic ancient samurai look, and that meets sort of a cyberpunk, look.
E o legal do jogo é isso, né?
And that's what's cool about the game.
A gente pega referências
Like I said, we draw from a lot of Asian references, and a lot of times people associate that to Japan.
referências de
But in reality, we get references from different Asian countries like India, Indonesia,
parte do jogo. Então também tem isso.
and that's in the combat of the game as well. So in our game design, what we do is we develop the enemies, and we think about martial arts from different countries, and that's what's really cool about the game.
Aqui a gente também tem alguns dos clãs que eu
Over here, these are some of the clans that I talked to you about.
tem mutantes, tem
We have mutants, we have robots, we have survivors. So it's a whole universe in and of itself. And that universe exists in the game. And like I said, it's also present in our other projects.
a arena, que é elemento super importante.
The arena is a crucial element that is ever present in the game. And it also works as a character in its own right, because it's roguelike. So whenever you play, it's a different style. It's a different look to it. It's a different feel. You have different traps in the arena, and those are always different, shaped differently. So depending on the boss that you are playing,
Da arena para tornar
your boss is going to use the traps of the arena to, to try and make it more difficult to you.
os props, né?
These are some of the props.
E aí, no geral, o God Machine
And in general, that's what God Machine is all about.
essa ação ininterrupta.
God Machine is this non-stop action. You're always trying to fight your enemies, kill the robots, and you're trying to find out what consciousness is. A robot trying to achieve consciousness. And that's it for me, folks. Thanks a lot.
Maravilha. Esse foi God Machine Shogun. Shogun, é assim que pronuncia? Shogun,
Shogun, God Machine.
sabe, Arenas. Agora,
Okay, so right now, folks,
uma dúzia de painéis aqui.
I think I've presented maybe a dozen panels here. This one, it's actually my favorite.
O estúdio Munana.
We were going to hear from Munana Studio with the Key Locker game,
Conseguiram chegar a tempo.
but unfortunately, the owners couldn't make it in time. So I just want to ask for a round of applause for these folks from Munana.
E por conta disso a gente segue para o próximo.
And moving on to the next one.
Estúdio Petit Fabrique.
Now from the Petit Fabrique studio, is that how it sounds? Very French sounding. I'm going to call Humberto Rodrigues to the stage to talk about his game.
Alô, alô. Bom dia, pessoal.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity. So cool to be here, so cool to be back to in-person events. And it's great to see that you have the best games coming out of Brazil, and it's so cool to be a part of it. My name is Humberto Rodrigues.
Cucos Lost Pets,
I am the director of Cuco's Lost Pets from Petit Fabrique, and I'm going to show you the game.
Para ser o campeão rebelião do Pet Day. Mas quando eles decidem usar tiaras de controle mental nos seus animais para vencer o campeonato, tudo começa a dar errado. Um curto-circuito enlouquece os pets, que se rebelam e tiranizam os cucos. Agora o jogador deve viajar em uma missão através dos mundos da árvore cuco para libertar seus amigos, resgatar os pets e descobrir o real motivo da rebelião, trazendo assim a paz de volta para o mundo dos cucos. Em Lost Pets, o jogador encontrará personagens inesperados, puzzles, chefões, desafios de agilidade e piadas, e será desafiado a atravessar mundos totalmente distintos, que o forçarão a reaprender a jogar constantemente. Lost Pets se concentra em distorcer fundamentos bem estabelecidos no gênero de plataforma 3D, como, por exemplo, tirar do jogador a habilidade de pular, o que na verdade o deixará mais ágil e móvel. Com o tempo, Cuco e Pet se tornam um, e o jogador o mestre de suas habilidades. Jogando sozinho ou com amigos em multiplayer, descobrir o que está por trás da rebelião dos pets é o grande desafio de Cuco's Lost Pets.
Vamos que o tempo é curto.
I have a short time. Gotta move on. Thank you, folks. So, Kukos. Kukos is a 3D platform game to where the heart of the game is having a collaboration between Kuko and its pet. And what is a Kuko?
Eu apertei, será que vai passar? Passou. Existe esse planeta totalmente coberto de água com uma ilha.
There's this planet that is completely covered in water with a minuscule island with a gigantic tree on it. And in this tree, you have infinite doors that'll take you to any types of world you want to create. So that's the home of the Kukos. So during the game, we're going to meet, interact, and play with different Kukos and their pets.
E a proposta principal de mecânica para o
And the main mechanics for the Kuko Lost Pets is to take this 3D platformer style game, which is very well known, and we want to give our own little twist on it. And we do that by creating some limitations and some differences between the pets. So we're going to explore places, but in the dark. We are going to scale up vertical levels, but without being able to jump. We're going to fire at our enemies, but with stuff that we have to grab in the air. And we have to lose our bodies to see the invisible, and that creates some consequences in the game. All of those mechanics happen through a layering of 4 main commands. So basically, we have those basic commands, and they change according to your pet.
algumas ações contextuais dos levels.
And according to some contextual aspects of the layers. So you create sort of an intimacy with your pet because you go through adventures together, and this relationship happens through the content. So you feel that you're doing better, you feel that you're taking better care of your pet at each level. And we go through a lot of biomes in the game, and there are 4 main ones. You have Ancient Civilization.
Passa, por favor. O Apocalíptico.
We have Apocalypse Coach.
A Guerra Mundial dos Unicórnios.
We have the World Unicorn War. They are armed to the teeth and they're cute as hell. And we also have a haunted pizza parlor. So in the different levels, we meet and we face different pets that are brainwashed. And we have to rescue those pets. So we never actually kill the pets. What we do is we turn them back into the good guys. And they are being led by bosses, which are those creatures here, those gigantic beings that we don't know why they invaded and control the worlds. They are also making use of the tiaras to control the pets, and we have to learn the relationship between the pets and the tiaras and and those rebellions to understand what is happening. As you have it in any platform, there are a lot of collectibles, so you can unlock more content as you go, and Kukos is all about that. This is a family-friendly game. You can play as a multiplayer, up to 4 players, and it is also accessible, but it's going to challenge a lot of the older fans of the platform. So thank you so much. That's it. That's Kukos Lost Pets.
Kukos Lost Pets.
That was Cuco's Lost Pets. Wonderful, thank you. Now, I'm going to call from the studio Glitch Factory, Pedro Machado, that is going to introduce his game for us. Round of applause for Pedro.
Bom dia, bom dia.
Good morning. First of all, I want to say thanks. First of all, I just wanted to say thanks. Thanks for all the organization, everyone that is working hard to make this event happen. Wonderful. Looks great. And also the developers that made all those incredible projects. We see improvements each year. Where do I point this clicker here? You don't have to point anywhere, right? Just click it away.
Ok. Ah, tá colocando.
Oh, they're putting out the presentation. Okay, so I'm going to tell you about No Place for Bravery, which is a game we are launching now for PC and Switch on September 22nd, and we've been developing it for a while.
Valeu, gente, valeu.
Thanks, guys.
A gente tem retorninho, velho, que coisa incrível.
I got a video feed in front of me. This is incredible. So this is an RPG, an action RPG, and it's so crazy because this is a game that it's really action heavy, it's fast paced, it's violent, but it does have some elements which is Souls-like. I mean, we don't even call it that because there's a lot of cheaters in that genre, but there's a very clear difficulty, and the idea is to get some tears out of our players from time to time. And this is a game that is very much narrative focused. It tells the story of Thorn, who is a retired soldier, and he lost his daughter many years ago. So he finds some clues as to where she is now, and he goes out and searches for her. It's sort of a post-apocalyptic world, and the narrative is really important for us in this game, and more specifically for this project, because it deals with topics and themes that are very important for the team. So we get into, toxic relationships, we get into toxic masculinity, and the storyline is based on real facts. Not that someone from Glitch went out on a post-apocalyptic world looking for his daughter, but it is inspired on real relationships, especially from our partners. And so that's the life and soul of the project. So it's been under development since 2016. It's going to get a driver's license real soon. It's going to be able to vote. That's how old it is. So we wanted to put together an RPG that was more demonetized. Demonetization of RPG was our first core concept, and the game went through a lot of iterations, and it has been many things throughout those 6-7 years. And it's been a crazy journey till we got here. A lot of designs, a lot of concepts. Boy, I think I have like 200 or 300 pages, just like, sketches and designs. There's a lot of stuff.
Eu já falei isso, né? Vai voltar.
Well, I said this before, but we're going to launch on September 22nd, so we have some time still. And I think that's it. Thank you, guys. Thanks a lot.
Valeu, Pedro. Só tem jogo bom aqui hoje, né? Meu Deus, essa com a listinha cheia.
We have a full list of games to test now. All right, everyone, the next game was going to be a production from Rogue Snail Studio, but... Oh, are they here? Are you here? No way. All right, so let's invite them to the stage. Talbone, who's going to tell us about Gallic Hunters Rebels. Relic Hunters Rebels, excuse me.
Oi. Bom dia, pessoal. Prazer, eu sou a Talbone.
Hi, my name is Talbone. I am from Rogue Snail Studio.
Eu sou artista.
I'm an artist and designer. I worked in the Relic Hunters Rebels team. Let me see if my slides will come up. There I am, looking pretty as always. All right, so I am in the Relic Hunters Rebels team. I did the art, the design, and some of the narrative, and I'm going to tell you about how it was developed, where it came from, and basically how it was created, its goal, and so on.
Relic Hunters...
Well, Relic Hunters Rebels is... If you don't know it, Relic Hunters is a franchise. You have Relic Hunters 0, which came out some time ago, and Rebels is its spiritual successor. Sort of. The idea behind Relic Hunters Rebels is having the same experience of a Relic Hunters 0 on your smartphone, because it was originally launched in Steam. It was a free open source game that was very successful in the community, and they had asked us to bring it to a cell phone app. And we did that, but it came with a twist, which was adding a Pokemon-like mechanic, but with game weapons. So each weapon has an element. The stages are also elemental, and if you go into a specific element, you should bring in a weapon that has the power over that element to be super effective. So, as I mentioned, Rebels is a successor for 0, but Relic Hunters is not only 0, it's a huge franchise. We currently have Rebels, 0, 0 Remix for the Nintendo Switch, and we also have a comic book that narrates the origin story for the Relic Hunters team. We have the Relic Hunters Legend game that is being developed in a partnership with Gearbox to be launched for PC and consoles. So it's an entire universe, and this is the timeline where Rebels is. It's also a prequel for Relic Hunters Legend that will come out soon. We'll see. So, the original plan for Relic Hunters Rebels was to bring the Relic Hunters experience to a mobile game. But to do it without going hungry, we needed a business plan. And the original plan was to do this. The basic game was going to be free to play. You could download it off of Google Play. It would have microtransactions or ads. So there are some mechanics that are very common in free-to-play games, and we would also include it. So, for example, if you die and if you want to be revived once, you would need to watch an ad. But there was also a premium mode where you could buy the paid version so that you wouldn't need to worry about ads and microtransactions. But then a fortunate thing happened along the way. Which was... Oh, here it is. Sorry. So a fortunate thing happened along the way. Netflix came to us and we had to change our plans not only because we wanted to do them better, but because Netflix wanted to help us to reach a wider audience. So we went from free to play to free to play between quotes. When Netflix publishes game, you need to have a subscription, but their user base is huge. In Brazil, it's even bigger because it's cultural to share passwords and so on. And with the support of Netflix, the premium mode is now used for everyone, so we no longer have microtransactions and ads. Since Netflix likes narratives, since they do TV shows and so on, we had a greater focus on the narrative and their support. So Mother Netflix came to help. Now, something that's important in Rebels is representation. At Rogue Snail, we have a very diverse team by nature. We are very broad in the different gender identities, in the different race identities, and even geographic locations. We're very diverse. We work from home, so we have a degree of freedom, and that also makes for a better game. We don't have only men, but we also have trans and non-binary characters from several ethnicities. So, for example, one of the biggest protagonists is Barô, which is a non-binary character. It was very well received. We got some feedback from people who don't like gender-neutral pronouns, but everyone else enjoyed it very much. So that's it. I had left a slide for questions, but I'm out of time, so thank you.
Relic Hunters Rebels. Obrigado, Talboni. Agora.
That was Relic Hunters Rebels. And let's continue with the next one with two people on stage. Is that right? From the Bravarda studio. Leo Ramos and Nicolas Paes Leme, who's going to tell us about Sky Caliber.
Que parada.
Que parada.
What a trip. This is crazy. I'm happy to be here. It's great to see these amazing, absurd games. This is surreal. I am Ian Ramos. I'm Nicholas, and we're representing Studio Bravada. So we have everyone here watching and some people with us in person as well. This is Sky Caravan, our first game from Studio Bravada. We want to create indie games with a Brazilian flavor, and this is our first commercial launch, and it's full of Brazilianness, weird things. So what is Sky Caravan? It's a text-based RPG because we decided to create a game which was actually a 1,000-word book. So it's basically a narrative adventure full of different paths where you go with your crew in a caravan through a trip inspired by several strange things. So a world inspired or a city inspired by Rio de Janeiro to a Lovecraftian / Faria Lima factory, a center filled of casinos on top of mushrooms full of weird people. So they have a lot of weird references, but you're always guided by your relationship with your characters as you travel around this world. Exactly. The game is filled with decisions. It's text-based, and characters talk to you, so you often have 3, 2, or even a single decision that you have to make. You work for a crew of greedy capybaras who want to exploit you, ask you to deliver some weird spirits to strange clients, but you can pet the capybaras. But you need to have the right level of affinity with them. Some players have found out how to do it. Yes, so we always try to include some Brazilian factors in the game. So you use a 14 beast plane to travel, and you can see one of the worlds which is inspired by Rio de Janeiro. Of course, you need to relax at some point, so you can buy some things for your spaceship at the Capi Bar. Buying from your own bosses, which is a little bit weird. And we really like Rent, which is that game where you swipe left or right. We really liked it, and that was our starting point. What if we did something similar to Rent, but with a lot of narrative depth? So with every choice, you're changing something about your ship or your affinity to the characters. So if your pilot is irritated, that might not be a good idea because he's your pilot. You don't want to crash your ship, right? And this is Barteau, the cook. He is a anteater inspired by Jacquin, the chef. So he's stressed out, he's super grumpy, but he has a heart of gold. And no one has gotten, or nearly no one has gotten an achievement on Steam to have some affinity with them. And nobody really wants them to hate them. But he is a cook and he's the most experienced character in the crew. And we have Jackie, who is a great engineer who can fix everything. She plays pool professionally, but she's just starting her life as a caravanist. So are you going to agree with her ideas or are you going to follow the most experienced? You choose, and that changes your relationship with the characters. And Kleber is basically Agostinho Carrara from TV. He is our inspiration, and he's the pilot who's always giving you a bad idea that might work out. And if it works, you might get some money, because at the end of the day, what do you need to do in the game? You have a shark who is asking you for a lot of money. So you're not just delivering. You need to get money, but then you have a problem with your ship, and then you lose it. So how do you get the money together to make your crew happy, keep yourself alive, and take your family from the surface to the sky? Yes, well, one of the biggest villains in Brazil is a wasp, of course. So we're trying to give it a Brazilian flavor. Cloud World is waiting for you. And all we need to do is to thank Biggie and all of our fellow nominees. Thank you.
Fantástico. Obrigado, Ian. Obrigado, Nicolas.
That's great. Thank you, Ian. Thank you, Nicholas.
Nosso próximo jogo
And the next game is from One Begin Studio, and they're going to be telling us about Orube Game Studio. Hi, good morning, everyone. I see a lot of talent in this crowd. People from the university I also was trained in. Well, my name is Pedro Savino. I founded Orube Game Studio in 2017. I started a game by myself, and now we have 7 people working for us. And we created Super Mambo Quest, a game with our company mascot. There you see our logo with Mambo. And let me tell you about Super Mambo Quest and what it became. Mambo is a character that has starred in several of our games, and Super Mambo Quest is probably his 10th game, but the first one created by a number of people, a number of talents, that became this beautiful thing that we're very proud of. Super Mambo Quest is a precision platform game, and we launched it for mobile, PC, and console. So Xbox and Switch. And the main mechanic in the game, to go into the different scenes, the game is split into several rooms, and you have to defeat all of your enemies without letting this bar go down. And then you can have a Mambo combo. With that, you get money and you can progress in the game. And there are other micro goals to do in a stage: collect crystals, collect coins, and also the game is cute. You see Mambo there, but it's a Metroidvania game. It is huge, an interconnected world with over 240 levels. It was a lot of work. To have 240 levels in the game, we probably created over 400 levels. So it's huge and it's a lot of fun. It allows you to unlock different shapes to reach areas you would not be able to reach. Your gameplay changes how you interact with your enemies. You can buy upgrades and things of the sort. So it's a very fun Metroidvania.
Será que eu acho que eu passei 2, mas vamos lá.
I think I skipped a slide, but it's okay.
Então, o Super Mambo Quest foi
So
sucesso.
Mambo Quest was very successful here in Brazil. We have had over 500,000 downloads in Google Play alone. So that number of Brazilians liking what we did, our rating is 4.7 in Google Play. We have 100% of positive assessments in Steam. We actually dropped down to 99%, but we're still very happy about it. And we received an award at SB Games a little bit before the game came out in 2020. And we've had very good repercussions in the community. And speaking of our community, during the development stage, which was around 2 years long, plus 6 months for a pre-launch, we created our community. We started working on social media, and now we're almost at 700,000 followers on TikTok, 7,000 members in Discord. We have many followers on YouTube. In Discord, our kids, because we target the teenage audience. So they helped us correct the games. They gave us suggestions. In the credits, you'll see a huge list of handles of people who helped us, and they helped us boost the game. That's why we have this many number of downloads. So we have our representative there, and Super Mambo Quest is a franchise that will not stop here. We have a project where we're going to launch on Catarse a crowdsourcing page for our board game that adapts our digital game into a board game. It looks beautiful. We have several prototypes. We're sending it out to YouTubers. If you'd like to hear about what's happening, just follow us on social media. And that's all. My name is Pedro Savino, and this is Orube. If you'd like to follow us, our handle is Orube Game Studio. Congratulations, everyone.
Valeu, Pedro.
Thank you, Pedro. So now I'd like to invite to the stage Digital Synapses Studio. Guilherme Lorenzo is going to tell us about Tower Mancer.
Opa, bom dia. Eu falo pouco do Tower Mancer.
Good morning. I'm going to tell you about Tower Mancer, but before that, I'm going to give you a word on our studio. So Digital Synapses is a 5-person company, so we can speak everyone's name. Pedro, Gabriela, Nayara, and Felipe. We launched Tower Mancer last year, in the beginning of last year in Steam, and it was a huge surprise to get nominated because we see how great the games are, and it's the first PC game we've put out. And it's at the same level of some very interesting games that we heard about here. But let's do this. Tower Mancer is a very simple game. It's a tower building game. The game is going to give you the size. So it seems like a simple goal, but the challenges I'll tell you about soon. Many people think that we're building towers, so we must be a tower defense game, but it's not a traditional tower defense game. You don't have a path. It doesn't follow that same pattern. It's more of a strategy game, real-time strategy game. So you have your characters, your imps, the little green characters you see there, and they're going to work for you. They'll take resources and take them to different rooms, help you build a tower, and fight any threats that come up. And I'll tell you about them soon. This is basically what the game is. You have the basic resources, wood and stone, which you use to create the basic rooms. And then you learn about different rooms. You have a kitchen, a forge, a prison, a lot of things that you need to meet your goals. And let me tell you a bit about the story. It's very important for us because the game is based on the legend of the Leech family. In the beginning of the family, you only had Leech and Leechmancer, and they had many children. So each of them has a job, and one of them is the Tower Mancer you're going to control. Each one is a specialist at what they do. So whenever you find a sibling, they're going to help you with something. So for example, in the beginning of the game, you'll see Forgemancer who will teach you to build a forge, get iron to build the next rooms, and so on and so forth. The entire challenge is based on that because you start seeing that something is wrong in the game. You start losing control of your father, Leech disappears, and why are people attacking? That's not normal to have so many threats on your tower.
Esses são seus irmãos.
And these are your siblings. So as I said, you had the Geomancer who handles the prisons, the Forgemancer, and several other siblings you'll see throughout the story. These are the rooms. So we have all sorts of different rooms, and each one of them needs different resources to be built. And after that, you can do several things with them. So for example, one of them builds traps, because some of the threats can come from the ground, and you can set a trap to stop them. These are some examples of the threats that may appear. So there's a barrel that destroys 2 rooms. If you're able to stop the first barrel, it will become a phantom barrel that will still attack your tower. So each one of them does something different, and you need to defend against them differently. The game has a number of levels and different paths. It's not an easy game, but if you can upgrade yourself, you'll get resources to fight these threats. So it's nice to understand that it's not only about building a tower, but you also need to survive for some time, have a number of resources. So there are several challenges in Towermancer. And what did we plan for Towermancer? We recently launched an update which was a big request from our public, which was the thief. In the beginning of the game, the thief was a threat that would go in and steal all of your resources, and you couldn't do anything about it. It would steal your resources, and that's it. And people would say, but I just spent 5 hours getting 5 pieces of wood, and the thief stole all of it. So now you can send an imp to fight the thief and throw him out. So it's one concern fewer, although you have an imp doing that. And we're about to launch an update that will create shields. So you'll be able to shield each room or each side of the room or a floor, and it will defend you against a few threats. There are several updates. Each sibling will teach you how to improve your shields. Some of them will repair your rooms. Some of them will defend you against more than one threat. And it's very helpful in your journey.
Want to say thank you for the invite. Thanks on behalf of my team. All the other games that are here are so cool. And thank you so much once again.
Valeu, Guilherme.
Thank you, Guilherme. That was Towermancer. So now, our 11th participant. It's going fast, right? Thought it was going to be longer. Unfortunately, it's a short time, 5 minutes. I could listen to all these guys for like half an hour without any complaints. So our last participant is from Ota Ayman. Is that how you pronounce it? Ota Ayman. So I'm going to call Otavio to talk about his game here.
Eu sou Otto Aymon, do estúdio Otto Aymon.
My name is Otto Aymon from Otto Aymon. Not an asshole, but the studio does have my name. I'm all right, you can talk to me. But in any way, we were nominated to 6 categories yesterday. We didn't win a single one, and we were really sad about it. And I said, well, tomorrow I'm going to make a presentation and compare our game with Noodles. And they told me that's why you don't win anything. Yeah, I'm just trying to embarrass myself up here. So Wolf's Stride, you can see that, that joke with the noodles, but it was made in 7 years. We started in 2016, and we went through a hard time. My brother wouldn't buy me some bread, and I was giving him a hard time because he wouldn't buy a Hellmann's mayonnaise for me. And a lot of that went into the game, believe it or not. So I'll do a comparison here of the game with some noodles, some instant noodles. So the instant noodles of our game is the robot battles, the giant robot battles, because without the actual noodles, it would be just hot water without any flavor. So that's the battles, that's how they work. What you have is you have your action points and you have your movement points. So you move around with this board here at the bottom, so that's like your pilot, and that's your enemy. And when you are in range, you're able to attack your enemy. So it's quite basic. For those that have played RPG and strategy games, it's pretty much straightforward. So you pick your skills here. You can see the distance from your enemy. I'm actually getting an anxiety attack just from looking at it. But anyway, so we have those animations that happen all throughout the game, and you can equip your character, and the idea is that you partake into a mecha contest, and it looks like trash. It's like a old raggedy car, and you have to face up to a Ferrari at the end of the day. And then you have your skills, and right here this would be the water of the noodles, which is the shameless mini games, which are much more simple, but it really sustains the loop of the game. So you have those, shameless mini games where you have to bathe a cat, you have to ride a bicycle, you have to dig a hole, that kind of stuff. And then you earn money to invest in your actual car. So you see that word here, tempero, which it's really about the complex narrative of our characters. A lot of people think we got the references from Gurren Lagann and things like that, but in reality, it's really a lot of Korean stuff that we were inspired by to make the game. Cowboy Bebop comes to mind.
Aqui a gente tem nosso pixel art, então é o hangar onde você pode consertar.
You see the pixelated images here. You can fix your robot, and then the last bit of the noodles is the frizz on it. So you do your, fried egg, and you throw on top of it, and you make it a little bit more special. So we have sort of an exorcism in a mecha game, and we curse out so much that by the time we were launching the game, people were actually scared of just how many curse words we had in the game. So it's bad jokes, it's like a game made by a drunk, which is me.
E aqui, então, a gente tem isso daqui é o.
So that's the game. That's the game, what you see here. These are some screenshots that represent the game. And at the end, as you can see, you have a nice gourmet noodle meal for yourself.
No Steam. A gente tem 92% de aprovação.
We're very positive on Steam, 92% approval. But this guy here, this is close to the chest, man. You see the reverse like button here. Anyway, folks, that's it from me.
Facilmente o melhor painel que eu participei no Big.
That's the best panel ever.
Gente, eu sei que ontem teve.
Well, folks, I know that we had the big awards yesterday, but the awards haven't finished yet. We still have one category, and we're going to reveal that tomorrow in the last day. I'm talking about the popular vote. Early in the presentation, you can see at the website there is an area where the public can vote in their favorite game in the festival. And for those of you that are watching at home via streaming or the internet, and for those of you that are in person watching here, everyone can vote on your favorite game. And all the games that are here are eligible to get some votes and get the 3,000 real prize. Like we said here, we have 11 finalists, and they are all awesome. But if you are a developer and if your game hasn't made the cut, you can always try again. And so right here, we are concluding our panel, and we'll be back shortly after a short break. Have a great third day, folks. See you soon.
Você vive o seu game, chegou a hora de detonar no Arena Game. Uma plataforma com campeonatos exclusivos para clientes Claro, em parceria com a Twitch. E você que é cliente Claro vai poder participar de todos os campeonatos. É gratuito, 100% online, com transmissão das finais no canal 500 da Claro e na Twitch. E você ainda tem a oportunidade de participar de finais emocionantes com seus streamers favoritos. E tem mais, o vencedor ganhará uma premiação em dinheiro. Não perca tempo, acesse arenagaming.com.br e faça sua inscrição.
Cai fora!
Espantou o demagogo para não dividir seu bis. Isso é abstinência.
O hit para todo mundo.
Não importa o tamanho da sua empresa, você sempre pensa em como vender mais, certo? Então pensa aí comigo. Em qualquer lugar do mundo, sabor é sabor, amigão é amigão. game é game e consumidor é consumidor. A diferença é que os de lá de fora podem estar loucos para conhecer seus produtos, porque só você é você. Seja qual for o seu negócio, de qualquer tamanho, a gente orienta como exportar. Vai, pensa lá fora e conte com a Apex Brasil.
A gente sabe acreditar em super-heróis. A gente sabe o que é cuidar do outro. A gente sabe como é ficar às vezes longe da escola, dos amigos. A gente sabe o que significa não estar perto de quem a gente ama. A gente sabe o que é ter medo. Sabe o que é brigar com um inimigo que a gente não vê. A gente sabe brincar dentro de casa. A gente sabe esperar. A gente sabe se proteger. A gente sabe a importância de amar. A gente sabe lutar. A gente sabe ganhar. A gente sabe manter a esperança. A gente sabe acreditar.
Olha, para esse ano é muito interessante ver que a gente está tendo muito mais estandes, patrocinadores até, uma área lá de business maior ainda e muitos jogos sendo feitos em coisas novas como blockchain e tudo mais. Então eu acho que do que eu vejo, a expectativa é de que mais negócios sejam feitos pelo volume do que eu estou vendo aqui, né? Eu acho que realmente a edição está muito grande, então eu acho que eu espero realmente fechar muita coisa aqui e eu já estou vendo que muitas empresas já estão conseguindo, né, gerar seu negócio, então a expectativa está super alta, assim.
I have participated in Big before, 2014, 2018, and now the difference between 9 years ago and today is huge. This feels more like a GDC to me, and it is absolutely fantastic.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the auditorium number 1 at the São Paulo Expo Convention Center. This is day 3 of the most exciting, the largest independent gaming festival here in Latin America, the Big Festival 2022. So I'm Guilherme Dias, your host, and right now, before our next panel, I want to remember you guys to check our website and check out our full lineup. There's a lot of things happening here in auditorium number 1, 2, and 3 all day, and maybe you find some panel that might interest you. So don't forget to vote for your favorite game at our popular choice contest at our website, bigfestival.com.br. And, well, I guess I said everything I needed to. Our next panel is part of the Big Latam lineup brought to you by Claro, and also part of the Big Business lineup brought to you by the Brazilian Trade and Investment Promotion Agency, Apex Brazil. In the following talk, we will present the industry data collected during the height of the pandemic period in 2020 and show the opportunities and offerings of developers as content in the Chilean territory that were achieved in the process of the pandemic. One last message before we begin. If you have any questions, you can send it to ask.bigfestival.gg, and the best questions might be selected and answered at the end of the session. Are you ready? So, please welcome Director for VG Chile at the Chilean Association for Game Developers, Guillermo Gomez.
Hi everyone. I hope everyone is fine in the festival, and also the people who is watching in their homes. I'm Guillermo Gomez. I am part of the Video Games Chile, also known as the Chilean Trade Association of Video Games Developers. And today the presentation I want to present you is about how our industry was adapted in this, during this pandemic, during 2019 until today. So first, to start our presentation, first I want to explain what is BG Chile. BG Chile is the Chilean Trade Association of Video Games Developers. We are a non-profit entity that it wants to represent the entire industry here in Chile. And also we are part of the EGDA. As you know, is the International Developers Association, and also we are part of the Latam Video Games Federation. So not only we have we represent here in Chile and on local territory, but also we are trying to be part in the international and also in the Latin American zones or areas at the end of the day. And as I explained before, we are a non-profit entity that seeks to represent, support, and collaborate with the different developers around all the territory over here in Chile. So our main objective is try to first to promote everything that we do here in Chile. We also try to connect different types of developers also with public and private entities to see how we can collaborate and create an industry from different parts of expertise and more. And also collaboration. And here collaboration is one of the main principal objectives we have, because we not only try to work within the developers, we also try to work with the government, with different private entities, with the education part and more. And that has helped us to make the industry grow up every time. And BG Chile was founded in 2010, and this was by 10 companies that have become from different parts, from the mobile market, for the publicity part, and also for the entertainment part, and they decided to create this entity to see how we can make this industry to grow. And until today, it has passed 12 years of that BG Chile has been helping the industry in different ways, and that in the different objectives we have. And since 2010 until today, a big part of the things we have done with these specific objectives is also we have trying to be part of different types of situations, like trying to impose our social medias, our web pages, also try to be part of different types of festivals or events here in Chile or around the world. We also have been participated and collaborating with different public entities that I will show later. And also we have worked with different types of laws and different types of regulations about our industry. And also, of course, we have created different types of strategic alliances with different partners here in Chile and around the world. And so let me show you a resume about the Chilean game industry. As you see here in Chile, we have, of course, the game companies. We have more of 50 companies identified and all around Chile. And BG Chile is one of the entities that represent one great part of those entities, companies. And the work we do is we talk with different types of entities that are around our spectrum in our industry. For example, public entities, we have different types of governments, entities that work with different parts of the sectors like economic, culture, or investment, and more. For example, we have Subrey, we have ProChile, we have Corfo, Chile Creativo, Fondos de Cultura. These different entities we have working since 2010, and we have added new, and we have collaborated with different public entities. And that's also helped us to see in terms of laws and more. And from the part of the private entities, we have created new types of alliances to see how we can impulse different types of not only events or more, but also to see how we can, for example, support our partners with law issues, for example, with technologies in terms of related, like, for example, accessing to graphic cards or more, and also for localization, and also how to also participate in different types of festivals that they can help to focalize, for example, everything related to the technology and what is the offer we can show here in Chile. And of course, also we have educational entities. Here in Chile, we have the public and private types of entities, and we have worked in different types of events, or even we discussed, for example, to help how to do the curriculum of each career to make that everyone that studies in different types of careers in their specific universities, they have the curriculum they need for this industry at the end of the day. And the overall general data from the industry, we have the data that is from 2019. And one of the important things that I want to show you is, sadly, for the time, I cannot show everything, but we will have it in our website. For example, in 2019, our total revenue of the sector was $48 million. And those come from different companies around Chile, because Chile is not only from the entertainment part, we have publicity, we have different areas that the industry works. And the interesting thing is that we are a very export type of industry. At least this great part of the revenue comes from the digital channels, and 28% of the companies are exporters. And our main parts or markets we have as an industry is our part of Chile, North America, and Europe. And our industry is quite small, but we are having seen a growth in the last years. Around 300 people have been added in the industry. We are looking that it's going to increment in the following years. We are trying to check out how it's been the growth in the last 2 years. We are still gathering that information. What we've seen is that, for example, we have increased the representativity of female developers in the industry, and also we have increased our numbers of full-time developers. And finally, related to where we are selling our video games, is our main sale platform is in PC. And of course, we have also participation in consoles and also in the mobile market as well. And one of the big engines we use here in Chile is Unity, because it's one of the engines we have more familiarity in the different educational entities. But we also will see a growth and interested in, for example, for Unreal Engine. And right now, the Chilean companies that are part of the Chile are the following. These companies have been added in the last time. We have some of the founders of the Chile, and new companies have been added in our partners program. And of course, these different companies have been working in different markets, platforms, and more. Now, let's see about the global pandemic of COVID and how it's affected the world and also in Chile. As you know, the pandemic around the world since 2019 until the date has been one of the things that has changed the world in different ways. But the most important thing is that how we work in this industry. The social distances, the process of quarantine, our working from home has changed our paradigm in different creative industries. But the game industry really adapt very fast and very easily to this situation, because we all work with different types of software that allows us to gather information, make our task, have our different types of versions of our games. Everything is in the cloud, we can say. And the game industry has been very efficient in terms of the technology and work at home, but there are also consequences that comes with that. Also, one of the things that also happened here in Chile specifically was the social process here in Chile. As you know, we have different, since from today, Chile has been having an important change in the terms of social demands, and that has been creating also somehow different discussions about how we are working within our constitution, how we are helping the different types of industry, and where we can do a country that has more better rights for everyone in all the aspects possible. And also that has changed and our way to work and interact between us and around the world too. And the pandemic here in Chile also began in 2010. We had different types of situation that allows us to adapt easily to the different healthy programs to avoid or to decrease the amounts of contagions. We have different types of quarantines. The government here in Chile tried to do everything to have aid and support to the different creative industries and professionals, and also different types of law to help people to work at home with easily, to avoid overtime, crunch, and more. And that is one of the things that we have as a country. We work very hard to do that and to adapt in this situation. And one of the things that we had checked here in Chile, and I know that also in other countries have happened, is one of the biggest challenges are related to these different types of situations working at home, like adapting your space to.
Hello, 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 hello. We had a technical issue. They're trying to working on it right now. So I'll have to. I'll ask you to wait a little bit. They're trying to figure this out. Just a little minute. We're back. Okay. Hello. Guillermo, can you hear us? Hello, Guillermo. Guillermo, can you hear us? We had a technical issue with your audio. We're trying to figure this out. Just a little. Hello? Hello. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? No, I don't think so.
I don't know if we have any technical issues or something. Can somebody tell me?
You're back. Okay, you're back. You keep going.
Well, I will continue. I think that we have some technical issues here. Right now, for example, for the new opportunities in the game industry here in Chile, we have some different types of situations here in our local part. First, the response of the game industry in Chile has been quite important from not only from the game companies, but also from the public and also here from the trade association. Here in the trade association, we have tried to see the solutions to find ways to not only to help the companies to adapt to these different types of situations of working at home, but also have to see how we can work together in terms of be part of the industry and the different types of festivals and more. For example, here in the Chile, what we try to do is, for example, we did in the last 2 years is, for example, seeing the restructuration of the association, how we can, how we try to become better in our communication between our partners, also how we can become better with our different public entities, how we discuss more, how we can reach new developers and also to reach the educational part. Also, we try to see new tools to how to increase the way that the Chilean companies work with the entire industry, and also with the collaboration with other public and private entities. We try to see how we can work for all this situation of having these digital festivals or more, how we can participate, also to see how we can remediate the issues, for example, with the cost of the different types of hardware and more. Now, the part of the restructuration association was to first to have identification of the sector. Also, we tried to reorganize the association management structure to see how the president or our association works at the end of the day. And also, we have different types of strategic alliances with private entities. And of course, we have working with groups with different private and public entities. And that works we have seen with the entities we have worked in the past, and also with new ones we have been added in the last year. Here, for example, in the trade association, we have doing collaboration with these different brands in terms of checking out in terms of security, in terms of how we are gathering the information of the industry, how we are, for example, gathering the information of the payments. Everything, if you have, for example, you have a trade association in your country, I really suggest you to check out these tools because they have helped us to increase our communication and effectiveness to reach and identify and to how to find solutions for all our partners here in Chile. Also, we have created what we like to call strategic alliances with private entities. As I explained before, these private entities, we have checked things related to laws, related to access to hardware, also to localization, and also, for example, to access to different types of alliances with the technology part in terms of festivals or talks with big industries in terms of hardware or software. Here, what we're trying to see is that we're trying to interact between the game industry and other types of companies that are not always related to the game industry, but they can help to increase the access to different types of benefits to different parts that maybe we are lacking of or we need for exporting around the world. Also, we have worked in different types of agendas with the public entities. Here, for example, we have worked with ProChile, Subrey, Corfo, Chile Creativo, Ministry of Economy, Development and Tourism, and the Ministry of Culture, Art and Heritage, MICAT, also knows. So we have worked in different agendas to see in terms of laws, in terms of how we participate in different process of exportation, customs or more, but also we try to see how, for example, we are working for new funds for new types of projects and more, and also how we can increase our access in terms of information, how we can rise a company, how as companies can access to different benefits to be shown around the world. And one of the things we have worked in, for example, was the Roundtable of Audiovisual Laboratory 2021. It was during 2020. We have a participation with the Ministerio de Culturas, Artes y Patrimonio. to see how we can increase, for example, the funds, and we can create a more diverse types of funds for different types of games at the end of the day. And this was specifically to work not only with the game industry, but also with other creative industries like animation, like cinema, and more. And the idea is to check out how we can increase our lines and budgets increase also in this types of collaboration. Also, we had the Creative Industry Work Program. This was with the Alianza del Pacífico and Services Digital Economies Division from the Supreme. This was to check out different topics that are more specific to how our content here in Chile is protected, how we are dealing, for example, with topics like personal data protection, software and hardware taxation, and other types of situations that we are doing with other countries. It was extremely helpful to identify problems we never saw in previous years. And also it's becoming a great tool to see new opportunities to increase the way that we are protecting our content, how we are protecting our consumers, and of course, how we are making better treatments with other countries in terms of selling more goods here in Chile, and also services. That's also important. Also, we have created a new annual survey of the video games industry. This has been working on since 2019 to until today, and it's an alliance between Chile Creativo and the team with Maurín Vero, Nicolas Vero, and Ariel Mon. And they are creating a new methodology that is being also shared with other Latin American countries to create a standard of how we are analyzing and we are studying each country in terms of the game industry. I'm sorry. And also one of the final things we have done is the virtual public-private roundtable for the COVID-19 effect with the Minister of the Economy and ProChile. This was an extremely helpful situation that ProChile and the Ministry of Economy has done during 2019. That was the entire preparation and how these two entities help us in an increased way how to adapt in this new pandemic. And not only we work for how we can increase digitalization and also to access, for example, for digital tools or internet, but also we do different types of tables of listening and finding solutions for small and new companies. And also how the ProChile, for example, promote the attendance of digital fairs. Thanks to ProChile, we were able to increase, for example, our exposure in different types of digital affairs, and also to be part of more situation that allows the Chilean companies to have more economic opportunities. As you know, here in Chile, some companies are related to the publicity part, but with the pandemic, a lot of publicity companies close off. So a lot of the companies, their market specifically from that, just they didn't have any kind of income or work to do that. And they did this new change to, okay, how we can do the same here in Chile, but in other countries. And thanks to ProChile, we were able to participate in more digital fairs to see new types of customers and more. And those companies survived thanks to that. And here I can show you all the events we participate. This thanks to ProChile and also to other public entities. Their list is enormous. We have Gamescom, DevCon, we have Google Gaming, Ludopolis, we have Expovit, we have Big Festival, we have DGC. As you see, the list is quite huge, and we have participated in each one of these types of situations and fairs around the world. Of course, digitally. And thanks to these different types of talks, works with public and private entities, we were able to find the way to bring these different types of events you're seeing here to the game industry. And not only from our partners here in Chile, but also from companies that were emerging from 2019. And they reached to different types of platforms, consoles, and more. Like, for example, Castle Voices of Dusk, Demented Souls, What Lies in the Multiverse, The Signifier to Scott, The Watchmaker, The Eternal Cylinder, Teacup, Dante's World, Rock of Ages 3, Makes and Break, Salt Seraph, Rios de Lluvia, Cyber Ops, Tactical Hacking Support, G.I. Joe, Head Snatchers, and Insect Express. And more games that are coming right now during this late of this year, and of course, for the next year. Thanks to the support of the different public entities that work together with our different partners here in Chile, our restructuration here in Chile, and of course the collaboration with other public private entities, we have able to work we have changed our methodologies on how we are working at home. We have changed the ways we are reaching to the market. And of course, we have also been able to participate more in different types of digital fairs. And also the communication between different partners around the industry has increased thanks to the way we have used the different digital tools around the world. And to end this, this is primarily figures about the 2020. We are still gathering information on 22 and 2020 and 21. And one of the things we can see is first, we have seen an increasement, we have increased from 9 million from total revenues of the sector. Now 90% of the revenues comes from exports. Remember that in 2019 it was 82. And we also see a decrease of participation of this information. So we can see that even if we have not many people responded this form, we can see that still we have big numbers to see, and maybe we have more information about that. And of course, we are hoping to see this inform soon in our webpage. We are trying to grab all the information. As you know, the pandemic was quite intense of all the tasks we had to do to make this industry to grow and stand by with all the situation we have right now. But we're going to have this information and the next years, of course, 21, 22, in our webpage to see too. And that will be my presentation. I'm extremely sorry if I think we have a technical difficulty, but if you have any questions, if you want to talk with us here in BG Chile, we have our website. We are trying to update our information about our game catalog, our partners here in BG Chile, our partner history. And of course, if you want to talk with us, here's an email. You can find us in videogameschile.com, for example.
Thanks, Guillermo, for your presentation. Hope you guys enjoy this awesome session. And we're gonna take a quick break right now, and we'll be back in a few minutes with another panel. Okay?
Você vive o seu game, chegou a hora de detonar no Arena Game, uma plataforma com campeonatos exclusivos para clientes Claro, em parceria com a Twitch. E você que é cliente Claro vai poder participar de todos os campeonatos. É gratuito, 100% online, com transmissão das finais no canal 500 da Claro e na Twitch. E você ainda tem a oportunidade de participar de finais emocionantes com seus streamers favoritos. E tem mais, o vencedor ganhará uma premiação em dinheiro. Não perca tempo, acesse arenagaming.com.br e faça sua inscrição.
Parou! Achei! Gastou o tempo da 11 só para resgatar seu berço. Isso é abstinência.
O hit para todo mundo.
Não importa o tamanho da sua empresa, você sempre pensa em como vender mais, certo? Então pensa aí comigo. Em qualquer lugar do mundo, sabor é sabor, amigão é amigão, game é game e consumidor é consumidor. A diferença é que os de lá de fora podem estar loucos para conhecer seus produtos, porque só você é você. Seja qual for o seu negócio, de qualquer tamanho, a gente orienta como exportar. Vai, pensa lá fora e conte com a PEX Brasil.
Diretora de operações da Abra Games e do projeto Brasil Games. Gente, o Big Festival é o evento mais importante para a indústria de games da América Latina. É aqui que acontecem os negócios, é aqui que os talentos se reúnem, é aqui que as publishers internacionais vêm buscar jogos, vêm conhecer as produtoras, vêm saber o que está acontecendo. É como se fosse um radar na América Latina, irradiando para o mundo inteiro a produção brasileira e a produção latino-americana.
My name is Chris Wren. I'm the head of XDI events with Electronic Arts. I'm also the chair of the XDS Advisory Committee. Well, Brazil is very important to me because companies like ours look for vendors that can offer external development services in art, engineering, animation, and there are many fantastic companies here in Brazil that we want to work with and we want to continue to support.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Wow, full house this time, huh? Well, welcome back to Auditorium number 1 here at the São Paulo Expo Convention Center. I am Guilherme Dias, your host, and this is day 3 of the largest independent gaming festival in Latin America, Big Festival 2022. So, let's get the cheese. Our next panel is part of the Big Business lineup brought to you by Apex Brazil. And in this very special session, gaming industry legend Shuhei Yoshida will cover various topics surrounding PlayStation's support for indies, including why PlayStation believes indie games are important for the industry, the history of PlayStation's support of game creators, and recent examples of activities under PlayStation Indies Initiative. Are you ready, guys? So, let's give a warm welcome to Head of Indies Initiative at Sony Entertainment Interactive, Mr. Shuhei Yoshida.
Hola. Obrigado. Yeah, thank you for coming. And sorry about starting late. We had some technical issues, but now it's solved. So my name is Shuhei Yoshida. I'm the head of Indies Initiative at PlayStation, and I'm going to talk about how we PlayStation loves indies and support indies. But before I jump into the subject, let me talk about myself a little bit, self-introduction. So I joined PlayStation in February of 1993. And I'm afraid that some of you may not have been born. And actually, 1993 was before PlayStation was launched. So when I joined Ken Kutaragi's team, it was only the engineering team who was developing the original PlayStation. And when the company decided to bring PlayStation to the market, they started bringing people outside the engineering team. And I was super lucky to be the very first non-technical person to join the PlayStation team. And same year, November of '93, the company Sony Computer Entertainment was formed. And I was employee number 32. And I still remember the party we had, the entire party of the company in the hotel room, just like this. So we are like a small company, small venture within Sony. And we knew everyone, and we talked about everything with everyone. So if you ask me what was the most fun time for me to work in PlayStation, it was that period, the venture, the starting period, because we were small and we were new to the industry. We didn't know how the industry worked, but we had huge ambition, just like yourself. Many of you, the same thing. We are like indies, starting video game company within Sony. And when we worked on PlayStation, we met with lots of publishers, already video game company. Many big companies was very kind enough to tell us, Sony, Mr. Sony, it's not easy, don't try. Because there are so many other electronic companies of that time tried to enter the industry and left the industry. Yeah, exactly, it's not easy to be successful in the video game industry. It's super exciting, but super competitive. Just like some of you may be feeling making games. Anyway, so I was lucky enough to join Ken's team, and I started the video game production as a producer on PlayStation. And I worked on games like Crash Bandicoot, Ape Escape, Gran Turismo, and Legend of Dragoon. And I had the opportunity to move to the US in year 2000, and as a head of game development, first party for the US region. And I had a chance to oversee the global production team, first party, in 2008. And so I was the president of Worldwide Studio until 2019, November, when I moved to this new role of in this initiative. So that's a long, actually short version of my career. So today's topics, as introduced, I'm going to talk about three things. The first thing, why we believe in indie games, why indies is so important for the industry, not just for PlayStation, but the whole industry. And a little bit about PlayStation's history with working with creators, game developers, and the final part is I'm going to talk about what we've been trying to elevate our effort to support indies for the last couple of years, the examples. So first, why indies are important? Because indies bring innovation to the industry. So games are getting bigger. And as you know, the AAA companies, including our own studios, are putting hundreds of people and over $100 million budget to create one game. Several hundred people, few years. It's a lot of money, and it's getting a lot riskier for this big company to make games. And when we spend so much money making in games, we tend to want to make sure that we can recoup that investment. That means that these big companies try to choose the genre or the market that are proven. We know they are big enough audience to support these big investment. Or we rely on the sequels. These big companies have the successful franchises, and there are lots of fans waiting for the sequel. So it's a good business, and it's like an engine to bring money into the industry. However, video game, like any other entertainment medium, is entertainment. If we keep releasing the same kind of things, people get bored, right? So we are not just competing within the industry. We are competing with any other form of entertainment, watching movies, going on travel, or doing sports, or eating good food, right? Especially after COVID, people are really, dying to go on travel, right? That's why I spent 26 hours to come to Brazil. I'm having fun, eating good food here and meeting with people. That's and while I'm doing it, I'm not playing the games. I play game every day, at home. But I'm happy enough not to play games because I'm entertained to meet with you. Industry, video game industry, we always have to bring in something exciting, something people have never seen before. And look at these games. These are all, indies created. Just one person or a small team. And I understand Brendan was in Brazil, right? When he came up with the idea of how about putting 100 people in one shooter game and let only one person to win. That created the biggest genre in the current video game industry. So one person, same with Minecraft. So one person can change the world. That's the power of indie games. There are many indies in other medium, like movies or music, but their indies are indies, right? Very small impact. However, indies in the video game industry can have huge impact. It can totally change the industry. Look at these award events these years. almost more indies getting the best game of the year. Like last year's best game of the year, Inscription, right? Unpacking. And so because they bring something that AAA companies do not try, right? And small teams like yourself can come up with anyone could have come up with game like Inscription or Unpacking. Inscription was made by just one guy living in Canada, right? He could have lived in Brazil, right? And get the best game of the year. So that's the power of indies. That's why industry needs teams like you to come up with something that people have never seen before. So that's why indie games are important for the industry. And of course, diversity and inclusion are the big words these days in the industry. And the big studios, have, different kinds of people, but because you are small, you can represent the certain point of view. Like TJ is making a game called Nuo, the playing with food. It's an interactive food, playing with food, like a guilty pleasure. And he's a, you can see African-American guy. And the co-op team is making game, High, Goodbye Volcano High. Is a story about non-binary dinosaur. And these group of high school dinosaur students making band, playing music, but they are faced with some, high school dinosaur issues. And of course, teams from Brazil can represent your culture, your background, right? Your music, fashion, food, right? Your legacy, mythology. And as many people in the world know about Japanese culture, thankfully, through, anime, manga, or games, or, people know about, American culture through Hollywood movies, video game, you can communicate to people in the world through your games, and you can represent your background, which in turn make your games very unique, something the other people in other countries cannot create. That may help your game to stand out in the global market. So how PlayStation has been supporting these efforts? So throughout the history, these are the hardwares we launched. We brought in technical innovation, like original PlayStation brought in two big things. One was real-time 3D graphics capability. At that time, the CG was used for commercials or something like pre-rendered video. So it was an amazing thing for some of the developers of that time to be able to make games with real-time 3D graphics. That allowed some adventurous small teams to come up with some amazing concept using 3D graphics. And another contribution that original PlayStation had was the use of CD-ROM media. Do you remember CD-ROM? So before PlayStation, like Nintendo NES generation was used cartridge, like a semiconductor. That took 2 or 3 months to manufacture your game, and the cost of goods was like $10, $20, very expensive. That meant the publisher of the time had to have lots of cash to publish a game. So that limited number of titles to be released. And it would have been even harder if you think you are a small developer trying to get your games being published by these publishers. So CD-ROM with very, very, very low cost of goods and a very quick manufacturing time. It was like 3 or 4 days from order taken to the delivery. reduce the barrier of entry for publishers. So there are many new publishers came into the industry and helped new developers to create games and get their games published. And PSP and PS3, we adopted the online capability. So we allowed the digital delivery of games. And that was a big thing at the time because CD-ROM was great. It took 3 or 4 days compared to 2 or 3 months. However, digital distribution is like instantaneous, right? So that allowed even lower cost of goods, almost nothing, So we are able to start publishing smaller games and by smaller teams. And the VR, of course, I was personally involved in the development of PlayStation VR. We launched PSVR in 2016, but this is me in 2010. I was visiting Santa Monica Studio, and this was like still PS3 time. And when I visited them, they put this handmade thing on my head. So we had PS Move as a PS3 controller that we released. That was able to take the 3D position tracking. So they attached this PS Move to the headset viewer to watch movies and connected to PS3. And when I put that on, I was in the world of God of War. And I looked down and I was Kratos. It was such an amazing experience. And they made that custom thing, out of the work, like during the weekend or something, and they came back into the studio and made that, handmade thing. And other studios followed, and it became spread, across the different studios, and R&D group started making prototype hardware like that as well. So PSVR was not conceived by top management. It was like a grassroots effort by game creators in PlayStation and the hardware engineers. It was a collaboration effort. And the company noticed, wow, this is something we could do really well on PS4. And I had the fortune to be able to unveil the PSVR in 2014. So at PlayStation, when we launched, create a new hardware, we involve the game creators internally so that there are many different technical choices that we can make, but we make sure that our choices, hardware choices, are the right choices for game creators. So when the hardware is completed and delivered to you as a dev kit, it's already been tested by the internal game teams as well, so that the creators have the best use of the hardware. And these are just small examples of games we helped launch on PlayStation that was totally new, like Parappa the Rapper on original PlayStation. The game creator was Matsura-san. He was a professional, popular musician in Japan, but he was really interested to use 3D graphics technology and use the CD quality music to create this interactive rhythm action game. But at that time, there's no term like rhythm action game. And he was wondering, can we call this a game? And of course, you can. We always love to see new creators coming in and create new experiences, that have never existed before. And myself, so I was managing the first party for a long time. However, I loved, indie games, so I always visited these events, and I went to, an indie booth area, and when I saw game that I liked, I took photos and tweeted because I have many followers. So trying to help promote these indie games. And well, yeah, talking about VR, I was huge fan. I am huge fan of Pixel Rip series made by our boy. Anna is a creator. That's an amazing idea to let people to play games within the game using VR media. And so I've been friendly with Anna. Recently, we took photo in London this year when I was in London. So, PlayStation Indies. So these, what we've been doing, and I'm gonna show a little video. Hope the audio works. Oh, sorry.
PlayStation. PlayStation.
Yes, so we have many marketing activations that we deploy to help support, promote indie games. For example, we have big show we call showcase, PlayStation Showcase, and State of Play, and with big AAA titles and first-party titles, we make sure to include some indie games as well. And in these big shows, we don't talk about indie games or AAA. We just say these are great games coming to PlayStation so that everyone, all the fans, hundreds of millions of fans of PlayStation can see indie games as great games that they should check out. And for the indie game fans, we specifically gather the games coming out in the next few months and put together the series of announcements on one day. And we just did it 2 days ago. That the video I showed has 7 indie games coming out in a few months now. That's get lots of coverage, thankfully, by the way we are doing it. And on the PlayStation.com website, we have dedicated page for PlayStation Indies, and we showcase the games that are coming soon, and also the games already available for people to purchase. And we constantly update the site when the new games being announced or etc. And on the PlayStation Store on the console, we have the collection called PlayStation Indies, and we curate and select the games that we believe are great quality, and we want to recommend to people, so that because there are so many indie games coming out almost every week, so we want people an easy way to find the best games when they have no idea what game to look at. And we update this collection every month. And another collection, the very popular one, is called Monthly Picks. And Monthly Picks pick the games that came out the previous month. And every month, the teams of us select 20 games to promote. And almost every month, majority of games, maybe like 15 out of 20 games are indies. So this is a great, great place to be if your game is included in this collection. And the PlayStation Indies sale is super popular. We now do it every quarter, and we feature like hundreds of games. And every time these games go on sale, if the user has wishlisted games on PlayStation, they get the notification, so they have, this is the time I should buy. And we launched new PlayStation Plus a few weeks ago, and we introduced 2 new tiers, Deluxe and Extra, for this market. And for Deluxe and Extra, we included hundreds of games for people to play, and many, many games that we are very happy to include high-quality indie games as well. And we will continue to refresh the collection here as well. And I talked about marketing activation, but behind the scenes, we are making efforts to try to improve the quality of life for developers on PlayStation. For example, we have a free hardware to loan program. And so if you are interested, you should talk to us. We should discuss. There's some technical challenges to overcome to deliver the kits to you, but we will work with you. And we have introduced new partner analytics tool. That means that once you release your game, there are lots of data we're going to provide you so that you can see what kind of marketing activity works well for you, etc. And we have launched new voucher code tool as well. In the history of PlayStation has been that we had a regional structure. So in the past, you had to do some things separately for each region, and the voucher code acquisition is the same. But now with the new tool, you have one place to request voucher code for all market. And we have a website and a help center support that you can ask any questions about making games or publishing games, etc. And we are increasing the staff to handle your questions so that we can reduce the time that we can come back to you with answers. And we have webinar series to talk about various things, common things for you to have questions. And we have separate training session and Q&A sessions as well. And we have just created a new team in the global third-party relation team called Partner Development Team, which leads me to talk about our Indies team. That's me, and next to me is Greg Rice. He's a global head of account management team who handles the indie publishers and indie developers. He's based in the US. And Greg used to be part of the indie developer himself, Double Fine. He worked with Tim Schafer, created many great games like Psychonauts. And he joined us about the same time as me. And he's such a great guy, tall guy, 200 centimeters. And he loves indies. He loves, supporting indie developers. He's such a great guy. If you have a chance to meet him, It's very easy to find him in the event because you can just look up. And John Eternal is a global head of this new partner development team. And we have John here. Stand up. Yeah. So John is also based in the US, and he's American, but he spent 4 years in Asia, 2 years in China and 2 years in Japan, exploring, to help developers there. And he's now back in the US, and he's building a global team to support the new developers coming on to PlayStation and ask, any questions. And Luis just started in London to help the developers in European territories, and another person starting next month in Japan to help Japan Asia, and he's going to add another person in the US to work with John to support, America's region as well. And we cannot forget Mike Foster. Some of you may know. Mike also works for Greg in account management team, and he has a long history of dedication to support developers here in Latin American region. He really wanted to come with us to visit again. He's been to a big festival 4 times, and even before he was here to meet with developers, and he even met his wife in one of these events. So he will continue to support, some of the existing, accounts, and he works with John's, new team to make sure that we have coverage to help you. So that's my talk. And if you are not on PlayStation registered developer yet, please come visit this site, PlayStation Partners, and it's free to register, and there will be lots of resources, information that you can get from site, and also you can write ticket to ask questions or talk to John or John's team if you have further questions. So that's my talk. Thank you.
Yoshida-san, thank you very much for awesome presentation. Guys, we are now going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in a few minutes, so that's it.
você vive o seu game, chegou a hora de detonar no Arena Game. Uma plataforma com campeonatos exclusivos para clientes Claro, em parceria com a Twitch. E você que é cliente Claro vai poder participar de todos os campeonatos. É gratuito, 100% online, com transmissão das finais no canal 500 da Claro e na Twitch. E você ainda tem a oportunidade de participar de finais emocionantes com seus streamers favoritos. E tem mais, o vencedor ganhará uma premiação em dinheiro. Não perca tempo, acesse arenagaming.com.br e faça sua inscrição.
Espantou o demagogo para não dividir seu bis. Isso é abstinência.
O hit para todo mundo.
Não importa o tamanho da sua empresa, você sempre pensa em como vender mais, certo? Então pensa aí comigo. Em qualquer lugar do mundo, sabor é sabor, amigão é amigão, game é game e consumidor é consumidor. A diferença é que os de lá de fora podem estar loucos para conhecer seus produtos, porque só você é você. Seja qual for o seu negócio, de qualquer tamanho, a gente orienta como exportar. Vai, pensa lá fora e conte com a Apex Brasil.
Poder fazer escolhas significa conquistar um dos maiores desejos da humanidade, a independência. E o Sebrae abre as portas para pessoas que escolheram a independência e transformaram sonhos em projetos de vida, que ajudam a gerar empregos, desenvolver a sua comunidade e a transmitir a cultura empreendedora no país. Um lugar onde todos têm liberdade para escolher, inclusive escolher empreender. Sebrae, a força do empreendedor brasileiro.
O Brasil está crescendo muito hoje em dia, há uma percepção mundial de que o Brasil passou a ser um território de desenvolvimento de jogos, tá? Antes do Big Festival, o que se sabia é que o brasileiro jogava muito videogame, mas a gente não sabia que o brasileiro sabia fazer videogame. E isso aqui, o Big Festival, é a vitrine dos jogos feitos no Brasil, jogos independentes que você pode conhecer. Então essa é a importância do Big, a vitrine dos jogos brasileiros para o mundo todo.
Eu sou Maria Paula Veloso, gerente de indústria e serviços da Apex Brasil. O Big Festival é um evento muito importante para as empresas brasileiras do setor de games e a Apex Brasil viu o potencial em organizar rodadas de negócios para trazer compradores internacionais e potencializar os negócios internacionais do setor de games aqui no Brasil.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Olá pessoal, boa tarde, sejam bem-vindos e bem-vindas ao...
Hello everyone, welcome ladies and gentlemen to Auditorium number 1 at São Paulo Expo. My name is Guilherme Dias. I am the host for this first part of the day, and we're learning about everything we're going to hear in the third day of the big festival. Before we continue with the panel, I just have an announcement. If your name is Enrique Coelho da Rosa, you've lost your card. You can pick it up with us, or if you know who he is, please let him know that we have his credit card. Otherwise, he won't be able to have lunch. So our next panel is a part of the Big Impact and Big Diversity lineups. We're going to be talking about some companies that have been generating a positive impact in Latin America through initiatives related to gaming. Before I begin, as a reminder, if you have any questions, you can send it to ask.bigfestival.gg. The best ones will be selected and may be answered live on stage. Great, so for this panel, I'd like to invite Rodrigo Baggio from Recode. Let's give him a hand. Let's give him a warm welcome. We also have Ricardo Chantilly from Afro Games, and Professor Gilson, who is the head of Games for Change Latin America, and who also teaches game production in the University of São Paulo. This is a great title. And also Christian Bernal, who is the director and president of Able Games Brazil.
E pra... por favor.
A Able Gamers tem sinal em Libras.
Able Gamers has a sign language, and this is the sign, has a sign for it, and this is the sign. This will be moderated by Thiago Leifert, the CEO of Base Partners. Here it is. I just got promoted. I am a venture partner at Base, so I'm representing them, and I'll come with my company next year if everything works. Hi everyone, good afternoon, thank you. Good afternoon to everyone in the room. I won't be able to remove my mask because of my family members. I apologize. And I know that the sign language interpreters need to read lips, so I apologize. But everyone has been introduced with a phrase, but I'd just like you to give you a paragraph-long statement on what you do. We're talking about impact, and each one of you works in a different area that has different sorts of impact. So let's start with Rodrigo Baggio. I'm also a partner for Recode. So what do you do? Good afternoon, Thiago. Good afternoon, everyone. We're very happy to be in this panel on social impact and inclusion at Big Festival. I am Rodrigo Baggio. I'm a social entrepreneur in technology, and 27 years ago, I founded the first NGO in inclusion and empowerment in the digital world in Latin America. We have a network of over 1,000 centers of empowerment in all Brazilian states, 12 countries with a lot of content on technology, and also developing games with a purpose. We have reinvented ourselves. We did that during the early stages of COVID, and we started gamifying all of our trails and journeys. That's why we're very happy to be here at the Big Festival to talk about this sort of thing, which is so important. Employability, inclusion, diversity. So my name is Rodrigo Baggio, and I'm in Recode. Chantilly from Afro Games. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here again. Afro Games is a project that is the first training center for players and coders of esports in a favela in the world. We're in Vigário Geral with Afro Reggae that has worked in favelas in Rio de Janeiro for 30 years and also all over Brazil. In 2019, we started our first class, and next week we will have 2 additional units in the Marema favela, in 2 different favelas, and we will have 370 young people who are impacted every day. I was talking to Christian yesterday at the DX booth. They have a lot of cool stuff on accessibility. Christian, what do you do? Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to be here. It's a pleasure to be on this panel alongside such great projects. I'd say we're the younger sibling here. We started 8 years ago in the US. We've been working in Brazil for 5 years, and officially we are under 1 year here. So we're the first NGO for people with disabilities in gaming in Brazil. Our mission is to fight the social isolation of people who have disabilities. We want to encourage our community to be more inclusive and improve the quality of life of people with disabilities through video games. Great. Professor Gilson, tell us about Games for Change. Let me just remove my mask so I can speak. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen who are here or online or who are watching this later. It's a big honor to be here, and I'd like to thank Big Festival for inviting me. You can be sure that you are seeing the industry, the university, the market, media. So it's a great pleasure to be here. I've seen Gustavo Steinberg's story. He's a great leader and entrepreneur, and we're living in a time of innovation and entrepreneurship. Games for Change only needs 3 words to be defined. Games for Change.
Queria perguntar para vocês, então.
So to kick us off, we have Rodrigo, who wants to empower developers and designers, who's doing great work in gaming for employability. We have Chantilly, who's training new athletes. Christian, who is going to help everyone who can't play video games for any reason. And Professor Gilson was talking about Games for Change, and I was talking to Chantilly before we began this, and we were talking about games with an impact. And I thought, you know, this is a game that's going to teach you how to sort your trash and recycle, but that's not what it is. If you go to Games for Change and look at the list of games that they consider to be games for change, they have AAA games, a lot of them, because they go from mental health, which is a very common theme in Games for Change, to environmental impact and many other topics. It's not only teaching people how to recycle, it's actual games. They want to make real games. So we're talking here about games. And now we're in the metaverse. We have the metaverse for change. Does it exist already? Yeah, we're starting off. I haven't been invited yet, but I'll take your word for it. So what stage are we at? In each of your areas, what stage are you at in your careers and in your dreams? Well, it's interesting to talk about dreams because I started CDI, which was our original brand, because of a dream. At 23, I was asleep and I spent a day thinking about where I was going to be in 10 years from then. And that inspired me. I started working with the first campaigns to donate computers in 1995, when it was very difficult because only big corporations had PCs, so you had to make major campaigns. After 27 years, Tiago, half of people on the planet still have no internet access. 96% of them are in developing countries. We have an enormous challenge to have digital inclusion, and COVID accelerated in 7 years the need we have for social inclusion. So although Recode influenced the creation of digital inclusion in the world, we coined the term for it, we talk about digital empowerment, but we need to do much more. We need to move governments, people, civil society, academia, so that everyone can together plan major activities that will have an impact in access to technology. In Brazil, we are going through one of the best moments for inclusion and digital empowerment. We have 3 major government funds, one of which came from the Conecta Brazil plan to develop 5G across Brazil, and we have 3 billion Brazilian reals in government resources being dedicated for digital inclusion. So we can influence public policy so that we can have internet access in schools and things like that. It's also important to say that we have several digital empowerment trails. We work with different kinds of content. And among them, we launched last year with Thiago Recode Games for Good, where we created developer trails for people who want to develop games with a purpose. We want to inspire that community, people who are working in favelas in Brazil, where we wanted to have ODSs for sustainable games. You know that Data Favela and CUFA, in a recent survey, state that 96% of children and young people in the outskirts of cities in Brazil dream of being professional gamers. If we can catalyze and channel that towards innovation, we can have a major impact in Brazil. Great, so that is a good segue to talk to Afrogames that's working on that already and is expanding. How are you doing? We started in 2019 with 100 young people. We had to stop in 2020 because of COVID. In 2021, we came back with a team made up of our former students. Now, with Global Sport Day sponsoring us, we had 170 students. Next week, we'll add 200 young people to it. And in August and September, we're going to open a new unit in Niterói, and we will have 500 young people enrolled. But better than speaking is to show a video. So we brought in a video to show Afrogames. Before Afrogames, I would spend my time on the street flying kites, playing with my friends. I've had accidents, but thankfully, nothing serious. When I saw Afrogames, I really wanted to be here. My mom would tell me to continue coming to Afro Reggae, and it means a lot to me. Before, I didn't even know what living was, really. Many of my friends talk about Afro Reggae. They ask me what I do here, and I tell them that it's like a game house. They have several games, and Afrogames is really fun. It's better than being on the street and not doing anything. This is our main room. This is where we give classes to 6 people on developing League of Legends, Valorant, and Fortnite. This is our streaming room. This is where our young people produce content for all sorts of platforms. This is the AFG esports room with our professional leagues. Here, they're no longer students. They're players who make a minimum wage and have the support of psychologists, trainers, and physical trainers. This is our English room. All students in our project have regular English classes. The last room is the mobile room, where they learn to play Free Fire.
Afrogames.
That's Afrogames. Very cool. By the way, we have teacher Luca here, who teaches programming, and we have 4 students. Can you stand up? These are 4 students that came all the way from Vigário Geral to São Paulo. Yesterday was really cool at Jack's, but how is it going with your dream? Well, as far as accessibility in gaming, I think we're going through a change period. It really improved, didn't it? Yes, it did. There are some games that you open up and the first word is accessibility before you even start playing. Yeah, that makes my heart feel real warm when I do this, but we've been growing steadily. 18 years ago, when we started Able Gamers, I mean, it was in events like this, and we started talking to developers and just having a chat about it, and nobody was doing anything about it because the gaming market had never considered disabled people when in that environment. So back then it was really small and it's been growing since then, whether it's due to the support of studios. We have a number of games and titles that are really incorporating accessibility, but Able Gamers is really about having accessible video games in the way that we work across the board. Like I said, we fight social isolation for people with deficiencies, and they are much more liable to suffering with social isolation. And in the 2 years we've been experiencing the pandemic, everyone found out what it means and how it feels like to be stuck at home and to not be able to share experiences. And video games are an experience. It's a social experience. I think the world is realizing this, and it's realizing how powerful games are. We see that in your work. I mean, I'm super impressed by what you did in Afro Games and the importance you give to it. And video games is no longer child's play. It's not something that will, make you blind or something like that. I would be screwed if that was the case. All I did was watch TV and play games all my life. I tried to play ball once, but I hurt my knee, so it's an opportunity, and it's a huge opportunity. I mean, we work with people out there, and we can see projects like yours, and this is so important, especially for socialization. I mean, there is someone here that I know in the audience that I know because of gaming. The person is visually impaired, and we play games together. I mean, there are games that are very accessible to the visually impaired, and you can get to know people, you can talk to people, and you create a community. So I think that today, given everything that has happened and given the fact that studios are really on board with this, we are really on an upward trend and we are expanding. So yeah, it's a great thing to be a part of it. And it's crazy to see that the theme is now part of the game, before it turned into accessibility. So you had Alone in the Dark in the 90s, which, the main character was blind, but the theme was there. And Games for Change is ahead of the curve. I think you've been at it for 2 decades or something like that, so you are at a whole nother level. Talk about it. We are at a very important level because, well, going back to history a little bit, Games for Change started in New York, and it was much influenced by people from audiovisual, from people in the industry, from film. And the idea was really to understand and try to transform the reality. You had that underlying aspect to it. So you want to show, let's say, the reality in the favela. You don't want to just show the reality, you want to change the reality. So people took a look at the gaming industry and they said, well, this media is about to change the world. So let's use that media to affect that transformation and let's make it for better, because I don't want to transform anything for worse. It's super innovative, it's very fast, but, we heard from Rodrigo and that data. And that data really reflects a Brazilian and Latin American reality, and at the end of the day, a global reality of inequality, right? And that starts with the absence of rights and the absence of justice. How can you conceive a world, whether it's a universe or a metaverse, if you cannot discuss justice, ethics? And it's really about interface, but who are the faces in that interface? I understand that this is an interface, but who is actually putting their face out there, in those windows? And that it's exactly what Rodrigo said. So Games for Change works on many areas, and we try to achieve that collective vision which involves a lot of challenges. And we are at a very important moment. You know, after all these years in Brazil and Latam, we've been at it for 12 years here. We're always connected to the University of São Paulo, where I teach, and I also create a discipline, a theme, a subject of game production. It's a complicated change, but you consider the origin of this and the anchor in the university. We call it the City of Knowledge. When that was created back in 1999, folks thought I was just trying to make a silly game, you know, whether it's whatever the case, or whatever the impression was. But I told them it was not a game on screen. It was a game in real life. It was not a 2D or 3D simulation. What I wanted to do was I wanted to use media, audiovisual, and especially games to affect change. I wanted to transform the city outside into a city of knowledge. I didn't want to create a simulation where you have to, just like Tiago said, oh, so you know math, right? Go in that math house and learn something. I mean, that turns into a very hacky thing, right? It's not creative at all. So we are starting to make it happen after so many years. There's an incredible project that is going to start very soon, which is called Advent Garden, which is the avant-garde, a ludic avant-garde. And we are doing this project alongside the city government in São Paulo. And we are going to work in community centers in key locations which work with the municipal government, and we are going to have 2 campuses in the University of São Paulo to work with it. In the neighborhood of Butantã, which is a very woody area, there's a lot of trees and things like that, and on the east side of the city as well, which is a whole different reality. But both campuses are going to integrate a network of 19 points. So imagine being connected in this network and using games to transform São Paulo in a garden. And people are like, are you kidding? Yes, a garden with an orchard, with, you know, plazas, and people say, how are you going to do this? Are you going to simulate that on 3D, on the metaverse? We're like, no. We're going to have something in the metaverse, of course. We're going to use the most advanced technology, but the transformation in the game happens in the actual city of São Paulo. It's a reasonable challenge. So if we can actually transform this madness, which is São Paulo, into one of the most garden-filled cities in the world, and especially with games that are connected to the environments. I mean, we're going to be the capital of environmental games. Why not? Today is July 9th, for those that are not from São Paulo. This is when we celebrate our constitutional revolution. São Paulo is a whole nother animal. People said it was like the steamroller or like, you know, the propeller of prosperity. Today it's a whole different engine, you know. It's very immaterial. So this avant-garde project, we already got 100% of the fundraising done, and it's going to start very soon. Along with Centro Paula Souza, we are going to work with all the FATECs in São Paulo, which, you know, the top teaching institutions, and we are in a process which we call JOIA, which stands for Online Games for Childhood and Adolescence. So we focus on children and youths, and it's open. You can join if you want. We'll be working until August with a lot of conferences, with a lot of talks. Great minds in Brazil examining those issues that everyone touched on, like accessibility, gender issues, and just plain, you know, specific needs. As a matter of fact, where is the individual? People think networks are about masses, and it is, but if it's just masses, it turns into a bubble. And we have to work with job creation, inclusion, reducing inequality, and most importantly, reducing injustice in the real world. Can we use games for that? Well, we have some examples for it. We want to use games to do away with Crackland, which is a place in São Paulo where you have a lot of crack addicts and it became infamous. We want to get drug addicts involved to see if gaming can help them to transcend their condition, their material condition, and perhaps create a crack-free metaverse, but not only on the metaverse, but also in their lives. So this project is supported by technology, and Games for Change really helped us to make this take off, and it's already available. We want to take it to a test. Let's try and use a game in São Paulo's crackland to see if something happens. Because year in, year out, that thing is still there, right? And it's crazy. I mean, we have so many projects. We want to make the city greener. We want to help people take care of their addiction issues. We also have something that is under development, which is the Healing Boy. This is something that is more focused on meditation. It's metaverse, it's meditation, so you can actually participate on some rituals. We just added a project that is called Transcend, because look how many people perished. Look how many people are suffering. How come we don't have anywhere on the internet to, to foster the memory of people we lost? So we are trying to transcend. This will be a ritualistic metaverse experience for us to grieve and for us to keep a memory, right, from the people we love. Sometimes it's a dear friend. How come you can't have a space on the internet and somehow overcome and transcend with that connection? Miralmas is a researcher and an artist that is involved in this process, and we wonder, can you do a ritual, a spiritual ritual in the metaverse? People want to do stuff that is, material, but we want to go beyond that. We have to try and transform the world as we know it. I'm going to ask you, the four of you, to think about something like a story that made you go back home and say, this is worthwhile. Let's hear a story from each and every one of you. What is something that really inspired you? But before you tell us that cool story, and especially for the two of you from Afro Games, I mean, your public is particularly targeted by trolls, So yesterday I got to meet this boy who is a tetraplegic, and he said, Tiago, I can't take it anymore, because a lot of people bully him online. None of the people on the chat can play with their mouth for the life of them. They couldn't do it to save their life. And he does it, but, he still gets a lot of crap for it. So trolls are not going away. Unfortunately, that's a reality. But in your experience, what is that like?
Essa parte de troll na internet é muito complicado, né? A gente vê algumas empresas.
Well, it's complicated. We see some companies trying to bring a solution that is like that, but it's really, really hard. I can tell you about some things that I saw happen. So recently, we organized a live with Dell and other companies where our RFTT and another streamer, they did a live webinar with a lot of disabled players. And we had a lot of prominent gamers involved. And then the folks on the chat, first they were taken aback to see two people playing with their mouths, and there was one person that was almost blind. And Fabricio has spinal muscle atrophy, which is a very serious condition. So that's the first impact. So people are curious at first. I saw some people trying to be funny on the chat. You always have that happen, but overall it was a good response. But the most beautiful thing that I've seen was that people on the chat were owning up to being people with disabilities. And that was so cool. Right, so they were like laying back, maybe laying in the cut, interacting on the chat and not, coming out there like that. Sometimes people are, leery, and they say, well, someone that was visually impaired came out and said, yeah, I'm visually impaired as well. But, well, I've known you for such a long time. I didn't know that. A lot of them are embarrassed to talk about it, After 4 years knowing someone came over to me and said, Chris, I have this deficiency, and thanks to you, I can talk about it now. So trolls, you cannot do away with them. So what I'm bringing to you is the example of what the beautiful side is. And I think that connection can really help us fight the toxicity in this business. So the more we do, the more we show people, the more people can realize and feel that they can be embraced. I think this is a way for us to fight this problem. In Afro Games, you have psychologists even, right? So it's a concern. I'll tell you about it. I don't think I can tell their experience. I cannot speak on their behalf. I don't live in the favelas. I am white. I am older. But when we started the project, I felt the difficulty because I had no idea how difficult it was. The first article came out about the project, and I read the comments, and there were so many people saying, you know, this is not going to last a week because they are going to rob all the computers. That hurt so bad because I said, look at the level of prejudice that people have. Program is just starting. Look at them. Look, that's what they go through on their daily lives. When you started saying, I thought that, you know, they were going to troll them in the sense that they were going to lose in the gaming world, right? But that's a whole nother level, you know. They are sticking a sharp knife and twisting it. That's right. So I don't live in the favelas. I am white. I have a lot of privilege, but I felt so bad early into the project. Now we have the people from Afro Reggae here, and it's such a symbiosis in the work that we do. We've been at it for 5 years now, and other projects as well. But it's our day-to-day. I mean, we take a beating in the good way, in the sense that it's hard to get sponsorship. It's hard to get people on board. But here we are. I mean, and we're not backing down. We're going for it. And the biggest example is that, you know, we are at 370. We're going for 500 and 1,000. And, you know, that's how strong the project is. And these kids can be well paid. They can be hired by good companies. This is our objective, you know. So we are not going to cry over spilled milk. I was telling Ricardo also that to be a champion, I mean, most people are not going to be champions, right? Usually you lose in sports. But if you can get a career to where you can always get yourself into a final, maybe a semi-final, and you can get the third place in US dollars, you're making money, right? So maybe you can get something, but just from competing. You're talking about a very interesting career choice. And later down the road, you can be a trainer, you can be a streamer. So this is the beginning of a profession that is going to definitely open up new ways for these youths. Very cool. So what is your utopia, Baggio? You gave us some numbers that are quite scary. You talked about having some money from the government, but what is utopia? In 20 years, you want to come here and tell us what? Well, I love dreaming. But it's nice to dream and believe in your dream and get people to create a transformation movement. Of course, that I dream about an inclusive world. I mean, access to the internet should be a human right. But what I feel very strongly is that we have to give an opportunity for this new moment we are going through. We were the pioneers on the third industrial revolution, right? Computers and the internet. And now we have been working quite hard to humanize the fourth industrial revolution. Just like Professor Gilson was saying, ethics and values on the use of exponential technologies are crucial for humanity. So we have many pathways that teach artificial intelligence, IoT, biotech, how to prototype solutions by combining technologies to have an impact on the communities, to have an impact on schools. So my dream, my utopia is a world where exponential technology generates change, and not that technophobia, which is very much disseminated by Hollywood companies, where you always have an AI or robot that sees human beings as a virus and wants to exterminate us. It's much more logical that AI is going to overcome our very intelligence in the good way. So that's my dream. I dream with a world where we can humanize the fourth industrial revolution and create a planet where people are citizens, where they can have a positive impact from that personal level, as myself, us, and all of us. That's why we talk about digital empowerment. It's much more than inclusion. Inclusion is the first step, is to include people, but it's beyond that. And what is the job deficit, really? I'm talking about companies that want to hire but cannot. they don't have developers, programmers. Do you see a lot of people complaining about it?
Yes. Right now, we're talking a lot about reskilling, upskilling in digital skills. That's essential. To give you an idea, this is according to McKinsey and Google, a study from last year. If we taught Brazilian men and women digital skills, that could increase the Brazilian GDP by 6 billion. So the bottleneck we have in development and digital transformation for companies is to have developers in the market. That's why at Recode, we created Recode Pro 4 years ago, which is our training program for full stack back-end and front-end developers. This is transformative. You see people, young people, in 10 Brazilian states, and we teach them in 540 hours how to be a full-stack developer. That's life-changing. We prioritize women, blacks, LGBTQIA+. We started our partnership with Globo with a 30-second ad with Marcio Garcia inspiring people in situations of vulnerability about the future, about being a developer. And 12,000 young people came to our courses, got certificates. We selected the 1,200 best, and we had a hackathon for 3 days, totally online. It's all gamified. So we included Brazilian public education there. So over 200 squads of people talking about technology to select the 420 young people who are in our sex classes at Recode Pro. And we have stories, Thiago, like Nathalie, who started her class last year. And she started Recode Pro, and that day in the beginning of the class, they decided to transition. After 5 months in a totally virtual environment that creates empathy, Nathalie transitioned and got the award from other students about her professionalism, and now she is a teacher at Recode Pro. So in 2 years, she went from student to teacher. Christian, tell us a great story then. I have 2 stories, but I'll be very brief, Thiago. So actually, both of them took place here at Big Festival. Jessica, our supporter, wanted to bring accessibility to our booth. So we have audio description, we have sign language interpretation, and on Monday we had 2 school kids here. One of them was blind, and they were playing. The blind student was putting on a headset, and his friend was playing. When they came to our booth, I told them that they had audio description. So the student who was sighted was able to play, while the non-sighted student was able to hear the audio description. At the end, they were asking what they were doing, what that enemy looked like, so they interacted. It was a shared experience. It wasn't an individual thing for each one. They were able to play together. And the second situation happened just now before I came in. Someone in a wheelchair came to our booth. He had a degenerative disease, so he needed to use adapted control to play a sports game. And the maker of the game helped him to set up. So it was so sensitive of him. He set the right position. The kid came in, played a couple of matches, played against the team. Everyone played together, and everyone experienced it. And when he stepped out of the booth, Felipe started crying. He burst into tears, and I'm sure that that experience changed their lives. And it's such a small thing. It wasn't a big effort, but the impact that it creates, I'm sorry, nothing can pay for that. This happened here, and I hope that next year we have more booths with accessibility, with solutions. We're available to help so that more people can share and experience this great event. Thank you.
Eu acho que tinha que ser objetivo mesmo. A gente tava...
I think that should be a goal. Christian and I we're talking about BGS and CCXP, and every booth should be accessible. You might think it's expensive, but it is not. How much does it cost?
O ADH?
The AVH? It was 1,200 BRL for 5 games in our entire booth. That is nothing. That's nothing. That's not even 1% of the sponsorship. Really, it's under 1%. And that changes someone's lives. It's how much you pay to rent a TV. It might even be cheaper. And it's not that they made a special price for us. Nicole Somera did it. She's also someone who has a disability. She came, and that's just the posted price for audio description. It's been on the rise. There's been more interest in audio description to provide accessibility. Ricardo, tell us about a good story. It's hard to choose just one, but I'll tell you about a boy. You know who it is. Afro Reggae has been removing children from the streets, away from trafficking, and putting them in, including them in society. And there was one example from Afro Reggae. There was a kid who worked with a trafficker, and he started taking a class with League of Legends in 2019. During COVID, you know, he would come in smelling like pot. He didn't carry his weapon. When he went in, he left it outside, but he would put on a shirt, and you could really smell the pot in him. In 2021, we came back. He joined the test. He passed, and he started making minimum wage, and he stopped working in traffic. So now he is in our Free Fire team. He is not working in trafficking anymore, and now he's going to be one of the teachers at our unit. So he'll make 3,000 to 4,000 Brazilian reals a month, and he was working in drug trafficking, and he is no longer doing that. So that really makes us happy. And I don't think happy is enough to describe it, because we have, for example, Renan, who is a kid with a disability, and he plays really well in the team. He plays Fortnite, and he joined the team. He made a speech saying that now he's being seen. Now his life has changed. So he really changed completely. People play with him, and now he is happy. He wasn't happy before. That's great. Now, Professor, tell us a story. We have 5 minutes, and you can send them a message if you're watching us online. And if you're here, you're interested, and you probably want to help. And if you're watching online, the same goes. So what should they do? Where should they begin? Well, I had a personal story. I'll tell you about something that happened to me. Of course, it involves our projects, but it's very personal. When COVID started, you know, we had to stay at home. Prices were going up. People couldn't afford many things. Classes were being given online. So I decided to leave the city. I left, and I went to a city called Brotas, in upstate São Paulo. They have rafting and waterfalls there, right? Yes, it's a place for extreme sports, nature, hiking. During COVID, I found a place to live right in front of a few fields for grazing. So I installed, I got an internet connection, and the next day I was looking for a connection. So I was very close to the river, rafting, and I mean, they have literally hundreds of waterfalls. It's a place a lot of people don't know about. And I said, I'll stick around while COVID is going. But of course, I got carried away because the University of São Paulo started a call for bids called WASH, Work Aficionados for Art and Software, only for elementary and high school students. So I went to their Secretariat of Education. I said I was from the university, and I wanted to start a project to transform adventure tourism in the region. We wanted to include environmental issues, and we wanted to have a good mix of online, but also maybe people could get a weekend visiting the town. So it would create an interaction with the real world, it would create jobs, and we would get all of our goals together, training kids, having local development. One of the problems we have in Brazil is that everyone wants to come to the big cities and that you don't have enough jobs here. So it's important to have jobs in small towns, in favelas. Well, we got the tender, we joined with some kids, and they're creating a game that really is going to have an impact. So we are going to take this example from Brotas and everything I mentioned to the Games for Change Festival next week in New York. And we're also showing it here at Big Festival. If you have a project in game devs, a game design, a GDD at least, if you want to bring it to our booth in New York, it's open. And we have to mail things on Monday, so we're still open. I talked to Elieri, I talked to the folks at the festival. We put out a press release. If you're watching online, if you're here, if you have any idea about a project that fits into everything we're talking here, because we're all speaking the same language. We have initiatives that need to have a lot of synergy, right? Rodrigo started earlier, like me. So if you have a project, if you think it fits into our purpose, you can contact us, latamforgames.change. It's easy to find in Google, and let's go to New York. Let's remember that, you know, there is a war, there is an international crisis. Could games serve for peace? And I think we should bring the Brazilian spirit abroad, not as trolls, but as creativity. Yeah, but there are a lot of trolls, right? Rodrigo, how can they help? What can they do? Well, I think what you're seeing this year at Big Festival has the potential of being bigger next year by having more inclusion, training, education, employment. Imagine if we were to mobilize the ecosystem of gaming companies in Brazil to start inspiring young people to learn to be game developers with a purpose or of any sort, but to generate more inclusion in the market. So I think we should be ready for a major campaign so that we can really drive the industry to generate opportunities for people who want to change their lives, and we can do it through training, education, and employment. Chantilly, how can they help? Well, to be brief, you can go to our website, our social media, AfroGamesBR. That is very helpful if you follow us and you see our stories. Christian? ablegamers.org.br. We're on Twitter as well. We're very active, AbleGamesBR. And if you're at Big or watching online at 6, I'm going to be talking about APX, which is Accessible Peer Experience, which is a way to design more accessible games. If you're a dev, it's a very interesting thing to hear. That was our panel, folks. Thank you. Thank you if you're watching us online. Thank you, Baggio, Chantilly, Christian, Professor Gilson. Thank you, Abra Games, for inviting me to be here. We'll see you soon. Thank you.
Você vive o seu game, chegou a hora de detonar no Arena Game. Uma plataforma com campeonatos exclusivos para clientes Claro, em parceria com a Twitch. E você que é cliente Claro vai poder participar de todos os campeonatos. É gratuito, 100% online, com transmissão das finais no canal 500 da Claro e na Twitch. E você ainda tem a oportunidade de participar de finais emocionantes com seus streamers favoritos. E tem mais, o vencedor ganhará uma premiação em dinheiro. Não perca tempo, acesse arenagaming.com.br e faça sua inscrição.
Parou! Achei!
Gastou o tempo da 11 só para resgatar seu berço. Isso é abstinência.
O hit para todo mundo.
Não importa o tamanho da sua empresa, você sempre pensa em como vender mais, certo? Então pensa aí comigo. Em qualquer lugar do mundo, sabor é sabor, amigão é amigão, game é game. E consumidor é consumidor. A diferença é que os de lá de fora podem estar loucos para conhecer seus produtos. Porque só você é você. Seja qual for o seu negócio, de qualquer tamanho, a gente orienta como exportar. Vai, pensa lá fora e conte com a PEX Brasil.
Gente, o Big desse ano ele tá de casa nova, ele tá muito maior, a gente está 2 anos e meio ensaiando essa retomada para sair da época da pandemia. Então as expectativas são todas as melhores expectativas possíveis. E pelo que a gente viu hoje na abertura e ontem na pré-abertura, a gente está vendo o sorriso de todos que estão aqui participando. É um grande prazer, é um grande momento, a retomada da indústria de games juntas aqui no Big Festival.
Esse ano é um ano muito especial que marca aí a retomada. Após 2 anos sem ter o evento de forma presencial, as expectativas de geração de negócios, rodadas de negócios internacionais e potencializar o setor aqui nesse importante evento como é o Big, a gente vê aí com grandes oportunidades para o setor. E a PEX Brasil, além de estar apoiando por meio da Abra Games, nós também somos patrocinadores desse importante evento, onde a gente pôde aí capitanear e potencializar ainda mais o setor no mercado nacional e internacional.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome back to Auditorium number 1 here at the São Paulo Expo Convention Center. I am Guilherme Dias, and this is day 3 of the largest independent gaming festival in Latin America, the Big Festival 2022. Oh my God. And in this, our next panel is part of the Big Latam lineup and was brought to you by Claro. In this session, different companies from Latin America will discuss the region's potential to do global business. And again, if you have any questions, you can send it to ask.bigfestival.gg, and the best questions might be selected and answered at the end of the session. Are you ready? So, let's give a warm welcome to Martin Cao, CEO of Nimble Giant Entertainment, Argentina. Alessandro Biolo, Game Ambassador Latam at Exola from USA. Gonzalo Banque Martinez, Game Designer and Producer at Rubber Duck Games from Uruguay. Carolina Caravana, VP of ABA Games and CEO of IRA. And also moderating this discussion, I'd like to invite Fernando Olmos from Grupo Expansion. Mr. Olmos, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Guilherme. And well, hello everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and talking about video games. I think here we are for this. And well, it's a pleasure to be with these experts as well to talk about the potential of Latin America. So I would like to introduce our experts. And we have Martin Cao, who is the CEO of Nimble Giant Entertainment and has worked in the video game industry for more than 10 years. Hello, Martin. How are you?
Hello, guys. How are you? Well, thank you for having me again. I've been coming here for like the last 8 years or 9 years, Eliana. I don't know. So thank you. I'm very happy to be here with you. I love coming to Brazil, so thanks. And then talking more about Nimble Giant. Nimble Giant being around for 20 years. We are a game developer focused on PC and console games, mostly AA plus and AAA. We are around 170 people, and we have presence in Argentina, Peru, Chile, Uruguay, and hopefully, soon, I don't know, maybe Brazil and some other countries. And we have a video also. I don't know if you can play the video, please, for introducing the company very briefly.
Okay, thank you so much, Martin. And well, we also have the presence of Carolina Caravana, who has been working in the game and technology industry since 2009. She is the vice president of Abra Games, and she helped to found the Diversity Council of the company. ¿Cómo va, Carolina?
Hola, how are you guys? Thank you very much for inviting me for this panel. This is very special. As a woman, I'm the first woman vice president of the association. This is a huge step for us. Eliana is with us every step of the way. She also worked on making the Diversity Council a reality. So this is a very important step for us here in Brazil. And I would like to say here that this is a dream that we will have a lot of leaders, women leaders here in Latin America for the coming years. So, and I also have my own company, right? So I've been working with children's games and services for more than 10 years right now. And it's been a pleasure to be since the very first one also. So I didn't bring a presentation. I will spend our time talking about the business. So let's jump to the next one.
Thank you, Carolina. Today, we are also joined by Gonzalo Banqui Martinez, game designer and producer of the Uruguayan studio Robert Duck Games. How are you, Gonzalo?
Very good. Hola a todos. I'm Gonzalo Martinez, as he said, also known as Banqui. I'm co-founder of Robert Duck Games, a video game studio from Montevideo, Uruguay. And we are currently working on Evil Wizard, that is a humor-filled action RPG that it's about a final boss that is defeated by the heroes and he's trying to recover his castle. This is a very young project born in 2020 with the beginning of the pandemic. So we are a fully remote studio that work with most of the team is in Uruguay, but we have other members around the world. And also, I'm board member of the Uruguayan Game Developers Association. As we since this year and for the next 2 years, so we are going to be working hard on the Uruguayan industry. I'm very happy to be here. I'm very honored to be invited to this panel. It's my first time in Brazil, and I'm amazed by the size of this country. I'm most used to live in a small country, so thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you, Gonzalo. And last but not least, we have Alessandro Biolo from Xsola, who has extensive experience in business development and public relations in the video game industry. So if you want to find strategic partners, he's the right person, right?
Yeah, well, I can say that. Well, I've been working in the industry for the last 8 years, and one of my main activities is connecting independent developers with companies that can really boost up their dream of becoming an independent developer. So that's how I got into Xsola, and I really love Xsola because at Xsola we help indie developers accomplish their dreams. We help them with self-publishing. We have a funding club. We have different solutions that help developers basically boost their opportunities in the market because, as you mentioned, I mean, I've been also in business development, and at the end of the day, well, you have to pay the bills, right? You have to make some money from what you are doing, and this is something that I've been trying to help developers for the last 8 years, as I mentioned. And one of the most difficult things that I think that Latam developers face is that we lack of opportunities, especially marketing. For example, I talk with many developers that they don't do marketing till they release the game. So I keep telling them, okay, you shouldn't do that. You should do some marketing before that. And this is why I've been working at Xsola for the last 7 months, because there are so many solutions. We have a partner network that helps with influencers and all that. So basically, we can boost this positioning of developers, right? Well, and I think I was the last one, and I think I was the only one that brought a couple of questions. So let's, next slide, please. Yeah, I want to pose 2 questions for the panel. The first question is, how relevant will the Netflix business model be for Latam developers? It's a new trend in the industry. Well, not a new trend, but it's something that is really happening more and more. We have the Xbox Game Pass that is very popular. PlayStation is going the same way. So how will this, how relevant this will be for the developers? And the next question, I'll pose the 2 questions at the same time. If we can talk about the challenges and opportunities with your expertise that developers will face to adapt to this business model, because I think that like everything in life, it has 2 phases, right? One that you can see it as a challenge, or you can see the opportunities there. So what do you guys think about that?
Well, if you want to start with the questions, Martin, and maybe we can
yeah. I was not expecting this question, but yeah.
Okay, I'm glad you were not expecting it.
It's okay. No, I think from what the audience must be more interested about, like, there's always been changes or like, yeah, changes in the business models on how games are monetized, right? Like premium, first they sold the boxes, like physical retail distribution, then digital, then free-to-play, subscription, NFT, and well, whatever. Many different ways of making money out of a game. And it also, what I saw is that it fluctuates. Sometimes it seems that the developer only will make a game and that's it. And then someone else, like Exola or a publisher or someone else, will take care of the monetization and the selling of that game. So I think for smaller developers, I don't think a big change there, because I think most of their focus should be in just making a great game, right? Sometimes when you start to try to do the next steps of making a great game, it's even harder. You need more money. You need more money to basically to reach discoverability, which is a big problem, right? So I think these changes of business models creates a very small opportunity sometimes for some developers, like the first developers that release a game on iPhone, like iGolf or whatever, and they make a lot of money because there were nothing there. But then the big companies and the big capital companies catch up, and then you still need to just focus on making a great game. So I don't know if I answered the question, but that's basically what I think.
Okay, and well, I think this is a topic very important about distribution of video games, but I want to talk about the genesis also of the video game. So, Gonzalo, I need you to answer me something about this topic. How difficult is to develop a video game from the ground up in Latin America?
Okay, well, I think, well, working on video games is hard in any part of the world, but especially here in Latin America, since we have some disadvantages, like in first is the language barrier. You need to talk English in order to talk with publishers, with investors, with press, or even with partners in other parts of the world. And also, like traveling to a big conference, like big festival, GDC and others, is very expensive for us. On the other hand, we have like a it's very expensive for us to hire international talent, and also it's not easy to find local talent, at least in Uruguay, because we are so few people. So, well, I don't think everything is bad, right? We also have some advantage, like we are very cheap for working to the exterior. I mean, to international business market. We are sorry. And we are like, I don't find the word, like we are a very collaborative community. That when I talk to other guys in other parts of the world, they always say we are so nice and we are so willing to help each other. So I think that's something that works in our favor.
Okay. Anyone wants to add something more about this topic?
Sure, I believe I agree with him because here in Latin America as a whole, I believe we have this warmth, right? We have. It's not like that is very different from each country in Latin America. We all have this welcoming to the other companies. We have these welcoming to the other talents, and we can share so much with each other, and I believe we actually do, right? We have the Latam Federation, we have a lot of initiatives here that are very nice, very good, EVA and BIG, and a lot of events, so I believe this is a very good thing for us, and we should, by all means, do that a lot more.
Yes, and I think this is something that is happening not only in the industry of video games, It also happening at the technology industry. And so, Martin, how do you see the video game scene in Latin America today, and what are the difficulties of doing business since this region?
Since what, sorry?
Since this region.
Okay, from this region. Yeah, so I think, yeah, like Arina was saying, I think we can all agree that we have something in common in Latin America. We are more warm, we have more passion. Don't say this to the European or the US, but we have, right? We have more passion. You can see that in the dance, in the music, in how the people express themselves in everything. And that translated to an art form like making video games. You can see that, right? You can see that in many games, even games that you don't know, but there was someone from Latin America making that game. But the challenges that we face as a region, I think, are very similar in some other industries as well. We don't have access to capital usually, because the capital is mostly from the US or Western Europe or China, Japan, but not from South America. Making games requires a lot of capital, right? Requires a lot of money because it's a risky industry. So most of the games that you will do will fail. I'm sorry, I don't know if you know this already, but we know we've been doing this for 20 years now. Most of the games that we will do, it will fail. So it requires a lot of money, making lots of games and learning. And the access to that capital from Latin America is really hard. So one thing I would say that as developers, as studios, especially if you are a small studio, one thing you need to do is invest in traveling to these places, right? To this US or Canada, or if you can do it, Japan, Western Europe, whatever. Depends on what you want to do. That's one challenge that we need to overcome, and the way to overcome it is like by being there, by traveling there, learning English, like we were saying, Fernando was saying recently, we need to know English, like that's the international language, so that's a must, but in that way you can overcome that other challenge. And then the talent, we have it, so I think it's just about mixing that talent that we all have in these different countries with the access to capital and some knowledge base, and if we have that, we can achieve great things. So that's, I don't know, I don't want to like make an advert talk, but I will just say this, that we are part of Embracer Group now. We sold the company 1.5 years ago. Embracer Group is like a very large holding group for gaming companies. Just bought like a Tomb Raider, like Borderlands, many other big IPs. And basically what we want to do from Nimble Giant, being part of this group, is like giving this access to capital and to IPs and to knowledge base to the different talent that is in Latin America. That's why we open offices besides Argentina, Peru, Chile, and Uruguay, and we are also going for other countries. So I think it's doable. It's going to take more time, but we'll make it happen.
Okay. Anyone?
Well, I'd like to add a little bit because that's right down my alley. And well, yeah, it's very complicated to do business. As someone mentioned, English barrier. You need to do pitches to international publishers. That's sort of complicated. The other thing is that many of our games coming from Latin America, they could be awesome, like with great mechanics, great art, but unfortunately our developers cannot transmit that to other cultures because they don't, for example, nowadays, if you don't talk with the streamers and you don't create your opportunity from the ground up, since the first game that you are, even if you have only 100 followers on your Twitter account, but you are like feeding your account like every day and doing something for that, that will help you out. But unfortunately, our developers are more focused on making the game, like in other regions. I know it's the same, but for example, I know developers in the US or Canada or UK or France that they will start doing at least a little marketing on Reddit, talking on Reddit, talking about their game there, and their game gets like a blast of people that wishlist the game, for example. So that's one of the difficulties, and I totally agree with Martin. I've been talking with a lot of investors throughout these years, and they said, Alessandro, we love the game, we love what this studio is doing, but our funding is only for studios based in Europe or in the US. So that is a cut down right there, but there are so many companies right now that are looking at Latin America for some investment. I know at least 3 that they have capital for indie developers in the region.
Okay, thank you so much, guys. Anyone who wants to add something?
Yeah, I believe that right now Latin America is on the spotlight. I believe this is a different time for us. This is the history you guys talked about, but I don't think that's where we are right now, and the future sounds a little bit different, in my opinion, because of the. I mean, we just released our research on Brazil, and we've grown so much. And as Abra Games, the association receives a lot of investors trying to know where the companies are, who they are, where in Latin America they are based, inside Brazil and outside Brazil. So I believe they are looking for us right now. So by all means, we have to be prepared. We have to know how to speak to them. We have to, educate the companies, educate the developers, because this is a very good time to make those business happen. But and if we miss this, then they probably go elsewhere, right? And we will continue to, nobody looked at us. But right now, I believe they are. And not only because all of those things that we talked about, but also there are other movements in the industry globally, right? So, I don't know, China is closing and trying to make the children to play less. And now Latin America is like maybe the next big thing. And I believe that we should really talk and try to make those companies come here, invest on us, and because it is so hard to make national investors and regional investors to invest in the companies here, and because the exchanging money exchange is so different from any currency in Latin America and the dollar, right? It would be a lot better to have Europe and America invest on us. That would be very good.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree that it's a huge moment for Latin America industry. But I want to recover something that Martin said about failing. I think this is something very, very important for the independent studios. And I want to ask to all of you why it's important to be prepared to fail, because I think the pathway to the success in this industry is one with ups and downs. So why to be prepared for this part of the job?
I can say why is like because you are going to fail. Like at one point something is going to go wrong. So there's a phrase that I like that says expect the best but prepare for the worst. And many developers, like I think I haven't met a developer that was making his first game and didn't think that it could potentially be a hit, but really like, oh, this game is going to be huge. It happened to me as well. The first game I did was everyone is like thinking, no, this game is different. And then you see someone with a white beard that will tell you, no, young man or young woman, it's very probable that it's not going to be a hit. And the guy or the girl will say, no, I'm pretty sure it's like, this is great because someone from Sony told me like it was great and he loved it. And, so, and this happens because that's the beauty of it, of what we do. But I think you need to expect for the best. You need to be optimistic about that, but you need to prepare for the worst because it can go wrong, and then you need to have a plan B, right? So I would say one piece of advice that we also developed over the years. I know it's hard, right? But it would be to focus. to focus on something, on one type of game that you like to do, and keep doing that for many, many, many years. So if your first platformer goes wrong, don't do like a shooter, and then you try a racing game, and then you try a, like keep doing platformers, if you like them, of course. Let's pretend you like platformers. You keep doing platformers over the years, and maybe it's not just platformers, it's platformers with a twist, it's 2D, 2.5D, whatever. So you have or it's like some kind of a special character or some kind of feature, and if you keep doing that, it's very likely, if you keep doing that in an honest and hardworking way, it's very likely that you will be, each year, each game will be better, right? Each year you will get better. And maybe one year will be worse than the other one, but then the next you will get it, and you will learn. So that's usually the way most of the things are done, right? It's like, for example, let's pretend we are doing sports, and you want to become great at tennis. So you don't do tennis, you don't practice tennis, and then you go golfing, and then you play volleyball, and then you play soccer. You play tennis, you practice tennis, you play tennis, you go to tennis courses. So in games, this doesn't happen that often, and I would say if you do that, it's very likely that you will find some kind of success. I'm not saying you will be a millionaire or you will have a hit, because that's very hard. But I think that it's very likely that you will be a successful developer and you can live from what you want to do.
This is very cool. I would like to say something. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have to have the experience of making a game in order to have experience making games, right? You have to make, I don't know, 60 games. So you know how to make game, fast game, fast developing, and a great game. So you have to be years in the process, but you don't have to start having years in the process. You have to start making a game, and then you make the next one, and the next one, and the next one. That's very cool. But, even if you have all the experience in the world, the market can come and crush you, right? And crash everything, maybe a new hardware, maybe a new internet, maybe a new, I don't know, anything can happen. And if you are good in the business, not actually just developing games, right? Because if you want to live as a developer, you want to live making games, or you want to be, I don't know, a superstar. Like, I want to have a great game that everybody loves, and I want to be a millionaire. This is okay, this is cool, but, we need to have a more solid path to go, a strategy, not based on luck, right? So this is something that I totally agree. And well, for me, this is a big part of the education that we need to do in the region as a growing industry and a mature industry here. My focus is on Brazil, but of course in Latin America would be, if Latin America is strong enough and is seen as a mature industry, it will be better for everyone.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. I just wanted to add that it's important when you're starting with making games to make small games so you can fail fast and learning in the process, because we all want to do the next Clash of Clans, the next World of Warcraft, but you can do it on the first try. So it's important to keep it small. Nobody ever listened to this, but I will repeat it every time I have the opportunity, because it's very important to fail fast so you can learn and keep growing. So I believe that is key.
Yeah, and this is something that I hear almost every day of my life, that developers tell me I got the best game ever, the best platformer, the best tower defense, whatever, you name it. And they said nobody has this idea. And I like a little exercise, because I like to bring developers to the ground, because I have failed a lot and I have lost a lot of money. I think that everyone here has lost money at some point, and so we know that you really lose money when you get into this. So an exercise that I tell them is that I start telling them, well, your idea is not so unique because there is this and this and these games that they do the same. And they are, did you know about these games? And they go like, no, I didn't know. And look, that one is like just like mine. So that's something that I always keep telling them. And of course, failing is a good thing. So I said, make a small game, fail quickly so you can learn and start from there your next project. And don't go into other things. I was talking at Big with some group that they have a very awesome game and they're doing a lot of stuff with social media and stuff. And they showed me 3 different games for platformer, the other one, it was like a runner, and nice games, but they also showed me trading cards. They also showed me t-shirts that they were going to monetize, and I told them one key word: focus. And I told them, you're doing too many things at the same time. One of their games is very popular on TikTok, and I said, focus on TikTok and focus on this game. Of course, they didn't like it much, but I tell them, you are going to lose a lot of money in that. I did that thing when I got started. My first video game, I had trading cards, and the trading cards basically were for years in my garage, big boxes with the cards because I couldn't get to sell them. So I was telling them, focus. So that's one key word that Martin just mentioned.
Sure, only famous IPs sell merchandise, right? It's not the other way around.
Yeah, and there are some developers that they said, if the game is good, it's going to sell by itself. You will hear that a lot, and that's not completely true.
Yeah, that is not.
Okay, thank you guys. I want to ask you something about making games. How to make a global game, not only a game that likes, for example, in Latin America or a specific region, how to make these games that likes everyone in the whole world?
Well, putting it on English is not enough. That's what I can say.
No, nobody has a formula. We wouldn't be here if we knew how to make a global successful game. I would be like levitating in my chopper or whatever, but I don't think there's an answer to that question. The only thing I could say is that, again, I see it from a planning perspective as you would do something else. Making games is a discipline, right? It's not something else. It's like playing tennis. It's like playing soccer. It's like playing chess. It's like making, bottles, whatever. So if you do it enough time and you are smart enough, right? And you surround from smart people and you go to big festival, kaching, like conferences, you read books, over the years, of course you will do it better. What do you think? Like if you play tennis for 20 years, you will play better than when you started playing tennis, right? Regardless, maybe not me, but some people, right, who have skills, like physical skills, right? They get better. So making games is the same thing. It's like a discipline. So I would say there's no formula, and also the technology is so changing in the business models, in what people want, in even the entertainment culture, right? So you never know if it's going to be good or not. But one thing that we all do, mistakes we all do when we start, is like the game is full of bugs, or you didn't try it in a platform and you launch it in that platform, or you want to do in all consoles, which is really hard at first. So I would say, they were saying, like, start small, focus on one thing, and start trying to reach a certain level of proficiency, and it's very likely that you will be more successful, right? Which not means like it's going to be a global success, but maybe it's going to be successful enough to make you a living out of it, about what we all love, that is making games, like living from making games.
Yeah, I would like to say also that try not to be alone, because that's usually how you fail at first. So you need a community, you need maybe a publisher. If you want to do this on your own, you're going to need a review from other peers, from other developers, from your community. communities in other countries. So you have to put your game out there and get the feedback. It's going to hurt, but it's okay. That's how you get better. And that would be my major, I don't know, tip. Don't do it alone. Search partners and search, even if you don't want a big publisher, I think people should go after publishers because they give great feedback. Even if they don't want your game, they will tell you why, and you should listen. But you know, if there are indie developers that make their games on their own and launch and get really successful, but not by being alone, not by being by themselves. You have to you know, talk to people, and to have your game in as many languages as possible. That would also be a great way to succeed globally.
Yeah, I also don't think it is possible to make a game who everyone loves, because especially with the game we are working on, it's a game about a villain, so and humor, and he's always making jokes, and he's a bad person. So we are always working on the limits, and some people think it's funny, other people think it's offensive, and well, you should work to the people who will like your game, and I think there is enough people in the world to make a successful game. If you let yourself not let down by the people who doesn't love it or hate it even.
Yeah, well, finally, I would love to have the answer of that question. Yeah, I think that I totally agree with what Martin was saying before about focusing on something, on a genre, and etc. And you know that maybe if you can work something, let's say for the American market, US and UK, that are pretty similar, like for example in RPGs. In RPGs, the way that we play RPGs in the Western world is very different than the East. So there's something that they don't like it, because they like more the JRPG that are Japanese RPGs, right? Called because it's by turns, and here in this part of the world we like more the hacking slash style. So we can focus on one style, and maybe then this can become like a universal game. Right, but it's very tough to say what the answer to the question would be. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if I can add also from what Carolina was saying, before focusing on making the game, right, like which is like a craft and a discipline, I think what Carolina said was really important also, that you should build a network. Like you should focus on making the business of your studio bigger and better, and you do that by building a network, like coming to these conferences, talking to older developers that do the type of game that you do or that you would like to do, talking to developers that you admire and you think, I want to be like him or like her someday, talking to the platform owners, like the middleware companies. Everyone will give you feedback, and also you will have more opportunities. If you know someone at Steam, for example, that your game gets promoted better, or if you know someone at Apple, you can maybe someday put it on the Apple Arcade, because it's not only about making a great game, it's also about having the right connections, right?
Okay, thank you so much. I think it was a tough question. But talking about questions, I think we have some time to a Q&A session. I don't know if someone at the audience wants to ask something. No, don't be shy, guys.
I would like to ask one question.
No,
if it's
anyone?
okay. I would like to ask, how do we make Latin America more strong, you know, stronger as the connections that we have? How do we connect to each country and make something, I don't know, bigger?
Great question.
I think it's already happening. It's already happening, because I remember the first time I came here, like 9 years ago. I think I was the only one from Argentina, or one of the only ones. And now Argentina has a lot of presence in big festival, has a booth in the business area, and there's a lot of companies coming from Argentina, from Mexico, from Chile, from Uruguay, and this didn't happen like 10 years ago. So I think these type of collaborations are already happening. Same thing when we do EVAC, there's a lot of people coming from other countries. And the other thing I'm seeing also is like, for example, in our case, that we are expanding in Latin America. We open offices in different countries, right? And we are still wanting to open more offices. And I can see these big companies, like you were saying, trying to invest in Latin America. Because basically, in this consolidation that happened, that everyone is buying everyone, right? They bought all what they could buy in Europe. They bought everything in the US, they bought everything in Canada, they bought everything in China. So now it's not that we are so special, but we are the only ones left. So of course, they will buy, like we sold the company a year and a half ago, because also we were in Latin America, and they wanted, our group wanted to expand in Latin America. Again, like the talent is here, is here, and it's just that we will have more groups like Embracer Group and other groups that will have the capital and the IPs and the knowledge base to make this talent grow and keep collaborating as a region, right? As a one region.
Yeah, and I think networking is very important. I recommend developers, like someone was saying, talk to everyone, talk about your game, talk about somebody else's game. So I think that is important, because sometimes there are some opportunities that maybe those are not for you, but can be for someone else. So you can connect people, and I love that of my job, because I connect people with opportunities, basically. So maybe the opportunity doesn't fit this developer, but maybe it would fit another developer. So, but if you are not talking, you are not networking with people, how can you tell if there is an opportunity there for you? So I always say, people talk. I know some developers are very quiet and very shy, but I say, go and talk with people. Go to the mixers and grab a cup of something and start talking with somebody else.
Yes, yeah. And sorry, Gonzalo.
No, it's okay.
And I think talk and don't give up. Just because if a publisher doesn't like your game, it doesn't mean that it's a bad game. Right? Okay, Gonzalo.
No, it's
sorry.
Okay. No, I think that's very true. And also the work that the events in Latin America are doing, like Big Festival yesterday had a very big presentation of awards and a prize for a best Latin America game. They have a giant country. They could only do best Brazilian game, and it's enough, but they give us a space for us to be here to show our games, and EVA does the same. I'm from Uruguay, and I've been in EVA many times showing our games and the stuff, and we would love to do the same in Level U in Uruguay also. And I think that work from the events, it's very good.
Thank you. And what's your answer, Carolina?
Yeah, sure. I believe that I agree. Right, we are getting stronger together, and I'm going to say again about the Latam Federation, which is a very good chat that we have going on. For example, we bring people to the GDC, right? So. People who wouldn't be able to go, and then we get the tickets, and people go. And again, it's about the education of the region. It's about the education of the professionals, of the companies, and that's how we will grow, right? So I believe we're getting there, and but yes, we need to. Learn and go for the opportunity, go for the moment that we have right now. The investors are looking at us at this moment, and we should, by all means, go and get ahead of it.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, guys. I think there's no questions from the... we have one here.
Hello. Hello. I have a question. What do you think is the biggest strength here in Latin America? Like something we have here that people don't have around the world. Like, what do you think make us special here?
Yeah, I believe there's something like I told earlier, is we are a very collaborative community. We are always willing to help each other, and that's it's something that makes us special. Also, Martin told that if we have a passion for making games, for being here and showing the games to the people. That's something to, I think, it's very hard, very heavy here in Latin America.
Yeah, and I think that answering to your question is also that Latin America in general, from Mexico to the Patagonia, we are like a big melting pot of different influences, because there are many influences from Asia, like the manga and all that, but we also have the influence from the US with their comics and the animated series from Japan and Europe. So we have all those things, and they all melt up in Latin America. So I think that that would make us special, because if you go to Asia, they are like only Asian style of gameplay and art. Europe is pretty similar, and the other regions as well. So we are like this little melting pot of, like you mentioned, collaboration and all that, but also that, that thing that really makes us culturally diverse. As you can see here, we can, well, like we were talking with Martin, he's like really white, looks like Spanish. He thought I was Brazilian. Then we have Uruguayan. So we have like a lot of diversity among us. So that's what I think that would make us very, very special to what we do, and we show that when we make a game. We show it there. So I think that would be one of the things that I say that make us special, I would say.
Sure. I believe that if we could export this type of culture, like, I don't know, people talk to me a lot about this, like the Korean culture is everywhere these days, right? Why not Latin America go do that same thing, right? I believe this is something that is on the market right now. People are, the players are going for the cultural full games, right? So we should also do that. We could also do that, because we have a lot of things here. Latin America is so big, it's so huge. We could definitely spread our culture everywhere.
I think what we have is, like, if I could say one word, is passion compared to other, but I don't want to, like, they are recording this, so it will be like, you know, like, but what, an American cannot have passion? Yeah. I mean, talking in general, right? Which is like not a nice thing to say, but in general, I think Latin American people have more passion, have more energy, and maybe because of our story of how we were colonized and our diversity, I think also in general, in Latin America, we are wanting to show the world that we are at the same level, right? So we want to do that next step, that maybe a person that was born in California, he doesn't need to prove anything to anyone. But there's a lot of people from Argentina, Brazil, Bolivia, Peru, like all the Latin America that we want to show. We want to talk to an American and someone from Europe and say, we are the same, right? They don't look at us like we are something different, like in a lower level, right? So I think that energy, that passion that we have,
hunger.
Yeah, that hunger. We have hunger. We are hungry. I'm hungry. So we are hungry, and that maybe you won't find in someone from a country that has everything, right? That they have money, they are rich, and they have education, and so I think that combined, and I will pass my ad again, right? That combined with capital, and one of the things that Latin America lacked forever, in my opinion, is long-term investments. So when the capital comes from abroad, it's like, oh yeah, I'm going to make this great business in Argentina. I will make 30% of the money and then I'm gone, right? I don't want to stay there. I want to take my money back to Germany or to US or whatever. So now we have companies that want to stay, like they want to invest for the long term, and that allow you to what I was saying before, make the same game for many times, so you get better and then you are successful. So companies like us, for example, and many others are doing that, are investing in the region, and I think we'll make it. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Future looks bright, right?
I agree with all of you guys, and well, I can only say to the audience, to the all young developers, take advantage of the moment that Latin America is living. And well, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for stopping by. I hope you guys in the audience enjoyed this awesome presentation. So, guys, as for me, this is all the time I had here at Auditorium number 1 today. I'm Guilherme Dias. It was a pleasure to be here with you. And in a few moments, we'll enjoy the company of my friend and colleague, our multi-talent, Bruno Butcher, as your host for the rest of the day.
Você vive o seu game, chegou a hora de detonar no Arena Game. Uma plataforma com campeonatos exclusivos para clientes Claro, em parceria com a Twitch. E você que é cliente Claro vai poder participar de todos os campeonatos. É gratuito, 100% online, com transmissão das finais no canal 500 da Claro e na Twitch. E você ainda tem a oportunidade de participar de finais emocionantes com seus streamers favoritos. E tem mais, o vencedor ganhará uma premiação em dinheiro. Não perca tempo, acesse arenagaming.com.br e faça sua inscrição.
Cai fora!
Espantou o demagogo para não dividir seu bis. Isso é abstinência.
O hit para todo mundo.
Não importa o tamanho da sua empresa, você sempre pensa em como vender mais, certo? Então pensa aí comigo. Em qualquer lugar do mundo, sabor é sabor, amigão é amigão, game é game e consumidor é consumidor. A diferença é que os de lá de fora podem estar loucos para conhecer seus produtos, porque só você é você. Seja qual for o seu negócio, de qualquer tamanho, a gente orienta como exportar. Vai, pensa lá fora e conte com a Apex Brasil.
gente sabe acreditar em super-heróis. A gente sabe o que é cuidar do outro. A gente sabe como é ficar às vezes longe da escola, dos amigos. A gente sabe o que significa não estar perto de quem a gente ama. A gente sabe o que é ter medo. Sabe o que é brigar com um inimigo que a gente não vê. A gente sabe brincar dentro de casa. A gente sabe esperar. A gente sabe se proteger. A gente sabe a importância de amar. A gente sabe lutar. A gente sabe ganhar. A gente sabe manter a esperança. A gente sabe acreditar.
Olha, as expectativas é falar com a maior quantidade de desenvolvedores brasileiros e latinos possível para poder entender o mercado, saber como é que a gente pode adaptar as ferramentas e o que a Epic Games tem para oferecer para o mercado brasileiro, né? Entender, aprender, porque sempre tem o que aprender com diferentes mercados e tentar trazer, né, adaptar aquilo que a gente oferece no nosso ecossistema da Epic Games para o mercado latino-americano, mercado brasileiro.
My name is Pontus Latmuller. I'm the Vice President at Global Top Round. This is my second time at Big Festival. I think it's the best place in Latin America to find the best possible studios for us to invest into. We're an investment company, and we look for studios around the world, indie game developers, to basically create new content. And at Big Festival, we get to see new types of initiatives, new types of ideas, and studios from all over Latin America. And it's just a great place to get information, try new games, meet people around and kind of like see their reactions. So for us, it's the most important event in Latin America that we have to be at every year, which is why we're going to be here every year. Even digitally, we were there. So we are just looking forward to seeing more and more talent coming out of Latin America over the next years.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello everybody, good afternoon. Welcome to auditorium number 1 here at the São Paulo Expo Center, and welcome everybody who's at home watching Big Festival 2022. I'm Bruno Pereira, also known as Butcher. I'm the esports editor for The Enemy, which is the portal that covers esports for Omelete, and I'll be your host this afternoon in this auditorium. It's my pleasure to be here, and it's great to have you all here as we discover new things in this amazing independent gaming festival here. On our website, you can also check out the full programmation that we have, our full schedule that we have for the 3 auditoriums. And at home, you can watch Big Festival 2022 on TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, and Claro channel number 500. All right, don't forget also to check out and vote for our popular games here at Big Festival. And the winner will be exposed on Sunday, all right? With that said, ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. Our first panel this afternoon is part of the Big Career lineups and was brought to you by our sponsor, Magalu. if you're ready, our guests will go over tips learned from over 20 years of experience in the gaming industry. Do we have any League of Legends, Valorant fans here in the audience? Could you raise your hands? That's why we have a person that works for Riot Games, David K. Lamb. He is the Director of Art Management here at Riot Games. He'll be joining us remotely. If David can hear us. David, can you hear us? Let's see if he's here. There he is. We have a lot of fans for Riot Games here. The stage is yours. Have an awesome presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the
A round of applause for David, please.
Oh, thank you.
Now we're talking. Have a nice one.
Well, geez, sounds like there's a lot of people there. I can't see you, so hello from Los Angeles. I can't, it's a great honor to speak with you today. I can't speak to the long legacy, of over a decade of League of Legends and its success. I've only been a part of League of Legends and Riot since the end of September. So I'm still learning a lot. I still consider myself kind of the new guy, but not necessarily new in games. So that's what my presentation is about. And so let me start. And I'll start with an apology, as in I'm growing my mustache. My 14-year-old daughter has challenged me to grow a mustache like my father. And this is an old picture. I think I was 8 years old in this photo, and that's my dad. And you can see he's got quite a formidable mustache. I haven't been necessarily blessed with those genes, but I'm gonna give it my best try. And you can see when I was young, I'm still staring at his mustache, you can see. But that was a long time ago. So let me move forward. So the goals of this presentation is guidance. Obviously, I've had a long career, and anytime I can kind of give anyone some tips and tricks on, how to extend their career and feel invigorated, that's something that excites me and I love to do. 2 is empowerment. We're in control of our own destiny here. And it's important to ask yourself certain questions about where you are, what you're trying to achieve, and what is attainable. And then 3rd, just obviously to present my experience, and experience comes from the peaks and valleys of your career, of having some success, having some failure, and trying to learn along the way. So a little bit about my career. These are all the games that I've worked on over the years. I updated my slide, included League of Legends on this one. So I started out in Vancouver as a student at VFS. Worked for a small company called Electric Crayon early in my career. I was just happy to get into the video game industry. I was hired by one of my teachers, and found I was able to get paid to be a character artist. And so after a short term at that studio, I started at Radical as a character artist, was there for about 1.5 years working on Dark Summit, which is the first game labeled there. And then I had a long career at Electronic Arts. That was over 16 years. So working for core sports for EA Big and EA Sports, also Black Box on Need for Speed. And then finally, for the last 6 years, working at BioWare. So that was working on Dragon Age, Mass Effect, and Anthem. Finally, after that, was my first kind of foray into living in the United States. I joined Turn 10 at Microsoft, working on Forza. So I was there for 3.5 years. And then now, recently, me and my family moved down to LA and joined Riot. And so it's been quite an adventure. My wife is a very patient lady. And this is where we're at right now. And so my current role is Director of Art Management. I'm on the PI team, which is Personalization, Immersion, and Expression. We do all the skins that are amazingly done for League. So I think I've been on a meme kind of streak when I do presentations nowadays. Maybe it's for me to feel cool again and connected to young people. But this gave me a chuckle in terms of what everyone's perception of what video game developers are. There's truths in all of it in terms of what those perceptions are. I think when people come to me and have a child or a young student that wants to come into games, they have this idea of what it's all about. And, it's much more than just playing games. I can tell you that, and I'm sure a lot of you know this. But it's a real excellent vehicle to see collaboration of art and science and entertainment come together, right? And so that's really what we do at the heart of it. So overall, making games is hard. There's so many great ideas. There's so many people, there's so much competition. Everyone is looking to get your attention. And so in order to capture an audience and to bring a unique experience that people gravitate towards and want to come back to is not easy. And like I said, in terms of a collaboration between art and science, and with changing technology, and the bar for success gets higher and higher. So qualities of a great developer. So social skills are so important, especially during this time under COVID, where everyone is remote, like I am talking to you today. And so having a connection, it's not just about interaction, about me saying something or getting a response from someone else. It's building relationships. And that's so important. And as we get more and more intertwined with our devices, these social skills and connection is going to be so important for our future. So ability to adapt and learn. So, even though I've been in the games industry for over 20 years, I'm still learning. I still want to get perspective. I still want to understand how to be a better manager, how to be a better leader, how to work with people better, how to make connection, like I've been saying. I'm always trying to adapt and hone my skills. You need a touch of obsession. So what I mean by that, and maybe this speaks to my artistic background, but you're always trying to get better and to beat yourself from yesterday, right? And so my wife would always hate when I would do art projects because I'd be up till like 2 to 3 in the morning trying to work on art. And in order to get great, you have to be a little bit obsessed. Curiosity is really important. So asking a lot of questions and not being afraid of seeming like you don't know, because a lot of us don't know. And anyone who says that they do know, I kind of question. And hungry and determined work ethic, right? And not giving up is really important. Like I said, making games is hard, and also being a part of a game team and being a contributor and making this your profession. It's a global workforce right now. So everyone is trying to get a spot. So we live in a digital age. This is kind of redundant. We're consumers of content. Information and education are at your fingertips. Before, many years ago, in order to get into this field, you really needed to go to a school in order to get trained. But now, depending on how you learn, you could learn everything. You could be self-taught. All the information is there at your fingertips just by knowing the right sites to check out and having that drive and initiative. One thing for me, I need to have that community. I need to have that push and working with someone else. So a school still would be valid for myself. So market access and tools. So online stores and access to technology, Unreal, Unity, all those things were not so accessible, just maybe 5-10 years ago. And so making games has been more accessible than ever and more powerful than ever, and probably more complex than ever as well. So interconnectivity and globalization. I think I talked about this a little bit. With COVID and what's happened, it's I think made people see what is possible without being all in the same place. And so collaboration and working together to a common goal is achievable digitally. But there are some factors, and I think studios are still trying to figure that out, of what are we losing in terms of all of us being remote. And so we're still figuring that out as an industry, and I think as the world comes together. What I think is true is that the world has changed in terms of how we connect and what remote is and when to use it. I think that we've opened our eyes in terms of what's possible. prosperity of creators. So what I mean by this is that with accessibility, something like Flappy Bird, right, which was a sensation, probably dating myself, but I'm just trying to think of someone that made a product that him by himself on the side and became a worldwide phenomenon, and he was almost kind of cursed by it. But access to markets and tools, people can actually make something that is a hit worldwide just from using a laptop and spending some hours to do that. So gaming is global. I took this from game industry, I think game dev jobs website, just to kind of see where everything is. This is probably a little bit dated, but you can see it's all over the world and growing. And now that I'm speaking to you guys in Brazil, there's probably going to be a lot more dots in those areas, and especially in South America, in the Latin America region, it's growing and which is why I really wanted to be a part of this conference. So stages of your career. So you're happy just to be there. That's your first job. You get your foot in the door. You work so hard in terms of getting your resume and your portfolio together if you're an artist. If you're a programmer, of really understanding your different coding languages and proving that you can hang and deserve a shot. Second is grinding it out. So that's when you kind of have your heads down, you're listening to your leads and your art directors or your director of engineering, and really kind of getting guidance and putting your head down and just trying to go through the motions and get the job done of what they're expecting of you. There will come a point in your career where you'll have to kind of decide do you want to take a managerial role and be a leader in that space, or a specialist. So, developing your craft and continuing to be the best of what you do. So there will be a fork in the road that you have to kind of make that decision. And, I should probably change my language, because you can be a leader in both spots. It's just a different way of leading. And so managerial is growing other people, right? And setting other people up for success. Whereas a specialist is continuing to push your craft, and you can bring people along the way and train others, but you're still driving for that, that hard road of being the best of the best in what you do. So you also will see that impact comes through scope and influence of what you do, right? And so, you'll grow from, owning this kind of portion of the game to maybe even, owning the whole project, right? And so your impact will be measured by the scope of what you have accountability towards and how you influence others. And I guess one important part is you'll come to a point where you'll be looking up to who you can learn from, and there'll be less and less, and you'll be kind of looking down, seeing there will be more and more people who need your help. And so being able to be in that position to provide mentorship, to give advice, to be a sounding board for people that are going through, some of the things that you've went through in your career. So what are some keys to success? So always be learning. I think I've mentioned that already. So taking care of your health. I think this is something that a lot of us neglect, especially in a sedentary job like working in games. And so taking the time to invest in yourself, exercise, eat well, get outside. This is the wonderful thing about living in LA now, coming from the Pacific Northwest, Vancouver and Seattle. It's not raining here, so no excuse for me. Hopefully I'm showing that my tan is getting better. Next is play to your strengths. So it's really important to really be able to understand what you're good at and who you are as a person, right? And so what makes you happy, and how do those things kind of intersect? And so playing to your strengths, some people are naturally gifted at being able to do many things and multitask. Some people have extreme focus or are unable to white glove, a very narrow thing that they're trying to achieve. Some people are charismatic and are able to influence people and make people feel empowered to go run through walls after they talk to them. For myself, I think it's more been about developing relationships with people and living vicariously through others and building relationships. So hopefully you do this exercise and figure out what makes you tick and what are your strengths. And if you have, trouble doing that, maybe don't ask your parents, but maybe ask someone that is a trusted friend, and I'm sure you'll get some valuable insight. So have a hobby and activity outside of games. This also speaks to, kids in sports, right? How you want to raise well-rounded athletes versus someone who's specialized, and coming from Canada, that's hockey, right? And so they recommend, kids playing different sports. Same thing with, I think, your profession, really have things outside of work. I think it's important to have a well-rounded, happy existence. You also never know what your future will hold, if it is in games or it could be into, jumping to something else. So choose your boss. Your boss will have directly the most powerful impact to your career and your experience at your job. So really understand, what type of boss resonates with you and what you're trying to get out of that relationship. And how do you work? Do you want someone that is really attentive and really, pays a lot of attention to what you're doing? Or do you like someone to be more hands-off, more giving you a high-level thing and saying, okay, see you when it's done? There's many different approaches to how people manage people, and also how people like to be managed. So finding a mentor. That's something that I'd like to say that I did from the beginning, but I think maybe I happened upon it. A mentor is really an accelerator, I think, in terms of being able to problem solve your situation, giving you a high level view, because they're obviously, if they're a mentor, they're probably at a higher, further in their career than you are, and can kind of show you the ropes and give you kind of tips and tricks and kind of how to think about things and give you that perspective. I think one thing that's important of a mentor is someone that's maybe outside of your specific work group can give you objective advice. So have a plan and set goals. So, like I said, video games are hard, and this is a hard industry. It's very competitive, but what is the saying? If you don't have a plan, you plan to fail. So really kind of understand what you're trying to achieve. What do you want to do? What does that look like? The trick question in interviews is, what are you going to do in 5 years? Where do you see yourself? Sometimes there's not an answer to that, but I would say that what are you trying to achieve now? And what is that leading towards? And what are the steps, right? And so, and being patient in that exercise. So networking and marketing yourself. As you get, I guess, more seasoned in your career, you'll find more jobs will come your way through connections through other people. And so it's really important for you to be out there, to make connections, and to showcase what you can do. And you'll be surprised what opens up in terms of opportunity. So finally, respect hierarchy. I think this is finally. Respect hierarchy, but don't be a slave to it. And that's something that I've always still struggled with myself, is, chatting with your boss's boss. It's important to have that visibility, and so people to see you in the organization. But also, to be respectful. Obviously, you don't want to be bad-mouthing your boss to your boss or your boss's boss, but making yourself noticeable, I think, is really important, and not shying away from that opportunity to showcase yourself. So I lied. Every new job is an opportunity to reinvent yourself. And so that's something actually that's very relevant for me, is trying to think about who I was at Microsoft. I was a senior producer. I was outside of art for the first time, doing that role. And now I'm back in art as a director of art management. And so, thinking about what do I want to exude in terms of who I am? And, what are some characteristics that maybe didn't serve me well in my last job? And how do I want to mitigate those and set a new standard for myself in this new role? So the importance of perspective. So step back from your current circumstance, self-assess, make necessary adjustments. So what I'm meaning to about that is we can all get lost in doing the day-to-day and putting one foot in front of the other. And sometimes that simplicity is good and important, and to live that is important as well. But sometimes it's important to really kind of take a moment, have that high-level perspective. Where are you going? Are you happy? Are things working out the way that you want them to? If not, ask yourself why, and then make necessary adjustments accordingly. So pitfalls to avoid, bitterness or owed success. Everything I find in life happens for a reason, and the good and the bad, and everything is a moment in time. And so cherish those high peak moments in your career or in your life, because that will pass. And also, remember in the sadness and the pitfalls of life that will also pass. So, you can have selective memory in all of this. So jack of all trades versus a specialist. Depending on who you talk to and depending on the job and the needs of the company, people have different takes. My take is double down on what you're good at. Be known for that. And that's what will get your foot in the door. Having secondary skills is always a benefit, but should not be at the sacrifice of that speciality. So living in the tomorrow, and this is something that I'm very guilty of, and I touched upon it on the previous slide, is making sure that you live in the moment, appreciate where you are now. How are you going to make the most of today? How are you going to enjoy today the most? And when you live in that, you get to, have these precious moments that we're all, given a gift of being here, of being with you today. So savor those things. Making decisions purely based on money. Success will bring you all the related accoutrements because of that success. So money is a big part of that, but never use that as your number one thing, because I think that will lead to making bad decisions. And looking for perfection. So every workplace, every situation is going to have good and bad. Make sure that you're balanced in terms of those observations. There's nowhere that's going to be perfect. And passing up opportunity. And this is about the type of person that you are. Do you regret the things that you didn't do, or do you regret the things that you do? I am the former. I regret the things that I didn't do. So with opportunity, I've always said yes. And thankfully, I've had a very patient wife who's allowed me to do that. So work-life balance, and I think I'm maybe coming up to time here. I just want to have a quick check. I think I have a couple minutes left. So work-life balance, live the life you want to live. Personal life scenario changes will affect how you judge that work-life balance. Early in my career, when I had no children and no wife, I could, like I said in that phase about putting your head down and doing your work and learning and pushing as much as you can. But that will change once you have children, or once you have a wife and a family, or a spouse, or if someone gets sick, or there's so many different scenarios in which will change your priority of what's important to you. Observe your team's culture. What is the culture about? How does that align with what you're about? Is there conflict? How do you resolve that? Just making sure that there's a time and place, and depending on your lifestyle of what type of life you're wanting to live right now, make sure it's a match to where your work culture is. You have a choice, and this is about the empowerment piece, that no one is forcing you to work at a certain place. You have the choice to work somewhere else, But in working there, you accept certain things. And so can you live with it or can you not live with it? So homework I have for people that are still here and with me are two great books, What Got You Here Won't Get You There, and Orbiting the Giant Hairball. Both are really great books in terms of your career. What Got You Here, What Got You There is more generic about being in leadership and management and seeing some maybe pitfalls of characteristics that maybe will hinder your progression to the next step. The Orbiting Giant Hairball is about being creative and how to be a creative in a corporate world. Really great book, really strongly suggest it. And so conclusion, now is the best time to be in games. So plan and passion, that's the key to success. There's always going to be another hill to climb. You're never done. You're only done when you decide you want to retire. I don't think I've decided I want to retire yet anytime soon. And I think I am done. Thanks so much for your time. And I guess QA now, Q&A.
David, thank you for your presentation. David, since you can't see us, you have a packed auditorium and a big round of applause. Thank you so much. Do we have time for one question? Is that right? Okay. Does anyone have a question for David? We have one here.
So, hi, David. Thank you very much for your time. I want to ask a question related to solo dev and indie dev in general, but more about solo dev. You were talking a lot about teamwork and how to get a career working in a big company or a medium company size. But as solo dev, you think solo deving has any future at all, or is it like fated to be in the past?
I think that you are probably more of an expert in this than I am. I have always been working, my first company was, I think 8 people. So it doesn't count as solo dev, but that's the closest I've come to. And it's ramped up since then. I think solo dev is a possibility and is part of the future. Because of the access to tool sets, the power of these tool sets, and is making people to do more with very little. And so for those of you that are in solo dev, I commend you. Having that ability to be committed and determined, working by yourself to do great things, that's amazing. And so is it the past or the future? I think more so the future than the past. And has been more possible now more than ever.
Thank you.
All right. So thank you again, David, for this awesome presentation. Again, a round of applause for David, please. Bye-bye, David. See you.
Thank you.
Well, stay tuned. There's more ahead. If you want to check out our full schedule, you can check out the website, bigfestival.com.br. In the next panel, we'll take a short break, 15 minutes, and when you come back, we have 3 gaming YouTubers that will talk to you about this whole scenario, okay? See you again in 15 minutes.
você vive o seu game, chegou a hora de detonar no Arena Game. Uma plataforma com campeonatos exclusivos para clientes Claro, em parceria com a Twitch. E você que é cliente Claro vai poder participar de todos os campeonatos. É gratuito, 100% online, com transmissão das finais no canal 500 da Claro e na Twitch. E você ainda tem a oportunidade de participar de finais emocionantes com seus streamers favoritos. E tem mais, o vencedor ganhará uma premiação em dinheiro. Não perca tempo, acesse arenagaming.com.br e faça sua inscrição.
Parou! Achei! Gastou o tempo da 11 só para resgatar seu berço. Isso é abstinência.
O hit para todo mundo.
Não importa o tamanho da sua empresa, você sempre pensa em como vender mais, certo? Então pensa aí comigo. Em qualquer lugar do mundo, sabor é sabor, amigão é amigão, game é game e consumidor é consumidor. A diferença é que os de lá de fora podem estar loucos para conhecer seus produtos, porque só você é você. Seja qual for o seu negócio, de qualquer tamanho, a gente orienta como exportar. Vai, pensa lá fora e conte com a PEX Brasil.
Com uma simples doação, você pode ajudar no tratamento de milhares de deficientes intelectuais. Quer saber como? Basta doar móveis, eletrodomésticos, eletrônicos e roupas diretamente no Mercatudo ou nos ligar que vamos até aí. A doação é levada para a central de recebimento para triagem. Depois de separar os objetos para reciclagem e restaurar o que for preciso, vendemos em nossos bazares. Todo o dinheiro arrecadado é revertido em roupas, medicamentos, alimentação e tratamento para os pacientes das casas André Luiz. Não deixe este ciclo acabar. Sua doação é transformada em qualidade de vida.
O Brasil, como a gente tem visto, está crescendo absurdamente na representação aí do mercado de desenvolvimento de jogos globais, né? A gente vê o Brasil com uma explosão de números de estúdios surgindo, né? Nossa preocupação é sempre quantos estúdios surgem a cada ano. E a gente, através aí da primeira pesquisa, do primeiro mapeamento da indústria nacional de games, da Abra Games com a Apex Brasil, mostrou que esse número catapultou dos últimos anos para cá. Então isso, a gente somos mais de 1000 estúdios hoje, é uma felicidade enorme para a gente poder anunciar isso para o mundo, anunciar isso para os nossos jogadores brasileiros, nossos clientes finais, de que aqui no Brasil o nosso mercado ele está preparado e está amadurecendo para a gente não só ser jogo como hobby, não só ser jogo como entretenimento, não só ser jogo para consumo, mas sim um mercado também que desenvolve, que faz, que gera propriedade intelectual, que está mostrando para o mundo também que aqui a gente pode ser um grande player global também na área de desenvolvimento. O Brasil tem aparecido como destaque, ele tem muito trabalho para fazer, a gente tem muita oportunidade para poder aproveitar e construir, mas somos essa porta de entrada da América Latina e aí do Hemisfério Sul para que a gente consiga desenvolver esse mercado e esse DNA e essa cultura nossa também espalhar para o mundo todo.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Olá pessoal, boa tarde.
Hello everyone, welcome back to auditorium number 1 here at Expo São Paulo. My name is Butcher, and I'm here on a third day of the largest independent game festival of Latin America. We are in the big creators lineup with this session, and we're going to have 3 of the main gamer and YouTubers in Brazil. We're going to talk a little bit about their journey, the professions of the future, some cases, and then there will be some time for a Q&A at the end. You can send questions to the address that you can see on the screen, ask.bigfestival.gg, and we can also give you a mic to ask your question at the end. So first of all, CEO and co-founder of Curta, Lucas Continentino. Felipe Victor Rosa, a.k.a. Lipão Gamer. Pedro Jelly Clash. And Marco Pazinato, Scorpion Games. All right, the floor is yours. Enjoy this panel. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time. I know there's so much to see at this event, so we're very happy to have you here. Whenever we hear about YouTuber gamers, there's just that guy who is sitting in his bedroom and playing games and everything is going to work. But there's a massive market.
Que é o mercado do marketing de influência. Então é sobre isso que a gente vai falar hoje.
But this market is a lot larger than it looks. And it is a lot larger than people expect, and it's not an easy market. We're going to show you the backstage, and
como experiência de marca dentro do conteúdo gamer de YouTube.
So we're going to be talking a little bit about the gaming content on YouTube. It's not only like you're doing something and then you do a story for Instagram. We have big names here on stage, and I'd like you to just do your video introduction, how you do it. I don't do any intro anymore. I just start the video. Come on, do your intro. Hey everyone. Hey everyone, this is Scorpio. Hey everyone, this is Lipão. We're starting a new video, but this is actually a talk. What about you, Jelly Clash? Hey everyone, this is another video on our Jelly Clash channel. So let's hear what our gaming YouTubers have to say.
Ah, tá aqui, ó. Isso.
So let's tell you a little bit about who we are. 1.5 years ago, myself, Jelly Clash, another co-founder, we had the idea to have a new scenario based on our experience, my experience, Jelly Clash's, my experience a bit more commercial. So speaking to the brands, Jelly Clash's side is more the influencing side. We have had a number of positive and negative experiences. So I can tell you that our company came together with negative impressions. So we looked at every bad thing, every negative thing, and saw what positive points we could derive from that, and how we could bring big names to Curta. I used to work for Loud. I worked with Felipe Neto, Lucas Neto. Then I went to Final Level, then I went to Loud. I met Jelly when he was working at Final Level, and then we worked together at Loud. And I was leaving Loud, and I was like, I'm thinking about joining another agency. And then he sort of told me off. He said, why are you going, work for someone else? You should have your own business. And he really, encouraged me. And we're really proud of what we're building. And we're also making loads of friends. So Curta has really become much more than an agency. And we're going to show you in a bit that we're not an agency, we're a hub. We don't really have a name, actually, to tell you what we are. And, well, the professions of the future, right? We're also going to be talking about that. So can you tell us a little bit about your journey as gaming YouTubers? I started off in 2014 talking about Clash of Clans, and that's why my name is Jelly Clash. And as the time went on, I noticed it was a bit boring to just have videos about games every day. And even though I had grown, I couldn't see anything new happening in that scenario. And a lot of things were, making me a bit upset because it's a new scenario. There aren't many rules. People sort of do as they wish. And I had that feeling, and I wasn't the only one to feel that way. So Marco and Lipão, Scorpio and Lipão, were the first ones who joined Curta and really embraced this project to correct this fault we used to see in the market as influencers. It's difficult to call it an agency, right? But it's nice to have this hub of influencers, right? You talk about your own experiences. We have someone from the commercial department with Lucas. We have Jelly covering other departments, but he's also an influencer. So they understand our pain points, they understand the problems that I have because he has gone through some of them. And this is also one reason why our friendship bond is stronger. I started my channel when I was 12 years old, so about 8 years ago. I had always dreamt of working on television and with people. I wanted to be on stage. When I was a kid, if I saw someone giving an interview, I would be that annoying kid that would say, hey, can I please be a part of the interview? And I also studied performing arts and drama, and the YouTube is an environment where the doors are open, different to other outlets, right, like the television or radios. So you can just get started. You don't need much. And that's how I started about 8 years ago. It's been a while, hasn't it? Yeah, me too. I've been on the internet for a long time. It'll be 10 years in October. We have almost 12 million subscribers on my channel. I started my channel also as a bit of a hobby, just for fun. I was about 14. And we're not particularly good at maths, so you don't need to be good at maths to have a YouTube channel. Well, I was about 14 or 15. It was a hobby of mine when I started, and then things started working out, and I was, able to reconcile my studies and my hobby. I went to university, I studied journalism, and I was able to really juggle both the YouTube activities and my studies. He's one of the only YouTubers in the world that actually went to university, right? We'll talk a little bit about the formats. Curta is responsible for 21 YouTubers. Together, they amount to 121 million subscribers, and we have 1.2 billion views a month. So it's half the number of the Brazilian population as a subscriber to our group, the group that we provide assistance to every month. Talk a little bit about YouTube, right? This is where we're most active. And even though they are YouTubers, they are present and they are really strong on other platforms. YouTube is really more focused on content. That's where they will really use their creative side the most. And I like to say that they will sow a seed of trust for every subscriber. Sometimes you have, so to speak, YouTuber's block, like writer's block, but so I've been with them during this journey, and whenever you want to publish something, you won't just go with anything, We have refused many advertising campaigns because the content has to be organic. There is a glaring difference between merchandising and branded content. Merchandising is when you stop talking about content to talk about a project, and then you go back to your content. People don't like that, especially content creators, because you really lose engagement. You can screw up your video with that, and you could screw up your channel even. Any video is important for your algorithm, and having a high retention rate of your video. We always like to have, if you don't know what retention rate is, say you have a 10-minute video, then you have a person who watched 6 minutes of a video, you had 60% retention rate. 60% is a very good retention rate. So we're bad at math, but not that bad. And if you don't really study the campaign before you jump on board, you will have problems. So you've probably seen a video on YouTube and someone starts speaking about an annoying campaign. That's very bad for the YouTuber as well as for the client. So we try to maintain the retention rate at the same level, so that the campaign is naturally a part of the video, so that people really understand that it's a part of the video, really. That's one of the main objectives we have. This is the format that we do the most. That is what we call a mention, right? The integrated videos. 50% of the deals we get at Curta are international. So we have our executives here, and they are here to bear witness to that. A mention would be about 90 seconds in the first fourth part of the video, right? So that's normally when you have the most viewers with you. So you have to be very careful so that you can take advantage of the content of the creator. The content is the king of the video, so content is king. The most important thing is the content to whoever is watching. So since you were 14, 15, you've been producing content, and you can't just try and sell something. We need to try and add value, right? And this is a gaming event, a massive one, right? And for the games that we present every day, that can really change the story behind, or the story of that game. So just to talk about a few cases, We have a few examples. All of these videos are sponsored videos. These are ads that we got, advertising channels that we got. You've certainly already seen videos where the game was so much fun and you had never heard about it, but a streamer, a YouTuber recommended it and then you played it. So this is really something that happens, right? Influencing can be positive or negative, so influencers can have a very positive or a very negative impact. In 1.5 years, we went from 0 to where we are now. We have become the largest consulting company for gaming YouTubers in Brazil. We have focused in a very specific niche, that is YouTube, also because of the contacts that Jelly had. And then Felipão was the first one, Scorpion was the second one. That was back in January 2021. And we have Robin Hood as part of our cast. We have one video here, a sponsored video with over 5 million views. We have Riders with Public. We were part of the launch of the game. That was a game he played on PS4, and there was over 1 million views. Suspects, there are 4 examples here. Scorpio, Felipão, and always over 600, 700,000 views. Just a few more cases here. Do you have the Ruffles ones? We have gameplay, which is a different type of content, and it's a dedicated video. And we have to mention when this video is being sponsored. This is a rule of the advertising market. But we can do this quite organically. But to keep this level of viewership and engagement, it has to make sense. You know, it has to be part of the content. So, say you're a vegan and you don't eat beef. They could pay you a fortune, but you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that ad. We're really concerned about our retention. We want to retain our audience, and we have a reputation to maintain, right? So we are not going to associate our reputation to any type of content. And whenever we talk about media outlets, most of you probably grew up watching television, watching those ads, you know, that will just come into the commercial breaks between soap operas. And those ads cost a fortune. And people will just, you know, shoot the content at you. They'll just vomit it. And it will just, I mean, work with some people who are watching and paying attention, and it may have no effect whatsoever on someone who's just watching television, not paying attention. But if you're speaking about YouTube, then that person you're watching is someone you believe in. You trust that person, and you probably like that person. You normally trust people you like. So whenever you see someone you like talking about something and recommending something, you're way more likely to believe that. And that's why I really believe in the influencer market, because even though it's a lot cheaper than an ad in a media outlet, the result is a lot clearer, it's a lot more palpable for the company, for the client. It can be actually measured. Can you go back to the previous slide? We do a lot of collabing, and it really is a friendship that we all have. It's not really an agency. We're all friends, we go out together, we have fun. And there's one case that I still would like to mention, which was the Ruffles case, and I don't think it's on the screen, but Felipão and myself were part of this campaign. Ruffles came to us and they had an idea of creating a game and including the Ruffles mayonnaise flavor that they were launching. We looked at some games so that we could create a new game in Dubai where there were Ruffles vehicles. Their requests were really bizarre. So there's an expression in Portuguese which is to travel in the mayonnaise, meaning that it's to go crazy. So their idea was really to try and blend this idea of the mayonnaise and and play, you know. So this is a campaign that we joined. I'm not going to be talking about the metaverse much, but this is somehow a part of the metaverse. You are really building something there. I have done ad campaigns, and a store or a shop came to us and said, do you want to, and they said they wanted to put their shop into the game. And we created a mod, we did it. I think the Jeep had one vehicle they included in Grand Theft Auto. So Godzilla was chasing the vehicle, and then there was someone chasing Godzilla. It was a mess, but it was very interesting, and this is how the brands are trying to get into the gaming world.
So there's something here, down here, Metal Revolution, with Scorpion Lipone. So you see there were high views, lots of views. It was a collab between Lipone and Scorpio. Another one for Fortnite, where Scorpio went to Lipone's house and they recorded together. So whenever we have those collabs, especially in terms of friendship, it's really interesting. Yeah, we put together content, Lucas, that folks watch without noticing that it's fun. It's really fun. Something still an evolving market, and we always ask the influencers to have creating freedom. It's very difficult when a brand puts you in a cast, you know. So if a brand sends a briefing, script for a short video, we decline, because it makes no sense for us to use the client's words. The client has to trust. They have to, you know, rubber stamp the influencer. So to have that power in their voice, to also rubber stamp the brand, you know, and that's so clear, you know, when you're following a script, and that's so transparent for your audience who knows you, who's been watching you for a month, a year, 5 years. You know, some of our followers, it's clear, that's obvious that we're saying something that we wouldn't like to be saying, following a formula that we wouldn't naturally use. So that's why it's so important to have this mash of content, what makes sense for the influencer in that market, with a brand that will be able to deliver that. Well, yeah, it's a non-agency, a hub. What are the works for the future? This nomenclature does not exist today. You know, if you want to call it an agency, okay, but there are some caveats here. We don't do a lot of stuff that PR agencies do. No, we do a small thing, which is agency. It's the agency of the YouTuber. But the whole foundation comes from a recycling of the PR agency. We saw this whole model overall, and we said lots of things that are not right here. We could change this and that. We have Robin Hood, Jalea, just Ghost, Michael Kister, Cherry Har, Luan, Clash War, Lucas Clash On. It's a lot of relevant names. We ended up creating bonds, a family, a true family. I'm a friend of all of them today, and I talked to all of them. A year ago, I didn't even know them. So all of that together, talk about work in the future, because there's a shortage, a significant shortage of qualified, skilled labor in our industry. It is a market that has grown even faster than their intellectual development, folks. It's so fast that folks who are in this scene, you know, like 7 years that this truly started, the boom of influence marketing. And folks who are there were able to accelerate it in such a way exponentially. There's no higher education focused on that. You won't have a program, a course that will teach you. I have great difficulty today of hiring a trade executive, a commercial side. I bring somebody who's experienced in sales, who know the language. It's very important to be digitally native, and then I train the person. And we want to do this more in an automated fashion so that we can speed up growth. We have quality control on the shortwave. It hinders growth. I don't have a pool of executives. It's no use having 50 influencers if I won't be able to have the same revenue per influencer for each one of them. So I'm sure that if I put 50 people there, Lipão and others are going to be pissed at me because we're going to be decreasing their returns. So we're very demanding. The bar is pretty high, extremely high, and so that's extremely important. If I could give some advice to those who are starting to develop on the business side, on the commercial side, more than on the creative side, there's a lot of market for you. This is going to grow so much. It's just in the beginning. On the gaming side as well, I had mentioned from Ruffles, basically built a game for Ruffles chips, and the difficulty we have in finding people, coders, right guys, girls, for example, GTA that's been growing, so it's complicated. So and they pay really well. So this was a great example from Ruffles. We go into the metaverse. You know, this is coming strong this year. Significantly started in 2020, 2022 even harder. So it was a campaign we promoted with Ubisoft, Assassin's Creed Origins. I mentioned the game is so incredible that you learn the history of Egypt down to the details in a game. So games today, more than just entertainment and fun, it's history, it's learning, it's work. Assassin's Creed is a major example of that. Even the new developers, you know, because we're Ubisoft, you know, you're talking about Epic Games, Activision, lots of people who's here, even at big, who have humongous potential for game developing. And it's difficult for us to keep up even, you know, with all of the games that are being launched. Maxi Palaro, he's an influencer that's produced over 800 games in his channel. And so somebody who really potentializes, engages the community for indie games. And so there's a game there that you don't even, it's not that you don't like the AAA games, you know, you like being on the borderline, you know. There are influencers for everything, right? Gaming today has become a huge ecosystem, different verticals, and female growth as well. People think games are for dudes and guys. There was this vision, but the female market is so strong today, so strong. There are games, you know, that the female market is much greater than the male market. Your sister's an example. Yeah, she's just coming to the gaming world, and she is a big hit with a female audience. This is so good. Everything's growing, and you've noticed a greater, higher number of views, more and more views in every platform. So I usually say that there's a major difference between a creator to an influencer. The creator is very much there for the content of the game itself. The influencer is influencing, has been influencing a person for 7, 8 years. Same audience that we see, you know, asking to take pictures with them. And, oh, Lipão, Scorpion, Jelly, I've been following you for 7 years, bro. Oh, you really cheer me up every single day, you know. We've got a lot of stories, you know, of folks who ask to send a message or a picture. You know, it's really a dream for them. Gaming today, you can be very close, much closer to your audience than in the old days. It's much easier to get Lipão, Scorpio, Jelly, some influencer to answer you, to reply, send you a message. I'm going to send a message to Cristiano Ronaldo, CR7. He's never going to answer me. But down on the comments, you're going to get a like from the influencer. You're going to feel connected. You're going to resonate. That's going to resonate with you, and that's going to help with your lifestyle. And so everything we're saying here is a pillar, the digital side. Agency, publicity, commercial development through multi-platform content from influencers, stories, publicity, posts, reels, TikTok. We've got different algorithms, different reaches. TikTok, man, it's a black hole for views. You go there and you're just there forever. It's a machine of views. And from there on, we started paying attention, noticing the need for expanding influencers beyond the YouTube bubble. You know, he's extremely well known in YouTube, but those who don't, you know, they're not on YouTube, they don't even know who that person is. So it's difficult to burst the bubble. It's a challenge for us today, and we're doing that through our holding. We founded a holding, and we opened a editing, publications house, and so licensing, we're going to go into events. We have a publisher. So we've become a tech company on some aspects. We're going to develop our own channel on YouTube. So there's some brand challenges. How can I have Curta as a love brand? You know, I'll be known, oh, he's part of Curta. You know, Curta today is like part of the influencer, but it's a clear exchange, 50-50 exchange. Yesterday you were in the mall? No, Thursday, yeah. And that thing that Lucas has just mentioned is the greatest challenge we have as a content creator, to burst the bubble little by little, because we're limited to YouTube content that we produce in our YouTube channel. And with Curta under the holding, Curta started, like we said in the beginning, with all of our dilemmas, and you know, we would scratch our heads, and you know, we'll call Jelly every week and say, what's my price? I didn't even know how to price myself. You know, that's how Curta started, with those dilemmas. And last year we had Curta publisher, and then we published a book at the end of the year, a whole year on that project. And it was Thursday that we launched it in person in a bookstore in Curitiba, and the mall was packed. 1,000 people came to see me, and it was surreal. And I see that we're doing this in an excellent fashion, little by little, bursting the creator's bubble, and go out to the audience in the world to get the creator to establish their brand, and for the brand to be known all over. That's where we see the dream coming true, really. And you guys are very humble. You know, all that I know about you as people, you're open to talk to everyone, and so it's true. Many times you have no idea what you represent, you know. For kids, you know, kids crying in the mall, you know. It's surreal. It's a fabulous fuel. Like I'll say, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We were there at a party. I just wanted to buy some food, and it took me like 2 hours to buy me a sandwich, because my friend said, do you like...
Pronto. Falei, ó, se eu tô nessa...
So I said, if I'm in this life, I'm here for good, you know. This is what I do, you know. Those who are in this as public figure, you know, so you're going to buy a sandwich, or you're going to be pissed because people are asking for an autograph, you know, you're in the wrong life. Yeah, that's your fuel. That's what feeds you. Yeah, you went to sleep. You were on cloud 9, man. You were on cloud 9. That motivated the whole year, bro. You know, been a while since I hadn't seen folks because of the pandemic and stuff for a while. One of the very first in-person events, I think. Yeah, it's one thing you see 12 million subscribers. Another thing is to see them in the mall, you know, like... yeah, you have the subscribers, but you don't have an idea of how many people. And it's different, you know, going to an event when you see people and you see everybody has your product. You see your face there in a product. You say, oh my God, I've launched my brand. And along with Curta, we're doing that and going into the licensing world. You know, we're betting our chips, a lot of chips there, the company. And we believe that this is going to really turn the game around, you know, of all participants. And can you imagine a sports stadium, 500,000 people? 500,000 people. In Brazil, we have the largest stadium. It's like for 70K, you know, 70,000 people. It's difficult to have an idea. It's, oh, again, maths, you know, we're bad at maths. We suck, you know, but you put on a video. We're talking about 120 million subscribers at Curta. It's half a country, half of Brazil. It's subscribers. Surreal. It's a brave new world. It's difficult for us to measure, you know, to have an idea. It's growing every single day. Every day is a month. You know, every day that goes by is like a month. One day that we don't do something new, it's like a whole month has gone by.
And this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's so much going on.
E tem muito mais por vir, pode ter certeza.
Graças a Deus.
Acho que é isso.
And I think that's it. I think we just told you a little bit about us because it really is just the tip of the iceberg. We weren't able to tell you even half of what goes on backstage, but we wanted to really have a debate with you, so we're going to open up for questions now. Do you have a question for me? No, we just said that, well, an influencer goes beyond the guy who just does a story. So speaking about the backstage of being an influencer, well, when an influencer gets to a certain level, they'll become a company. So I have a team that I have put together. So does Latam. I have 10 people on my team, not to mention the commercial team and the press team. So this is 10 people for the content, really. So it goes way beyond just sitting in a chair and recording a video. I mean, that's what it was at the beginning, don't get me wrong, but we've passed that moment. We spend the whole day solving commercial matters and looking after a reputation, looking after a brand. And in the past, we just sit in our bedroom playing video games and doing videos. But today, it's so much bigger than that. We spend so much time now working on expanding our brand, and Latam mentioned that he wakes up at 8 a.m. and then in the blink of an eye the day's gone by. And I have videos that I need to record, but I was just, so to speak, quote unquote, solving problems. Sometimes I wake up at 5 in the afternoon and then I will be working till midnight. Or 3 in the afternoon, come on. Shall we start the Q&A? I wake up late. I am not an early bird.
Acho que teve alguém que levantou a mão, não teve?
I think someone raised their hand here. Hi everyone. I come from Fortaleza, Ceará. I worked on an event called Hero Games Brazil, and it focuses on developing indie games market. And when I look at your work, it's a lot easier to get audience with League of Legends and other AAA games. And the challenge is to have the international or the national market get bigger. And you need audience, right? So Free Fire or Grand Theft Auto, they're $1 million games, right? So I think Grand Theft Auto had the biggest budget ever for a game. So what I'm trying to get, have you thought about a business model where you're going to be promoting independent games and you're going to be a partner of those developers and then you're going to have a right to the royalties as well? And I had a second question that is now escaping me. I hate it when this happens. And I'm only 40. So speaking about Brazilian games being developed, anything that is made in Brazil, we want to help, of course. There was 171, which is a game that was produced in Brazil, but there's not enough incentive. Everything's so expensive. It's a very large market, but sometimes people just turn a blind eye to these games. We could have massive games or really cool games developed by Brazilians. Brazilians love gaming. 171, I may be wrong, but I think it was developed by about 10 people, really. And it was a game that was set in the state of São Paulo, and it was sort of based on Grand Theft Auto. There were online campaigns, some crowdfunding, and a lot of people tried to, incentivize or stimulate this project. But it's expensive, and in Brazil, we have some acts, some laws that will give incentives or funding to some industries, but they don't help us much. My second question was, I remember now, when you promote an indie game in a video, do you look at the metrics and see, say you had that video about an indie game, you had 500,000 views, and how much of those actually downloaded the game on Steam? So they buy a game from an independent dev because they were influenced by you. That was my second question. They'll vary on a case-by-case basis. Your name is João, right? So, João, this content will change or vary a lot depending on the content that is developed by the YouTuber. The fact that it's a AAA game doesn't mean that the video will perform well in that channel. So, in the past 6 months, we have seen that some videos will just blow up, not because the video or the game they're playing is so good, but because the way they're making the video is so good. So I think that we're going to have more and more YouTubers playing varied games. And I'm Jelly Clash, and I started with one specific game. I've only played 3 games on my channel. It's easier to grow when you stress that idea of one specific game. The algorithm will show you up more because people are playing their game, so they'll keep on watching your videos. So that's why it's easier to play Free Fire or every day, because Free Fire will already boost the videos, and one thing will sort of feed back into the other. Do you see? From a commercial perspective, the first format is media for equity. We will promote your game in exchange of a percentage of that game, right, of the dev rights. This negotiation is a lot of work. The influencer needs to be really involved, and it has to make a lot of sense for that channel so that it won't have a negative impact on their content. Now, as for results, whenever we get a deal for a campaign, there's a link at the description. We put a QR code because a lot of the accesses to the video will come from the television, and you can't click a link there, but you can use the QR code, so you can use your phone to access it. So if you have a link in the description of the video, or if you have a QR code, then you have a description of what you need to do. So then if they go to Steam and you actually buy the video, then you can see it. I don't remember who said this, but I saw a video of someone saying that you have a conversion that comes from a video, but things are better when they're recurrent. So someone would need to hear about a product 3 times at least to then consider buying it or consuming it. So we're speaking about the main names in the Brazilian YouTube channel. So in the influencing market, normally micro-influencers are focused on conversion. They'll certainly be able to generate conversions, but proportionally speaking, from a percentage perspective, the percentage is going to be far smaller than other influencers. However, we're going to be having a lot of views, and it could be direct or indirect sales. They may not buy it during the description, but maybe they will be walking in the supermarket and see Ruffles mayonnaise. They'll think, oh, I saw such a nice video talking about the flavor and the aroma, and I would like to try it. Do you have more questions? Thank you very much for your questions, João. Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for your talk. I have a question, two, actually. The first is, do you have any criteria that you use to select people who are going to join your hub? So this is my first question. And once you've answered the second, the first question, I'll ask the second. So that we can build momentum in our company. And we don't want to get money away from the company, take money away from it. We want to reinvest the money into it so that it will grow faster. This is our business model. This is our objective. So starting with larger influencers, especially because those that have joined Curta were all well known already. So it's easier for us to gain traction, to gain momentum. It was the best approach to solve the problem that we had then, and then we can look at other problems and then look at ever smaller influencers so that we can even help micro-influencers who only have a few thousand followers. And your second question? But our focus is mega influencers. We have an expansion strategy to start servicing medium and small influencers, but we lack skilled labor to be able to provide quality services to everyone. Do you have any targets around that? Do you plan on training people? Do you plan on, what are you talking about? The office or content creators? I think about creators. Content creators and influencers, right? So that's Jelly's cup of tea. I'm not saying it's something that you can replicate, right? If you're in the right niche, you can get more content. You can improve your content, rather. And there are new formats being created. So there's always new opportunities to create brand new content that has never been created before, but that's harder. But if you're creative by nature, then, well, of course, there are techniques that will support you. So then it would take me about 5 days to try and explain that to you. Jelly has a channel. It's the largest channel about how you should grow as an YouTuber. He talks a lot about the algorithm and the creative side, how he can really grow. You just have to get started. That's the first thing. You don't need to invest a lot. Just get started. Do we have more questions? Good afternoon. Hello. My name is Guilherme. I'm from São Paulo. Going back to 2012, 2014, when you were all getting started, I mean, first of all, thank you very much for this talk. I'm very glad you're not trying to sell anything during this talk, no courses or anything. But going back to the beginning, when everything was just getting started, you had to record, edit the video, and then post it. Then you saw that video that you put so much effort in didn't get much result, didn't get much return. How did you feel about that? And one more question. When that happened, and what probably happened is your relatives were like, "What are you doing, man? Go find a job, go study, you know, leave this internet business." But you insisted, right? You persevered, and you're showing everyone that you made it. Congratulations. Well, this question, well, a number of people, friends and family, "What are you doing? You're playing video games. Come clubbing with us. Let's go party." When I started my YouTube channel in 2012, I was really young, and that was a bit of a hobby of mine. So I would never conceive of ever becoming as successful as I did today. So I never checked how many views I had at start. I had, say, 100 videos, and I didn't even look at them every day to see if there were 1,000 views or none. So I didn't really get frustrated because I wasn't expecting much. Things were just, flowing. And then things started shifting, and then I started thinking maybe I can become a professional, maybe this can be my job. Then there were some frustrations, but I already had a clear objective in mind so that these frustrations won't make me give up my dream. It is still a challenge, mind you. At the start of the year, there were changes in the algorithm, and we're really, scratching our heads, trying to see how we're going to work with this new algorithm. Still is a challenge, even though we've got years' experience. 10 years ago, when we began, references were very different. So a person with 50,000 followers back then, that person was a phenomenon. And now you see someone with 50,000 and you go like, what's that? We have, someone else has 10 million. So we are content creators. We are stopped by people in the middle of the street, and we forget that those million views, those are people, right? Who watched it. So when we were getting started, the bar or the reference was completely different because you didn't have anyone with a million followers. When did you notice that you had really become like famous? Or, well, when you get to 1,000 subscribers, you're just as happy as when you get to 1 million, to be honest. How long did it take you to get 1,000 subscribers? About 2 years? It took me about 1.5 years. And then people would tell me, hey, I have got my channel for 3 months and I only have 15,000 subscribers. And then my answer is, dude, it took me 1.5 years to get 1,000. You have got 15,000 in 3 months. Come on. I've just bought a new car. And then a friend of my mother's called me. I don't even know if I can say this because we're being recorded. And then she was like, and they're from the south, so they have a lilt when they speak. And she said, like, I hope your car is really nice, but you gave him money to buy that car, right? And then my mom said, no. And then my mom said, no, he bought it with his own money. And then her friend was like, but he made that money just playing games?
Cara, não tinha equipe. Hoje todo mundo está com o quê? 4 editores?
What do you have, 4 editors now in your team? Yeah, and we have Curta supporting us. Curta supports us from a commercial perspective, but it can be tough. It can be really tough. That's it. Do you have more questions? I think we have more questions, but we don't have time. No, our time is up. We actually went over our time. We're going to be in the Creators Temple, Templo dos Criadores, just outside the food court. We'll have a meet and greet. If you want to take pictures or if you want to ask your questions, I like answering questions. I like chatting. So you can look me up there. Thank you, everyone. Cheers.
Muito obrigado pela palestra. Parabéns, então, Gally Clash, Lucas Continentino, Lipão Gamer, Scorpion Gamer.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for this panel. You're going to be at the creators stage. Don't worry about this. We'll tidy things up here. In a few minutes, we're going to have another talk. This is going to be in English. So if you need translation, just go fetch a headphone. And we have David Brevik, the creator of Diablo and Diablo 2. And we're going to have it in a few minutes. So see you in a bit. David Brevik.
Se você vive o seu game, chegou a hora de detonar no Arena Game. Uma plataforma com campeonatos exclusivos para clientes Claro, em parceria com a Twitch. E você que é cliente Claro vai poder participar de todos os campeonatos. É gratuito, 100% online, com transmissão das finais no canal 500 da Claro e na Twitch. E você ainda tem a oportunidade de participar de finais emocionantes com seus streamers favoritos. E tem mais, o vencedor ganhará uma premiação em dinheiro. Não perca tempo, acesse arenagaming.com.br e faça sua inscrição.
Espantou o demagogo para não dividir seu berço. Isso é abstinência.
O hit para todo mundo.
Não importa o tamanho da sua empresa, você sempre pensa em como vender mais, certo? Então pensa aí comigo. Em qualquer lugar do mundo, sabor é sabor, amigão é amigão, game é game e consumidor é consumidor. A diferença é que os de lá de fora podem estar loucos para conhecer seus produtos, porque só você é você. Seja qual for o seu negócio, de qualquer tamanho, a gente orienta como exportar. Vai, pensa lá fora e conte com a Apex Brasil.
Poder fazer escolhas significa conquistar um dos maiores desejos da humanidade, a independência. E o Sebrae abre as portas para pessoas que escolheram a independência e transformaram sonhos em projetos de vida, que ajudam a gerar empregos, desenvolver a sua comunidade e a transmitir a cultura empreendedora no país. Um lugar onde todos têm liberdade para escolher, inclusive escolher empreender. Sebrae, a força do empreendedor brasileiro.
Bom, tudo bem? Eu sou Rodrigo Tess, sou presidente da Abra Games, cofundador e Chief Technology Evangelist da Árvore Experiências Imersivas. O Big Festival, ele é um evento que já acontece há 10 anos. Esse é o aniversário de 10 anos do evento. Para a gente, o Big, ele sempre foi a tentativa de juntar o mercado independente dos estúdios que estavam começando a fazer jogos aqui no país. poderem mostrar seus jogos para um público maior, né? Não só para um público consumidor, mas também para mostrar para um público também internacional de que aqui no Brasil estamos fazendo jogos de qualidade, mas de forma independente.
I think Brazil as a market is very unique. If you take like 10 developers from all over the world and you go to the Brazilian market, you'll see a very different set of ideas. One of our own investments is called Rogue Snail. They have this amazing looter shooter that's being published by Gearbox. And if you look at that game compared to a lot of other looter shooters, it just has its own kind of ideation. It's different, it's something new. And I think Brazil is a market where we're going to see a lot more cooler new ideas that will take a global step into the right market. And I think as long as we keep supporting the Brazilian scene and getting more companies, we're going to see some really cool, potentially unicorns coming out of the country.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Auditorium number 1 here at the São Paulo Expo Convention Center. I'm Bruno Pereira, also known as Butcher. I'm your host for this auditorium. It's day 3 of the largest and biggest, most exciting independent gaming festival here in Latin America, Big Festival 2022. And we have a packed stadium because this next panel is part of the Big Dev lineup brought to you by Magalu and also part of the Big Business lineup brought to you by Apex Brazil. If you're not here, you're probably watching us on YouTube, TikTok, Claro, channel number 500, and also YouTube Gaming. All right, so for this session, our guest will recap 30 years of experiences and lessons learned during his life as a game developer. Among the many accomplishments of his successful career, he's best known for co-founding the studio that became Blizzard North and also for creating the groundbreaking game Diablo and its sequel, Diablo 2. All right, so if you have any questions, just as a reminder, you can log into ask.bigfestival.gg and send your questions in there, and maybe we'll select them to question our guests. Everybody ready? So let's give a huge and warm Brazilian welcome to David Brevik, president at Skystone Games. All right.
Thank you.
David, the stage is all yours. Have fun.
Thank you. I didn't think I was going to get introduced by the Butcher. Hello, everyone. Let's see. Oh, I'm getting adjusted here. Thanks for the warm welcome. It was that was very nice of you, and I've really enjoyed my time here in Brazil yet again. This is probably my 3rd or 4th time to this conference, and it's really a lot of fun. And I appreciate the attendance here tonight. That's quite flattering. Let's talk a little bit about modern game development. It's changed a lot in the 30 years that I've been in the business. It's my 32nd year of development, something like that. I don't know, lose track. I'm an old man now. All right, let's talk a little bit about me. I'm David Brevik. I've been making games since 1991. I was president of Blizzard North and the creator of Diablo and Diablo 2. I was also the chief visionary officer of Flagship Studios, the CEO of Gazillion Entertainment, the president of Graybeard Games. I'm still president of Graybeard Games. It's me, myself, and I that are the people of Graybeard Games. And president of Skystone Games, a publisher, an indie publisher. That's one of the things I've been up to recently. I have other things too, but I can't talk about them yet. Okay, there are different lessons from every stage of development that I have here. I've had a successful career, but also I've made a lot of mistakes, and I'm trying to share some of that wisdom with everybody here tonight. So it's going to be pretty dev-centric talk, but there'll be some fun stories maybe. Anyway, so these are kind of the different stages of development, and we're going to kind of go along and talk about the different lessons in different ones. But before that, let's talk about how it's kind of a brave new world out there in PC and console development. Digital distribution and the advent of and the ubiquity of engines have really made it so easy to create a game and distribute your game worldwide, which is amazing in so many ways. And we're getting voices from places that hadn't traditionally had the ability to get games out on the shelves or distributed around the world. And so in that way, we're seeing all sorts of cool new things and new ideas and new types of people making games, and that is really important and awesome. But that doesn't mean that it's all awesome, because it means that there's a lot of people making games and there's a lot of content out there. There are 1,000 games released a week if you count across mobile, PC, console, add them all together, there's over 1,000 games a week. To put that in context, if you played one new game every week for a year, it would take you over 20 years just to play this 1 week's worth of games that are coming out. That's a lot of games. So how do you stand out in this market? There were 11,773 games on Steam last year, released on over 30 per day. In 2017, there were about half that many. In 2013, there were only 432. It has changed radically in the last 10 years. Also, 27% of all the titles released on Steam sell less than 100 copies lifetime. That's pretty depressing stats. Over a quarter of all the games released basically don't sell almost anything at all. And 92% sell less than 10,000 units. That is an eye-opening number. So how do we not be in that 92%? What can we do to avoid the pitfalls and kind of make our way through this brave new world? I don't have all the answers, but I'm going to try. First, before you even start, it's all about your team. I've said this all along. In fact, I got in big trouble for saying this a long time ago about Diablo 3 with a comment from the head of Diablo 3 saying, well, you know what he said. So it's all about people. When you're making a project, the talent, the people, the ideas, their influence and everything will create a game that's unique to that environment of those people around you. And so when you're creating a team, make sure that you're addressing strengths and weaknesses of each individual. It's really hard if you don't know the people to kind of plan for that. But as you're working with the people, notice where your strengths and weaknesses are, and make sure that your team has all of its bases covered, and you aren't leaving potentially a big part of your game on the ground without having the right people and the resources. And it's more than just that. Also, by best people, I don't mean just talented people. I also mean like good people. There are way too many people that you don't want to deal with day to day, and so make sure that your life is worth living and that you're in an environment where you're supporting each other and things are good and not long. Here's a quick story, a little side note here. I once had to fire my best friend who worked for me. We never spoke again. We were best friends for about 10 years. And all through high school, we went to college together. We lived together in college and roomed together and And he came and worked for me, and then I had to fire him because he was a jerk. Sucks. One other thing before we kind of get started is you must never stop marketing. Now, I hear so many devs say, just leave that marketing stuff to the publisher. We don't need to deal with that. But the fact is that's a terrible start. That is not the way that you're going to succeed in today's market. It is leaving that to the last moment is not a good idea for a variety of reasons. You want to make sure that you are involving your community, talking with them, building your community, being out there, because you are going to be your best advocate for your title. Not even the publisher is going to be as good as you are at making sure that your voice and what you're trying to say to the people and present an idea and present a game to them, you're going to be the one that is going to be able to say that the best. And it is just as important as making a game. There is an old saying back when there were 400 games on Steam and not 11,000, that, hey, if you just make a good game, that it's going to sell well. But that is no longer the case. And if you think that that's the case, you are sorely mistaken. The difference between success and failure largely is going to be marketing and making sure that your product gets seen. With all of these particular games coming out, the only way you're going to have success is through visibility. And you've got to find that audience, and you've got to build that audience, and it's a step-by-step thing, and it's a day-by-day thing, and you got to dedicate some time to it. And I know that that's not what you necessarily want to be doing, but it is vital that you do. Last thing, stay focused. Oftentimes I hear devs, hey, we're 3 people and we're making 4 games. And it's like, what in the hell are you doing? That's a recipe for disaster, in my opinion. Maybe it would work, but I find it hard to believe. It is really difficult to handle one game. Handling multiple games is an even bigger challenge, and you're putting a bigger burden on your shoulders. So trying to stay focused and do one thing at a time, do one thing well, instead of multiple things okay or poorly. So stay focused. Okay, let's get into the concept phase. Build something different. One of the things that we did when we made Diablo is we made a conscious decision to go out and make it different than other RPGs at the time. When we went and pitched Diablo, we had a pitch document, which is still online at my website. You can download it and look at it. It was the original pitch document for Diablo. We got rejected over and over and over again because people were saying, RPGs are dead. They aren't selling anymore. Nobody is going to buy RPGs, so we're not going to invest in RPGs. And a lot of the RPGs at the time were you're playing a group of characters, and it took a long time to like roll your characters up and set their portraits and their backstories and all of these kind of things and answer questions about their life. And 2 hours later, you were in the game and exhausted. And so we decided kind of like streamline that process. And that was one of the big things we wanted to do, is like quickly get into the game. I want to be in slashing monsters within 1 minute kind of thing, not 2 hours. So cut to the chase. We want to get to slaying. That was one of the things that we did. And the other thing was that we were like, okay, all the fantasy games out there, they have elves and dwarves and dragons and things like that, which are wonderful. But the way that we're going to differentiate ourselves from everybody else is we're going to go Gothic style. We're going to make it demons and undead and just kind of this gritty style of game. And those two things were big decisions in making Diablo kind of a different type of game experience out there. You're playing one character. You're quick to get into the game. It's got a different kind of style. And these things were paramount in making Diablo different from other games at the time. There were a lot of other differences, but that was one of them. Those were a couple of them. We went into the game thinking that those were some of the things that we would make ourselves different from others. So take something people know and you change it, give it a twist. This is a common thing that they do in every media, in books and movies and stuff like that, anything, having something that people kind of understand and then having a slight twist on it so it's still familiar but slightly different is the most effective way to make any kind of something acceptable to an audience. So be thinking about that. Make sure that you're thinking about the business model. Don't go into it saying, hey, we're going to make a free-to-play game and then not have any plan on how free-to-play actually integrates with your game cycle. Make sure that the actual game mechanics and the actual business model go hand in hand. If you design the thing as a premium game, great. That's fine. That's an easy thing to do. But if you're not going to do premium, then you're going to need to say, well, how does this actually affect the gameplay, and where are our lines that we're willing to cross and not cross? And that's all up to you, but you got to keep that in mind whenever you're making something. And then get feedback early, and don't be afraid to throw away any ideas. It is important that this is the stage where you reject things. One of the key things is that you're going to be spending years of your life with this product, perhaps many years with this product. So before you just jump in and say, oh, I got an idea, it's really cool, I'm going to go ahead and make that, and I'm going to spend several years of my life on this idea. Maybe it wasn't even a great idea, but it sure was a great idea on that one day that you had it. And so make sure that when you're doing something, you're committing to something, that it actually is a good idea, and don't be afraid to think of other things. This is the time to actually get rid of ideas when you haven't worked on it very much. So some questions you need to ask yourself when you're actually making a product is, can your game really be better than a standard? So I see this often as people come up and we're like, oh, I'm going to make the new Fortnite. I'm like, no, you aren't. I'm going to make the new World of Warcraft. I'm going to make the new Minecraft. No, you aren't. Because those games have giant companies with tons of money and tons of followers, and it's very, very, very rare. Even games like Blizzard try to come in and say, hey, we're going to make Heroes of the Storm. That didn't go so well, and that was a company that had tons of money. So trying to go up against an established game is a really bad idea. So please don't do that. Also, ask yourself, why this game? Why is this the game for me to spend my life and my hard work and my blood and sweat and tears on? Is this the right thing for the market? How does it fit into the market? Do some market analysis. And when you're doing market analysis, do not compare it to games from 10 years ago. The market is so different now. You've got to be comparing it to something in the last 2 years at most, maybe last year. Because market trends are changing rapidly. And if you aren't paying attention to what the current trends are, then you're going to be left behind. And assume that your trends that you're going to make now and the choices you're making now, what is that going to look like 2 or 3 years from now? And when the game comes out, and it's like, well, that genre's dead because it got beaten to death about, a year ago, then you're kind of stuck. So make sure that you're looking ahead as well, and that you're not just chasing a fad or something like that. And, okay. Influencers. These are so key these days. It is so important that you are making something that people will make content about. So that means this is the most important way that you can get your game out there. This is the one way that can make a huge difference. One playthrough, one talk about whatever from a large influencer can make or break your game. It's really amazing. Among Us is a perfect example. It came out, it was out for 2 years, and then all of a sudden a huge group of streamers played it, and it blew up. And so make sure that whatever you're making has kind of social aspects to it or whatever. You've got to be able to replayability, multiplayer things. These are all really important. Something that people can make tons of YouTube videos about. Analysis of skills or different builds or, different ways to create things in an open world or whatever it is. Like, those are the kind of things that you want. You want people making YouTube videos. You want people on Twitch or other services like that streaming your game, being able to play for long periods of time. And so a 2-hour or 3-hour or 4-hour story experience is not really going to cut the bill. That's not really going to work these days. You might get lucky. There might be a few cases where that works, but largely, that's not going to get noticed by the big streamers who are going to go, okay, we're going to play your 4-hour story game now for the next week. No, they're not even going to show that on their stream, most likely. So make sure that you are making a game or designing a game for the future, which is all about influencers. Okay. Pre-production. I'm going to tell this story. I've told this story many times. I'm going to tell it again because I can, and I like to. Listen when you disagree. When I was at Blizzard North, we originally pitched Diablo as a turn-based game. And then one day, the president of Blizzard at the time, this guy named Alan Adham, and he called me up and he said, so we think that you should change your game to real time. And I was adamant, I'm not going to change the game to real time. That's ridiculous. You're going to lose all the strategy. I love the depth of the turn-basedness and like all the drama that's associated with that, especially with permadeath, and which also it was permadeath at the time. And so it was like, okay, well, no, this is not a good idea. And then I told the team about it. They started thinking about it. Weeks go by, and people are all, Brevik, we've got to change this thing to real time. And I'm like, no. And I am sticking to my guns here. And so finally, there was a little bit of a mini revolt, we'll call it, a mutiny, if you will. And so we gathered together in the kitchen and had a vote. I don't know why we had a vote. This was a bad idea. Okay, I lost. I lost really badly. It was about 20 of us, and I think it was about 16-4. And so I said, all right, we'll give it a try. And so I sent everybody home. It was on a Friday, and that Friday evening, I had worked all day on converting it from turn-based to real-time, and I got it going. And I can remember it like it was yesterday. I clicked the button, and my character walked over with his mace, and the skeleton blew apart, and I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. This was way different than I imagined. It was kind of like the Monty Python thing of the clouds parting, the sun coming through, shining on me, the angels singing, oh, it's like, oh my God, this is a huge difference. Yeah, I was wrong. And we never looked back, and that was important. Also, when we were making Diablo 2 at one point, these kind of decisions aren't always popular. They aren't always easy, but they are maybe necessary. We were making Diablo 2 at one point. I had invented this crafting system, which was lots of body parts. So when you killed monsters, you could get their eyeballs or jaw bones or hearts or all these kind of like really gruesome bits off the monsters. And you could collect these things and you could craft them using the Herodric Cube and all these recipes. There's this deep crafting experience or whatever. And finally, Mike Morheim called me up and he says, Dave, I'm playing Diablo and my inventory is gross. There's like tons of like eyeballs and hearts and stuff in here. What is even happening up there at Blizzard North? You guys might need some help. And I said, no, this is really cool. And then I was like, I don't know, is it? Yeah, it is kind of gross. Maybe we should get rid of that system. And we did. We got rid of it, and I think it was the right decision. However, it was not a popular decision around Blizzard North. And in fact, there was, again, another revolt. And this time there was a protest, and everybody ended up putting up signs on the doors that says, "Bring the body parts back." And they wanted these body parts in come hell or high water. There was, like, people had this silent protest. For years, they were complaining that we didn't put the body parts back in. So sometimes your decisions are going to be popular, sometimes they aren't, but you got to try and go with your gut and go what's good for the game. And don't be afraid to make changes. Even systems you've designed, throw them away, especially in pre-production. That's a good time to do something like that. Cut your losses on systems or make changes to systems. During production, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Making Diablo 2, ooh, boy, this is a tough subject. At the end, so Diablo 2 was supposed to come out in 1999. And in about March-ish or so, April of 1999, I'm like, oh my God, we're not quite ready yet. There's a lot of stuff to do in 6 months or 8 months. We had no producers, no scheduling, no nothing. It was all in my head. This was before even really producers were much of a thing. It wasn't really much of a job at that time. It was kind of a new concept and something we were just against morally. Who knows why? And so I said, okay, well, I need to start crunching. So I, strapped on my big boy pants and I went to work every day. And I crunched hard. I worked every single day, not one day off. In about, I think it was about 14 or 16 months, something like that, I had 4 days off total. And I averaged 16 hours a day at work. I slept at work often. Yeah, that was bad. 2 things about that were really bad. First is that come fall, Mike calls me up and goes, hey, Dave, you aren't going to make this year. I'm like, no, we're going to make it. He's like, no, you're not. And I refused to accept this, but he was right. We weren't going to make that year. But that just extended my crunch because I still had to finish. So it kept going after Christmas and into the new year and et cetera, et cetera. And by the time it was done, I had done 2 things. First off, I had ruined my marriage. I got divorced because of it. It's terrible. And secondly, I was burnt out for years. I had burnt myself out trying to do something, and I don't recommend it. So plan accordingly. Do not. Make sure you have a producer. Make sure you have someone on schedules. Make sure that you're tracking how it's going. Because if you don't, you can end up in a bad situation. So next, when you're really crunching like this, and everybody in the studio was crunching, they weren't quite crunching as hard as I was. Some people were, but most people weren't. But they were all still crunching. You end up making stupid mistakes. So Diablo 2, we used a system called Visual Source Safe to store all of our assets. There's all the code, all the data, all the original images and models and everything like that were in Source Safe. And this is a product by Microsoft that was notoriously bad. And so we were working, and just a few days before we were supposed to make Gold Master, kaboom! Source Safe collapsed. We're like, oh, wow, well, that sucks. Good things we have backups. Wrong. We didn't have backups. They had fried the backups in a panic move when they were trying to realize that they were screwing up the database. And so we, like, the closest backup we had was like, I don't know, like a year and a half before or something like that. So like, oh my God, this is a disaster. So we permanently lost tons of assets, permanently lost models, textures, all sorts of stuff for a bunch of art in the game because we kept all the source there. It was too big to fit on individual computers and things like that. Now we had the actual code, but it was scattered amongst a whole bunch of people's computers, and we had to like Frankenstein this entire thing back together, which we managed to do. It took about a week, a little over a week, and we were able to actually get it back together and get to Gold Master. But these exhausting times can lead to really terrible mistakes, and so again, another reason not to crunch. Also, plan conservatively. These things take a lot longer than you would imagine. I made an indie game called It Lurks Below, where I did everything. Literally everything. I made my own engine. Don't do this. I made my own engine. I wrote all the code. I did all the design. I did all the pixel art. I did all the music. I did all the sound effects. And I'm a dummy. And I said, I can do this in a year. Yeah. Okay, 2 years. That's how long it's going to take me to do this. Wait, it's still not done? Oh my God. Well, I only budgeted so much and I'm kind of running out of money, so that means, okay, time for early access. Okay, I'm still not done. When will this, oh, wait, it's the 3-year anniversary of me starting this project already? What is happening here? How long have I been in early access? What's happening? Finally, release. Yeah, that took about 3.5, almost 4 years to make this game. It was only 4 times longer than I thought it would be. And so now, in all fairness, I'll give myself some kind of slack here. I did make a much bigger game than I set out to make. But it's still, the point is that these things take way longer than you imagine. And that went pretty well. Let's talk about Hellgate London. So Hellgate London, a game that's near and dear to my heart, and very first looter shooter, don't tell me different. Yes. Is a game that I still really love, but it was a total disaster in many, many ways, and you can blame me. But some of the things that happened during this, one thing that happened is that we signed the original deal with Namco Bandai we were going to be the cornerstone of their new PC gaming division that they were going to make. And we were really excited about this. They were really excited about this. And 6 months later, all those people got fired. And we're like, what? And Namco's like, yeah, we don't really do PC games. We're like, well, what about us? And they're like, yeah, good luck. So the nice thing was that they kept their word and did actually, pay us, which was nice. However, they were going to do things like they were going to make a BattleNet type system with authentication and patching and all sorts of stuff. And we're like, well, what are we going to do now? They're not going to do that. So we had to make another company. And we had to raise money for that. And we had to, well, we're not going to do this just as a one-off. We're going to have to try and sell this technology to a whole bunch of people and stuff. So we made this other entire company. And this was a decision that's out of our hands. And then it comes time, we're about 6 months before we're going to release the game. And Namco goes, yeah, we're not going to distribute your game. We're like, what? They're like, yeah, go find somebody else. So we had to go out and we had to pitch our game to a whole bunch of publishers and see whether or not they would distribute our game. Because this was before digital distribution, or Steam had just kind of come into its own, but or just was kind of invented shortly before this. So that wasn't really an option. We actually had to put boxes on store shelves. So we had to go out and form yet another relationship with another publisher, Electronic Arts, who distributed it. And so sometimes even outside factors that are out of your control can have a huge impact on your development and your timeline and be a tremendous drain on focus of making your product. So plan accordingly, because it can make a big difference. Let's talk about pre-release. In getting prepared for success, I heard this the other day. I listened to my friend Jason De La Roca, who gave a talk here yesterday or 2 days ago. I don't know, the days have blended together. And he said, he had this great quote in it from somebody else, who I'm sorry I don't remember who it was, but this is not my quote. In order to be successful on Steam, you need to be successful on Steam. This is a fantastic quote. And so what this means is the way that Steam works is that if you're successful on Steam and people are buying your game or wishlisting your game or excited about your game, it goes, hey, this game looks good. We're going to start showing this to other people. This seems to be taking off, all right. So then it shows it to more people, and then those people go, oh, there's something else. That seems to be trending. Okay, I'll go ahead and buy that as well. And all of a sudden, you have this case where you get this little bit of success. It crosses this threshold, and all of a sudden, it grows upon itself. So in order to be successful on Steam, you have to be successful on Steam. It's a really weird way to do things, but that's how it works. So how do you become successful on Steam? Well, there are a lot of ways. Participate in Steam Next Fest. I can't emphasize this enough. This is a great opportunity to go out there and showcase your game to an audience that's paying attention. And with that, make sure that you have a free demo. Make sure that people can play your product a free demo of your game out there that people can at least try. They can take a bite of that apple. First one's free, whatever kind of analogy you want. And so through this, you want to drive wish lists. You want to make sure that your wish list count is really high by the time that, as high as you can possibly make it by the time you release. This will actually trigger some of the Steam algorithms. We don't have exact figures on this, but making sure that your Steam, when it reaches different thresholds, whatever it is, 5,000, 10,000, 25,000, 50,000, different thresholds means different visibility. So making sure you're driving those wish lists in any way, making sure you have free demos that encourage people to wish list your game. These are things that you need to be doing to make sure that you are getting visibility on Steam. And then also build your momentum through all sorts of things, community, social media, whatever way that you can to garner an audience and get some attention, because nobody else is going to give it to you. You have to go get it. Release. You only get one release. Used to be, well, no, not really. There was maybe a small period where people kind of forgave early access now, but in a lot of ways that still doesn't fly anymore. And sometimes when you get one release, things go well. Oh, look at that, 94 looking good. And sometimes they don't. Oh, 58. Ooh. How do you handle this? Well, if things go well, make sure that you get your indie game on as many platforms as you possibly can, and make sure that when you're designing the game and the controls and the UI and everything like that, that it can go on different platforms. It is vital that you maximize your revenue by putting it on as many platforms as possible. This may even mean phone, tablet, whatever you want to do. That also is a route to take. So make sure that when you're designing the game that it can go everywhere. Also, if there is any way that you have access, and usually this is through a publisher, but if you can have access somehow to get into Game Pass, that is a super, super great deal for indies, where they pay you a year's worth of sales up front. And that is so nice. So be shooting for Game Pass if you can. Yeah, it's jam-packed and super competitive, but some publishers have connections with them and things like that. So if there's some way you can handle that, it takes a lot of pressure off. There are other programs that are like that are emerging, so it won't be just that's the only market available to those things. There are other markets that they're doing similar kind of deals, from Apple Arcade to other things as well. So engage your community. If things don't go right, can you rescue yourself? Can you make it happen? Can you turn it around? There are very, very, very few success stories after an initial failure. In fact, I can only think of No Man's Sky off the top of my head of one that really is kind of, I don't know how much of a failure it was and that they made tons of money and enough to keep going, but it was at least critically a failure. But they had tons of pre-sales. So if it's not going well, you can still make a difference. You can still turn it around somewhat. But that means actually engaging your community, working with your community, trying to foster a better game, what's wrong, listening to people, trying to fix problems, and communicating about it with your community. Say, hey, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to handle it. This is what we're going to showcase to make sure that we're fixing the problems. We're aware of the problems, we're fixing the problems, and we're making progress. Watch what we're doing. And people will believe in you, and that can make a huge difference. Even if you can never really rescue it, rescuing your reputation is worth making sure that you can go in there and right the ship at least somewhat. Also, one of the ways that I was engaging community is that with Marvel Heroes, I actually started playing the game every day with the community. We would stream on Twitch. My wife and I have 5 nights a week at least or whatever. And we would do all sorts of stuff with the community, have community events where I was playing with the community. And really, when I'm playing the game and we're streaming on Twitch, like I would come into work the next day and go, you know what's really bugging me? Because I was my own customer. What's really bugging me is this thing. We need to fix this particular part of the game because in the end game, it doesn't work really well or whatever it is. This bug is really bugging me. And so there were all sorts of ways that playing your game really opens your eyes to what's going on. And it's actually a lot of fun, too. So we also did community events where I don't know if you guys know this about me, but I like secret cow levels. And sure enough, we had a secret cow level in Marvel Heroes. And so when we did a community event, I would dress up as a cow character and I would walk around the town and I would like shower gifts on people and do things as a giant bovine. So one of the things I would do is I was like a super powerful, I was like basically indestructible. Not just basically, I was completely indestructible. People couldn't kill me and I could kill almost anything. So I would like get people and take them through raids that they were having difficulty with, or like just as kind of a fun thing to do every now and then, and shower people with gifts. And here's a little clip of me playing a PvP match as the bovine. Well, let's see if this works here. Oh my God. Oh, it's oh, oh, this is it's I can't, oh, I'm really sorry. Yeah, I was killing everybody. It was fun for me, but I don't know how fun it was to be the victim of the bovine over and over again. So with this engagement, one of the things that we did is we decided to rebrand the product as Marvel Heroes 2015, and this helped a lot. when we did that, we got new reviews, and we raised our Metacritic through hard work and listening to our community and making changes and having updates. We were able to get our Metacritic changed or upped in a variety of different ways. New reviews came out. They were much better than before. And we got 81 as our Metacritic from that terrible start. So you can turn things around. You can make it better, but you have to kind of stick with it, and it's a long haul. So what is measuring success? There's lots of ways to measure success. It can be financial, it could be whatever, there's lots of ways. But don't diminish actually making a product. Making a product is successful. It is really difficult to make a game. And so even if it isn't a commercial success, learn from it. And however, if you want to engage the community like I did with Marvel Heroes, we saw financial success. And these, I know this is an eyesore of a slide, but notice that a lot of the stuff is just up and to the right. And that was really because of our engagement with the community and our ability to kind of change the way that the game was seen and whatnot. So that can make a big difference to your bottom line. And so however you measure success, set out your goals ahead of time, make sure that you know what you're doing. And most people try and operate this as a business, at least somewhat, not just passion, because we do have to pay our bills and we do have to give ourselves salary. So make sure that you're keeping that in mind when you're making your product. And I guess I'll take questions next. Thanks, everybody. Thank you. So we're going questions. I don't know how this works here. Oh, wait, there's one right there. He's just going to blurt it out. I saw you first.
Hello?
No microphones, I'm sorry.
First, thanks for the...
Oh, wait. Is there something back there? I can't see. Somebody talking back there?
Yeah, here. I'm waving. Okay.
Oh, okay. I see you. All right. There's a line or something. I don't know what's going on. All right.
Thanks for the presentation. Amazing. I have two questions about trends. The first thing is referring back to the slide that you mentioned about being attentive to the fact that you have to make sure that ideas are not worse versions of things that exist.
Yes.
And it said about like 2-3 years lifespan, right? I mean, a bad project might end up not being relevant in 2-3 years. Is there like a clue to get that? That's question number one. And question number two is like a variety of that question. How to work on trend watching? Is there like a place or a habit that game developers or marketing team can get so that we can get like clues or like trends or elements that might be exploited in next development games? So basically trend watching and clues not to get involved in a project that's not going to work.
Right.
Thank you.
So, it's important for you to pay attention to the charts on Steam. At least get kind of weekly updates about what's selling, what's going, what's trending, what people are playing. Talking to friends, community, things like that. Listening to what they've been trying to play or what they're interested in. Listen to the buzz, stuff like that. Those kind of things are important, kind of immersing yourself in the general community of gaming and watching what people are taking notice of and stuff like that. And by that, I mean not necessarily like the big AAA console games or whatever. You're not going to compete and make the new Cyberpunk or whatever. Like that's just not really feasible as an indie developer. So make sure that you're watching the indie trends and what's going on there, and make sure that you notice what seems to be selling and what doesn't seem to be selling, and to kind of take note of that and see where that's going. It's almost impossible to predict future things, but realize that, hey, this was a trend. If I'm making a game that was a trend 2 or 3 years ago, and now I've got a new idea for that, and now it's going to take me 3 years to make it, and then all of a sudden it's been 6 years since that game was hot, and there hasn't been a new kind of game to keep that genre going or whatever. It's sort of like right now making an RTS would be really risky. There's a lot of, you could make one, Maybe it'll be a hit, but they aren't selling very well. And so going out there and right now and saying, hey, I'm going to make a new RTS, great, more power to you. I hope that that it's really different and something that's going to break the genre or open people's eyes to a new way of playing, something like that. If you're going to make another StarCraft clone, you're in big trouble. Okay, next. Yes.
I have 2 questions. First is, if I like genre, is this affect the scales that the game gonna be successful, or like I can make a game for my niche market? And the other is discard ideas. I also heard the tip to always keep some ideas at our discarders around you. So if that idea seems more interesting, you can bring it back. Or so how I can know how ideas to discard completely or just keep it aside?
They've called the limit here. I'll answer the second part there first, which is that, yes, I don't discard ideas ever. In fact, Diablo, before it really became Diablo, I started working on that idea in high school. So even though it wasn't the right time to make it, the fact is that that putting ideas like in a notebook or in a set of files or whatever you want to do, and to come back to them and revisit them periodically is a good idea. So it doesn't necessarily mean throw it all away. It means maybe this is not the right time to make this game, or maybe it needs a little bit more, or maybe it needs some sort of twist, and I'll get back to it at some point in the future. So it doesn't mean forget this, I'll never do this. Well, maybe it does, because maybe what you realized is it's a bad idea, but at least try and keep it around for the future. I don't remember your first part of your question, I'm sorry. Oh. Yeah, it's okay to find a niche market that you can cater to. If you can get a large portion of a niche market, that is a way to success as well, but then you're going to have to, realize that the total potential audience is you're really reducing the size of your audience out there. So your best case scenario is imagine that you could get 10% of that niche market. That would be amazing. Then you can kind of do the math, and then you're realizing, oh boy, that's kind of small. But maybe that's big enough for you. Maybe that's success for you. Again, measuring your success is up to you. It depends on size of team, expectations, all sorts of stuff. So that might be an okay thing to do as well.
Tá bom. All right, Ms. Breivik, we have...
Oh, that's it.
No, we have
more questions.
But we have one that they sent on our website, if you excuse me.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
All right, so the question is from Jan Hage, and the question is, considering the new Diablo games being released, if you had the opportunity to work with Blizzard once more, would you give it another shot?
That's a good question, and no, I wouldn't. What Blizzard has become is really depressing to me.
I can take this one.
It's not the company that I founded. It doesn't have the same ideals as I do, and so right now I'm kind of boycotting Blizzard and all their products, and I don't see that changing anytime soon until they grow up.
We can choose another question. We can choose another question from the audience if anyone have. We had.
Hey, I'm Jan. I'm the guy who made the question. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to ask you if you have found, like, if you did have, sorry, if you have a newfound love with independent games, and if you would like give a chance to making like big flashy AAA games in the future, or how has your personal values changed over your time in the industry, like shifted with new experiences from new, contacts and new projects?
That's a great question. So one of the things that has happened is that I've been president of the company and been the lead programmer and lead designer, and I've been all at the same time. And I've done other things where I had like 5 jobs at flagship studios. Again, I did 5 things poorly instead of 1 thing well. And then I said, okay, this time I'm starting out, I'm going to go to Gazillion, and I'm going to just do 1 job. I'm just going to be the lead designer on this project. And then I got promoted to CEO. So that didn't quite work out like I had planned it. And being a CEO, I did focus on just mainly being a CEO. I did give design feedback and stuff, but I wasn't in charge of the design anymore. And it was important that I not be. But as CEO of a company that has hundreds of employees and has long-time Silicon Valley investors and all sorts of stuff, I spent most of my day dealing with numbers and finance and board members and all sorts of crap that you wouldn't believe. Which, you know, I woke up one day and I was like, you know, when I was young, I said, someday I want to make games. I can't wait to make games. I didn't dream of becoming a CEO. I dreamed about making games. That's what I love to do. And it's been in my blood. It's been something I've always wanted to do, even since I was a little kid. And so then it was like, what am I doing with my life? I don't want to be CEO anymore. And so I left, and I went a little bit crazy, and I said, well, I'm going to make myself an independent game developer all by myself. I'm going to do it all. It was really fun. And luckily it worked out pretty well for me. So you know, I think that in general, I really liked being an indie game developer, and I still am. I'm still working on all sorts of prototypes and stuff for new products. But I also am thinking about, in the future, definitely getting back into AAA gaming and things like that, making bigger products as well. But I won't be doing it as the CEO. I will only be doing it as a lead designer or something like that, rather than this. So yes, someday.
Awesome. Unfortunately, we don't have more time to answer more questions, but I'd love to thank you for your continuing impact on the gaming scene. So a warm welcome, warm round of applause.
Thank you, everybody.
Round of applause.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure having you here. And we'll be on a short break right now, and then we'll return with the finals of CBCS, the Campeonato Brasileiro de Counter-Strike. Thank you all. We'll see you in a short minute.
Push it to the limit, can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my
It's Seoul District.
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. We stealing at the gas station when the times go. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rockin' fake J's, praying that nobody knows. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash, cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash, cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put it on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash cause good die young. But here I come. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash cause the good die young. Here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Coming back home. I'm coming back home. Y'all coming back home. Y'all coming back home. I'm coming back home. Y'all coming back. Push it to the limit, can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I flow so yo. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through. Try to send this box to be a show big fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so yo. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through. Try to send this box to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I flow so yo. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through. Try to send this box to be a show big fun. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
Hey, turn that up, AC.
It's sad and not to say none. It's Soul District.
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. We're still at the gas station when the times go. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rockin' fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash, cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash, cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put it on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash cause good die young. But here I come. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash cause the good die young. Here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Coming back home. I'm coming back home. Y'all coming back home. Y'all coming back home. I'm coming back home. Y'all coming back. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so yo. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through. Try to send this box to be a so big run. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so yo. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through. Try to send this box to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so yo. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through. Try to send this box to be a so big run. been coming up hot for a minute.
Hey, turn that up, AC.
It's sunny, not say none. It's Soul District.
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. We're still at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rockin' fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash, cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash, cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put it on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash cause good die young. But here I come. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash cause the good die young. Here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Coming back home. I'm coming back home. Y'all coming back home. Y'all coming back home. I'm coming back home. Y'all coming back. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through. Try to send this box to be a so big fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through. Try to send this box to be a run. I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through. Try to send this box to be a so big fun. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
Hey, turn that up, AC.
It's selling, not say none. It's Soul District.
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. We stealing at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rockin' fake J's, praying that nobody knows. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash, cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash, cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city, cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no, I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put it on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash, cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash, cause the good die young. Here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Coming back home. I'm coming back home. Y'all coming back home. Y'all coming back home. I'm coming back home. Y'all coming back. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through. Try to send this box to be a so big fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through. Try to send this box to be a run. I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through. Try to send this box to be a so big fun. coming up hot for a minute.
Hey, turn that up, AC.
It's sunny, not say none.
Come on, CBCS Counter-Strike. I can't.
This is Supla, and I'm here to talk about CS. That's just sad. No, it wasn't sad because it was the first time I did it, and I was already playing with the best of all times. But what was really cool is that I had my cousins with me, and they play Counter-Strike all the time. So when I invited them to be with me, to help me out, they were really stoked. So that was really nice. They supported me. But it wasn't easy because we played with the three legs. The three legs of Tres Pernas, they're very, very good. But I was also playing, so I was dragging them down. But the three motherfucking Pernas, the three motherfucking legs were awesome. I don't know if it's because of the level of the people playing with me, they're too good. They were just like, you know, hitting the keys too fast. But you can really notice that whoever has been playing for a longer period of time, they really, you know, have an edge over you. They know all of the, not cheats, but they know that they have the hang of it. You need to practice to get better. Practice makes perfect, right?
Junta todos. Todo mundo aí?
It's Soul District.
Vem comigo, passando, vem chegando.
Awesomeness! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the grand finale of CBCS X-Bet League. This is just so awesome. Thank you so much for being here. We hadn't had an in-person event for such a long time, so it's really great to have you here. We know that today is going to be, you know, the way we like it. You know, two teams that haven't been beaten so far, so this is going to be a match to remember. Oh yeah, I like the excitement here. And remember, if you're watching from home, you can also, you know, join us here using the hashtag Elite League here. I think this stage is going to be small for all the talent that's going to step on it, but I'd like to invite my friend Ana Shizid. Hello, big family.
Gente, palmas.
You deserve the applause, right? Carol, thank you so much for inviting me onto the stage. I know that you own the space, I'm but a guest, but you have said everything. It is amazing to be here, and in person with you again, with people shouting, screaming. Come on, everyone, let's hear it. This is beautiful. This is just beautiful. They're making so much noise. They're very excited. We even need to, wait for them to stop screaming, otherwise we can't hear each other. This is great. Thank you very much for having me. And taking advantage of the fact that you're so hyped, well, we're going to have an MD3. We don't have the picks and bans yet. We don't know about it yet, but we know that we're going to have a Legion play. If you don't know what that is, that's the moment where we're going to award the best play here, or the best move here in this game. You're going to be voting, and those at home are going to be voting, so feel free to vote away. You can do that on our website. I love in-person events. But these are not the only awards we're going to have tonight. Well, people were excited about what you just said, and we're going to explain better how you can participate, but I want to show those that are here what is going to be awarded, because it's 100,000 reals, 17,000 only for the second place, for the runner-up. So who is it? So whoever is here already has 17,000 bucks. They're gonna get paid that money. And the first place gonna get paid 40,000. And we have 2 trophies. Can we show the trophies? So again, the first place will take 40,000 quid home, 40,000 reals home. And you're gonna get a Monster VP. There's some water here, but it's not up to par. People did a close up here because I know that everyone is dying for this little golden key here. Everyone's gonna take the gold key home and they'll be able to lift this wonderful trophy. And here at CBCS, we know that many players have already won this golden key. Soon enough, their keyboard will be fully golden. People are collecting these golden keys, you know that? Yeah, if you don't have enough keys left in your keyboard because you have too many golden keys, you can send them to me. I'm not gonna complain. And let's talk about the Monster VP now. This is also an awesome award. So the best player, and this is how the finale is going to be, the best player is going to get the Monster VP trophy and the kit they'll be able to take home. And the cast are going to be narrating here, have some water, but the trophy looks a lot better. Well, you don't need the water because you have the kit here. You have the Monster kit. Well, the producer didn't allow me to say this, but I'm going to give you a spoiler. I'm going to give you a spoiler soon. Just a basic spoiler. And since you're so stoked, so excited, let's try and explain what the Legion play is. Because we're normally here, Rodox does this part, and he wasn't able to be here this evening, but he has put together a video so that you can see how this works.
So one expect, after this action last year, 2022, Lenovo is back bringing our Legion. Legion Play is an exclusive award from Lenovo. So from CS1 Expect, we're going to put 4 votes on our social networks. The best plays in the tournament, you're going to see who's the winning athlete. Those who have the best stylish play are going to get products from Lenovo. Keep an eye on social networks, and the voting is going to be over there. Keep an eye, and don't forget to vote and come with us.
Yeah, family. So as I said, you are going to be choosing the best move, the best play. So you are going to be voting. You can vote on the CBCS/Legion Play website. The vote will be open till the end of the first map, so we need to know what the move is going to be they're going to be voting in. So watch it closely so that you can choose between the three ones we're going to be showing you now. They're going to plant the C4 now. It's 2 against 1. They're waiting. 1 against 2, 1 against 2. He's gotta be watching it. He's gotta be watching it. You need to disarm the bomb. Malby needs to do it, and now it's 1 against 1. Now it's again, and he got it, and he got it. Malby got it. He's got the clutch. INTZ clutch. The moves are awesome. He's getting closer. And.
A monster jumping over. This is fantastic. Only 19 HP. He's gonna place the bomb on the floor. No flash. This is Big Show. He's gonna try to throw smoke gun. Big Show kills the first. Maybe the clutch. Clutch extremely important. Concentrated on the bomb region. What an expressive clutch. Impressive. Yo, 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 yo. Wait up, wait up, wait up, wait up. Come on. I just love this. I just love this. Let me ask the fans one at a time, one at a time. So this is what we're going to do. Those who are cheering for Mob in francês. Great, great, great. Fantastic. So who's cheering for Unk on Dust 2? And Pro Show on the smoke, taking the clutch on Dust 2. Who's on it? Yeah, the show is just in this server. We have the favorites. Malby, Malby. I just love it. Carol, clearly the guys have a favorite, but what matters really for you to vote on the website. So not just you who are here, if you want to help, you know, the play that you thought was the most beautiful to actually win, you can exit cbcs.com/legionplay, and the player who gets all of those votes is going to take a Lenovo kit back home. That is beautiful, beautiful. Carol, I just heard about it. What's the secret here? You know, I heard that this is a kit that those who are really stoked are gonna have a chance to take home. Oh, this is heavy. This is heavy stuff. This looks heavy, feels heavy. Let me take a peek. Let's see what's happening. I think it's just fair. You know, just choose a person to win it right off the bat. Can we choose somebody now? I'm terrible. I'm terrible at this.
Eu acho que o pessoal ali tá bem.
I think they're very excited. I can see people making a lot of noise. I don't even know who I should choose. Everybody deserves it. Come on, they brought a flag. Come on, one of you can come over. Come get the prize. Do they have a mic? All right. Make some noise, guys. Come on. Come on. Where's the guy that had a flag? I want to see the flag. Come on.
Someone with a flag, come get the prize.
Pessoal da bandeira. Mas relaxa aqui, gente, tem muita surpresa.
But you know, chill out. There are loads and loads of surprise this evening, so don't worry. We need to get you excited. And we need to start talking about the teams. So you already chosen who you're going to be cheering for. You already got your kit. So we now need to introduce the teams. And the people to my left are going to be the first ones to be introduced. And they're ranking first there in their score. ODK. They are already warming up in their servers. Some teams have not been beaten any times, but we have the ODIC, the ODK team.
Vem aqui.
ODIC. So how anxious are you? Are you really anxious or just a little anxious?
Não, faz assim ou não, assim, ó. Não tá nervoso? Ah, sim que é bom. O microfone tá chegando, peraí. Tá chegando o microfone.
We're gonna get you a microphone there, hang on a second. Now you can explain how you're feeling being here in person. And I know that you're gonna play an awesome match. Well, our team is really good. We're really confident. We didn't go to another championship to be here so that we could really play the best way possible. And we're really confident to get another award home. Brilliant. We can see the name of the players on the screen. Picioli Remix, Skulls, and Flossing. Our very dear friends. They've been with us for a long time at CBCS. I want you to be polite, but I want you to, you know, nudge your opponents as well. And here you can start cheering for the other team, for the second team. All right, all right, all right. And now we are here. Can you tell us a little bit, you, the coach, how you're feeling since you're here in person? We have all of these fans here rooting for you. We know this makes a difference. Can you tell us a little bit how you're feeling? Well, our team is young but very, very seasoned, very experienced. They have played abroad. So we really know. We're ready. We know our game. We're in a very good phase. And we're here to charm you guys with our play. There isn't much left to be said. We can see the name of the players on the screen now. I don't want to cover their picture. Can you see how excited these fans are? Can you see how excited these people are? We can't even say the names properly here, but you can see the names on the screen. You have Malby, you have Ninja X, Short, Piria, and History. And Disturbed is the coach. And now, so that we can warm up, we know you want to see the game, right? But we can see that everyone here is really excited. So we need someone to be able to talk about this properly. Don't we need that? Aulis, come onto the stage. How are you doing, Aulis? I didn't even know that we're gonna have the fans in person. Oh, I've got a few people here. Not many, just a couple, one or two. But you're going to be here in every one of these matches. It's gonna be the best out of 3. Are you ready to see all of the excitement that's coming your way?
Can you repeat your question? Are you prepared? Well, I'm never prepared, so for that reason, I'm always prepared. Because if you're not prepared, then you're good. But I am sure that these guys are prepared. Because they're so focused. It's as if they were alone in their bedroom. As if they were just, playing at home, chilled. But I'm so excited here. I'm so stoked. And they're just, chilled there, watching the screens. And, well, everyone is really focused. Well, if I were playing, I would also be focused. And Alice, can you invite your partners onto the stage now so that we can see the three people that are going to be narrating? Well, this is going to be an awesome trio. The other two are very handsome, which is bad because then I don't look so good. But look at Renan Ward. How fancy. Look at how spiffy he looks. He's looking really spiffy, ain't he? Good evening, everyone. So awesome to see you here. Let's try and be frank. This is a grand finale tonight. This is so awesome. This is so amazing. What about the third? You are three people. Where's the third one? And then we're going to be five. Marcatinho, come on to the stage. Marcato. Hello, 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 hello. I'm so thrilled to be here. I can only say that I expected you to be this excited as you really are. You're really doing what I expected you to do. And we want to hear scream, want to hear you boost this team's morale. We want to hear rooting for them. In the last session in person, it was only the two of us. It was 2019. I really missed in-person CBCS. Do you think it was best with only the two of you? No. It's much better the way it is. But I can't ignore the fact that he is really stylish. We have two men in suits looking like bouncers, looking like security guards, and we've got this one stylish gentleman with a hat and his jeans jacket. I like to embarrass myself. I like to see this crowd together because I know that you also get together to compete in the caster's hunch. We have to choose someone, right? It is a bit difficult to do that. It's heavy on our hearts because we like everyone, but we have to choose one. But women are commanding this. We have Carol here, Santiguinha, who had her debut. And I'm here, just doing a bit of a special part. And this is how it can happen. So yeah, you're doing your cameo here, but it's great to have you here. And I always start last, but then I start ranking up. And I think there's one person who never lets us know who they believe is going to win. Marcato, are you chickening out? What about you? Well, I can't. I don't say who I think is going to be winning because if I say one is going to be winning, then they're going to complain. If I say the other one is winning, they're going to complain. I was actually. I could hear your voice from somewhere. I think there's an urgent breaking news here. There's breaking news, is there? I am not going to join the Palpite dos Casters, the Casters hunch. Everyone giving their hunches, giving their ideas, their opinions. But I am as capable of getting everything wrong as they are. I may not be the best one to get things right, but I am the best to get things wrong, I tell you. So brace yourselves. Drop the mic. And what matters is to do things well. Even if you're going to get things wrong, you have to get them wrong well, right? You have to be good at it.
Well, you can toss a coin and see who is going to be winning, right? Well, these two teams have won 7 matches without losing any. They are unbeaten.
Agora eu quero... A gente tem o palpite na tela, produção, só para eu ver como está pontuando.
Can we see how the hunches are standing? Can we see? We know that both teams are undefeated in this championship. I follow the guinea pig here.
E aí, Raul?
Oi.
E aí?
Não, minha regra é simples. Minha regra é simples.
Calma, gente.
Eu sigo.
My rule of thumb is I'll follow guinea pig Kabaya. I'm always going to say the same thing as he says. So Kabaya is not here to defend himself, right? But he cheats. He's always the last one to send his hunch, to say who he believes is going to win. So he always looks at what everyone else has said. So ODK is what Kabaya said. So I say the same. I'm going to ask the team here to count these votes again because I think it's wrong. And what about the, I mean, Marcato is going the same way. So it's, because I normally go against Marcato and with Kabaya, but now they voted for the same one. This was a difficult opinion to give because ODK has a bit more experience than INTZ. But I think that ODK may be a bit better, but it's really 50-50. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if INTZ wins today. No one cares about what we think, right? We're going to guess live. Well, I am on their side, so I'm going to say the winners are going to be ODK.
Agora é com você. Jogou.
Now the ball is on your court, Anna. So Anna is voting ODK, so I am going to vote for INTZ. Oh, yeah.
Ganhou o coração da torcida, né?
You've won them over, haven't you? I just wanted to say that this is the first guess Roars is giving.
Ô, Raulês.
Manda.
Mas eu quero saber de você.
Howless, you are our analyst. You're here to talk about analyses, make comments. Now, when you look at these teams, they're both undefeated. They've really walked the shortest path to get to the final. They haven't lost in any map. So you, the analyst, don't you see anyone in a more of an advantageous position? It's difficult to even get the maps because the maps are very similar. You know that ODK likes to play in the Nook. That's their main map. And ODK has a bit more experience in LAN. They had the remix in CBCS, right? Yeah, and they won a retake as well. So I think this LAN experience is helpful, but looking at how concentrated, how focused they are, this really makes a difference. But it's difficult to give an opinion because they are the best teams by far. It's difficult to really, give an opinion on who's going to be winning because I used to say it's either going to be INTZ or ODK whenever they were playing. Well, I have a question. And I want to tell those that are here with us that CBCS is on Sport TV.
So you may have just joined us, you don't know this too well. How can we explain what CS is to those who have no clue what it is? Someone who's just joined us now and has no idea what Counter-Strike is. It's 5 against 5 players. They play on a map, and the objective on the CT team is to either kill every adversary or to disarm the C4. If you get to 16, and there are 30 rounds, so if you win the half, so 50% plus 1, 16, you win. If you have 15 against 15, you have a tie, a draw, then you have a couple more maps. Then you have 6 extra rounds to see who's going to win. But it's quite simple. You need to kill the opponents. Now from the TR open, you have to get the C4 planted. It's either going to blow up, or you have to kill all of the opponents, all of the defense opponents, the CT opponents. So it's quite simple. So those who are on Sport TV watching us, then that's it. And the 3rd and 4th round, you'll probably have understood it already if you're watching this for the first time. Well, there isn't anything, it's nothing out of this world. I mean, it's no rocket science, is it? So yes, someone's got to attack, someone's got to defend, and you have to survive. Yeah, so it's this is about it. We're going to have an MD3. So every team chooses a map. So they're going to be choosing a map, and Ania and myself are going to be here as well to already, you know, make yourselves comfortable, because we want to start the game. Who wants to see the game? I want to hear some noise. Make some noise!
Será que eles querem começar?
Well, I think they want to get started, eh? Do you think they want to get started? Well, I wanted to get started. I can feel this energy. I can feel it. Let's leave the boys here. Thank you, everyone. You can do the second match, the second game. But now, let's get started. Let's get started because this is what everyone is waiting for. This is the first MD3 map. Now we're gonna toss the coin to see who is going to either choose or let the opponent choose the first map. Normally, when you win in heads or tails, you choose you let your opponent choose the first map, because then you can choose the last map. Yep, this is important. So it's important so that you know who's going to be vetoing first, because who's going to be banning first, because you can ban the opponent's best map. So let's go heads or tails. So ODK, ODIC won heads or tails, and now they're going to choose whether they're going to allow for NTZ to choose the first map, or if they're going to be choosing the first map. I am really anxious here, because whoever's going to be choosing the bans is the Arctic team, the INTZ team, because they play the 7 maps. So they could simply ban the best map from the opponent team. So Anuka is a map that they're really good at. So I would ban that map in their stead, because if you ban your best map, your adversary's best map, then your adversary is going to try and pick your map. One thing I'm virtually sure of is we're going to have Ancient today. Ancient's probably going to be either the pick of one of the two, or at least be present. Let's do the head-to-head now. Let's compare the players. So we have History and Remix. They're very experienced players. Remix already won CBCS, and History is just joining us now. So if comparing the two of us, we have 85% ADR. The dual first skills, you can see them in AWP queues, 92 versus 97. The rating is a bit better for Remix, but History is a new player and he's really performing well. So he's really helped the team get to this level.
you saw that the number of duels on AWP, they're very close, and so 90 against 92. So it's not by chance that they're here on the major finals. That's the thing, you know, today metagame is very much based on those who have AWP doing well. AWP has to have an impact, and it's not by chance the two teams are in the major finals. These are impactful AWP, and two of the best moments we saw the Legion play AWP using. So we know the impact of the weapon. It is an expensive weapon. So the player who has that in their hands has to perform, and that's the proof. Remix on one hand, a bit more experience, and actually the player who's won CBCS, he's addicted to CBCS. Maybe the one that has most titles and awards. Let's go on to what interest. Which maps are going to be played on today's? So let's follow where we're going to have the duels between INTZ Arctic and ODIC. Nuke banned. Nuke removed by ODIC. Now the first pick does two a deer map to everyone. Right after that, Mirage, the traditional maps from our Counter-Strike, banning Overpass. ODIC now, ODK. Inferno being removed. So Ancient is the map that, if by any chance we have a tie, that would be the decisive map to break the tie. So that's the strategy of how you know how to play. The 7 maps from your opponent, you choose to ban their best map, which is Nuke. But usually the INTZ Arctic team, they usually bring a ban from Mirage. It's not my chance that the pick was based on Mirage from ODIC. So that's what we mentioned before. So I honestly expected, you know, it was difficult to foresee this because there could be an overpass that both enjoy the map. It was difficult to foresee because that was that game, you know. Look at INTZ Arctic team that they could have ban Nuke as they did, and they would get a pick on Mirage, which would probably happen, or they would follow the normal ban, picking Nuke, and I would be curious to know what would come right after that, because some good maps would be left for ODK. So Arctic did well on their ban. I prefer to ban the best map from the opponent, where they're safe playing, even if there's that surprise. I talked a bit with the players before the banning to try to understand, and they were not really sure about what was going to happen. So ODK team picked the map that was expected. When you ban the best map from the opponent, you know that they're going to pick your worst map, theoretically, the one that you've been banning previously. So the choice of Mirage, I believe, was expected by Arctic team. No. Let's have a comparative on the first team. First, Dust 2 map. We prepare to see the performance on each one of the teams on the first map. So let's take a quick look at the head-to-head. So let's see the performance on Dust 2. Win rate, much better for INTZ Arctic, 72.7%. Very high win rate, very high. Extremely high win rate against 42.9%. So that's a major advantage for INTZ Arctic. Is the first map. So you start winning. Of course, we're going to see if this is actually going to happen. But if you start, you know, confidence is really important. So pistol round victory, 50% on INTZ, a bit higher from ODK with pistols, 57.1%. And CT side, 67 against 43%, TR 53 against 45%. So it's all well balanced, but the victories on Dust 2 extremely higher than from folks from NTZ Art. That, you know, yeah, they're really scratching each other here. They're provoking each other, teasing. Dust 2 map in Brazil, and especially in the group phase, when we get the phase of groups, there's lots of a best of one. So to study the bannings, you know, you want to see how it works. I usually go all the way to the second ban. The second ban from ODK team it's usually this too. So there's kind of like give and take here. So you pick the map that INTZ Arctic doesn't like, and so they picked the map that they don't like playing that much. Something we've seen, I gotta confess, the teams prepared themselves for that. I'm a bit curious to know a bit better how that's going to be, because we've seen a lot of how much you push to fit. Sometimes a Desert Eagle seems like it's a big old weapon. The pistols on both teams. So 50% up, it's a good stat. But the pistol hasn't had a lot of impact as it could have in CBCS maps. I think both teams have followed the regular path for banning, the expected path for banning. I'll get your bad map and you get my bad map. Honestly, I'm expecting a final run with 3 maps. It smells like 3 maps. That's what I expect, 3 maps for this major final round. 2 teams that are very similar level. Dick, not too long ago, they were a bit better. But, the turnaround for INTZ Arctic, they're with momentum now, especially with new players coming on board. The most recent player history, playing in special role, AWP, which is not easy. Aggressive. You have to get the first pick. You have to get the first ban. It's Malby with a high first kill, with extremely impactful. He's playing that role extremely well, and Remix has always done that very well. So something I find interesting with INTZ Arctic, they got young talents, and they brought together young talents in a very short amount of time. They got a huge performance. That has to be noted, because it is a team that, it's under construction not too long ago, and they've managed, some national rankings. They got the first place in the national ranking. It shows their drive, shows their power. So as I've mentioned, when we're going to give our hunches, I consider like LAN. LAN is an important factor, having played a bit more LAN, having a bit more experience. So some experience with LAN. Audic, we have some more experienced players. That might make a difference. But as I said, Sky, your first rounds, you kind of feel a bit more. The mouse, shakes a little bit in your hand. It's sweaty. So while we're not starting, let's recap the big old recap that we put together for folks to see everything that happened before we got to the semifinals. CBCS 1xBet. Let's see the video. Here we go. Let's talk about recapping of CBCS 1xBet. Okay, I can't see it. Okay, profile? I can't see it. This camera really sucks. It won't show anything. Previously, Marcato here again for another recap of our CBCS 1xBet Elite League. Here we go. I'm going to make you know everything that's happened. Okay, this is cool, especially because I show my arm. Oh, too big. So the pick with a retake of Take Your Breath Away from INTZ Arctic fence. Waiting, advancing. Oh, Dorby. Faster Ninja. The time is running. So now it's by a thread. Malby. They're 2 titles. Who's going to take the best? It's really quick. One versus one. INTZ Arctic round. So very similar. They were happy about life, They were upset. They used the opponent as a scapegoat, Now he punches short, alone by himself. Oh, he's coming to conclude the round. Oh, yo, CBCS radio. Okay, we're ready. On the ear. Wait, son of a what? In my recap? No, foul mouth in my recap? That is, no, just edit. Now that we've just left the parties, everybody loves, whatever it is on skewers with meat. Oh, even in the game, even fruit and stuff. Oh my God. Look at history's a skewer, and history making history. Yeah, you got that right. No? Bomb on A site. History ensures the kill. Everybody come. History, he's isolated. Maybe he can get the kill. It is 4K, History Man. So I'll take the children away from the room because this is for the, just for the older than 18. 1 versus 1, 1x1. Oh my God. Jumping. Odds now, showing, you know, the straight shooting is not always the best bet. Sometimes it's better to sneak up and escape. C4 is right in the middle of the way. Let's see who goes better. I'm gonna go to B. Yo, you do your thing, man. I'm gonna go to B site. C4. Big clutch. Let's see who takes it. Victory. So something that Allison doesn't do is to shake and sweat. 1, 2, or 3 players, he doesn't care. Allison is really insane. Oh, look at him. Oh, he takes it all down. All 3 players down. I know everybody heard Ninja defusing now many times. Now, the recovery of Ninja Bomb, that's the first time. Allison now with a submachine gun, but it's crossfire. 6 against Red Dragons. He recovered the C4. He recovered it. Oh my God. He picked it up and just left. It's a big show on this clutch. It's ridiculous. Another day at the office. So the player, he doesn't take anyone. Shooting, spraying, and he takes it all down. Pro show. And now 19 hit points. Comes the flash. Oh, that's difficult. He's gonna try in the middle of the smoke. Grenade. Kills the first one, maybe the clutch. Important clutch with 105 hit points. Going back to the bomb region. Oh, impressive clutch. Man, this Malby clutch. Look at this guy. Malby? I'm gonna call you Vector. I'm gonna call you Vector. So that was the big recap from CBCS. One expect on the playoffs phase. There's much more to take place in our tournament, so please watch us on the broadcasting. And we have the support. Follow us on social networks, and I'll see you soon.
É isso aí.
Marcato, man. No, it's so embarrassing. It's, oh man. I've been laughing since the retake. Marcato has been there since the retake. I can't hear him. I just can't take it anymore. I love it that you picked it back up during the retake. The 4 teams that were on the semifinals were the teams that were in the semifinals of Elite League. So when we say that the circuit plays are very important to provide continuity of work for the teams, that's what it is. You know, this time around we saw it the other way around. Meta faced Audic team in the semifinals. They had faced at the finals, and they kind of that was a switcheroo there. So the 4 teams, at least, in the CBCS circuit that have had good performance are Audic, Arctic, Meta, and Stars, Horizon. But, you know, I didn't... Yeah, I was just laughing my butt off from you in the VT. So the top 4 that you just mentioned, by the Draft 5 ranking of the teams that work in Brazil, INTZ Arctic is at the top, considered the best team of this scenario, CBCS, the Brazilian scene. INTZ is in the first place.
So, even though a lot of people believe Arctic is a favorite, INTZ Arctic is ranking better than they are. So they have this very important moment. They've gained this momentum. When we talk about favorites, I don't think there is a favorite, to be honest. I am not trying just to look good on the picture with everyone, but
We don't know what's going to happen. That's why I think we're going to get to the third map. And what's interesting here is that the first team to play Ancient here was the Arctic team. And let's remember that Ancient was a map where they had a good understanding of how meta had changed. Because we spoke about a few changes that had been, right? They've nerfed a bit the map there, and but with Ancient they have balanced it well, and the center has become a very important region, very important area. I've seen Arctic play really well on that map, but there are 2 maps before that one. Let's not forget that. I think the players are ready. I just think there's a minor adjustment to be made here. There's one guy playing solitaire. He's playing solitaire. Can you believe that? I can see it from the corner of my eye. He's playing solitaire. And now he's changed the screen to CS. This is why we're late. No, just kidding. But we're just getting some fine-tuning done. Here we're just getting some last adjustments made. I can see that they're connected already. When we're here online, one thing that I like is this, the way they position their keyboards and mouse, because some players, they are so close to the screen that it's almost as if it was a VR goggle, right? You know, because they can't even see the, I mean, I have the feeling they can't even see the whole of the map. You know, they have to look left and right and turn their heads to see the whole of the screen. There's just some white noise here that we need to fix. And when the player's doing the clutch and is isolated, then, you know, we're just trying to fix that white noise. Just so that the players are not, you know, they're not going to lose focus. I see sometimes that people try to see, hey, this is on site B, for example. They're trying to say, oh, that's where the bomb is. Maybe you can pay to be a fake one just to, you know, confuse the opposing team so that the fans are trying to outwit you there with that fake B. So Dust 2, then Mirage, and then the Ancient. Now, INTZ against Star Horizons, they perform better in both maps that we may have here. It's 16-2 on Ancient and 16-10 on Mirage. So they're really well prepared, they're really well equipped for this map. It's, as I said, the Arctic team had somehow a bit of an edge, to my mind, just because they play all of these maps. Now, ODK, it's not that they don't play any map, but they don't like Vertigo much. So they're doing better. I mean, they had been banning Mirage, but I've seen they've banned something else in other cases. So that wasn't really a problem for the Arctic team. So I don't think this has really stepped away or run away from the expectations that we had expected. I tried to find out with the players beforehand, but nobody told me anything. They themselves was a bit unsure of what was going to be happening. And Dust 2 was played by INTZ Arctic 16-2 against the B4 team. There's a poster here, and it says, go into the B. I can't see what the other poster says. Rest in peace. I can't see that well already, but here nothing's gonna save you. This is the team of the century. I only see the INTZ supporters here. What about the Arctic supporters?
Vamos animar isso aí. Enfim. Vamos fazer o seguinte, então.
Ai, ai, ai.
Vamos fazer o...
So let's do the following. We're gonna find someone from the audience to talk to us a little bit and maybe win a kit. And you're gonna be on Sport TV. Who wants to give an interview? Who wants to be interviewed by us? You, lady, you're really excited. She was the first one to put up a poster. All right, now you have to live up to the part.
Segura o microfone. Vamos lá. Pode pegar o seu kit. Primeiramente, qual é o seu nome?
Rafael.
What's your name? Rafaela. You're supporting Arctic, right? How long have you been supporting them? From the beginning. My boyfriend is one of the founders.
É isso. Agora, pergunta. Primeiro mapa, ele tá aqui, obviamente.
So the first map is here, right? Where is the boyfriend? Where is the boyfriend? He's really hot. Stand up, boyfriend. He thinks you're really hot. All right. Make some noise, guys. Come on.
Cadê? Vamos puxar mais presente aqui daqui a pouco para você. Primeira pergunta para...
First question to Rafaela. First map, just 2. How much? 16-5. 16-5. Just to get started.
16-5, beleza. Primeiro mapinha, Mirage na sequência.
What about Mirage? The second map. 16-0. Ah, come on. This is what the audience is cheering. That's what they're chanting. I mean, you're obviously rooting for someone to win, but what about 16-14? That'd be exciting, wouldn't it? Yeah, it would be exciting. Just for the fun. What's your name? Marco. Hi, Marco. You're one of the founders of this team. What are your expectations for this finale? Just to 16-12, I would say. A little bit less heart, a little bit more mind here. Second map, 16-14 in Mirage. Bit fiercer there, bit fiercer of a competition head to head.
Essa grande final, quem você acha, Rafaela?
And Rafaela, who do you think is going to stand out? Who is the player that's going to slaughter everyone, slash them? Marlboro.
Pode falar direito, você tá segurando isso aqui, eu falei.
Obrigada.
Malby. Thank you, guys. And Marco, who do you think is going to stand out? Who history is going to stand out? That's the player that's going to stand out. Thank you, NTZ Arctic. And this is already a couple, right? So the two of them are a couple. Did you get that?
Agora é o seguinte, cadê a ODK? Cadê a torcida da ODK?
What about the ODK team? ODK team. We want a couple of fans here onto the stage to win some prizes. To get some giveaways, pardon me. Welcome onto the stage. What's your name? Murillo. Murillo is my name. People call me Miolo. All right, Murillo. What's going to be the score? What's going to be the final score and the partial scores? I am going to be rooting for the entertainment, so I want 2-1. What about just 2? I'm going to invert it so it sounds more exciting. ODK is going to win. 16-10. The first map. What about Mirage? Then INTZ is going to win. Arctic is gonna win.
Vai rolar inversão, porque quem picou a Mirage foi ó,
exatamente.
Tá. Ok.
Agora, Ancient, terceiro mapa.
What about the third map? It's gonna be Ancient.
jogador que vai amassar na MD3.
What about the one that's going to be slaughtering, the one that's going to be amazing? Knight. Knight, I don't know if you know, but Knight and I, we go to the gym together. That one there. What did he work out today? The biceps? I think that's what he's trying to show. Okay, so 2-1. It's going to be head-to-head. Well, we want some excitement here, don't we? Do you want to give a message to the Dick fans? Well, my dad is watching me, so Sergio and Daddy, hello. A shout out to his dad. And let's do this. He said there were 3 maps, but he's focusing on the entertainment, on the game itself. So they want it to be exciting. Rafaela said it, but she was just, following her heart sort of thing. So it's going to be 16-5, but we want good entertainment, don't we? I've seen people sending hearts, showing hearts to each other. And that's what I like when we play LAN. Whenever someone is provoking each other. And whenever someone sends you a little heart, you can understand whatever you want to understand. And when you look at the first map, I think the players are here. So everyone is here. Everyone is ready. I think the players are ready. Shall we get started? Let's do this. We're gonna have the first map soon. Let's look at this trophy while we wait for the first map.
Olha esse troféu do Elite League maravilhoso. Além disso,
and we have the golden key. This is a golden key. Carol said some players already have them. Yes, some players are trying to get their whole keyboard with these golden keys. I think Remix has won 3 times. Maybe this is the fourth time he's gonna win. Well, some people said that he's won too many times already. He should retire. Well, I can see that this is heated here, but he doesn't want to, if he doesn't want to keep his golden key, I have nothing against keeping it to myself. There, it says 2022 at the back. I'm not going to remove it from its case, but it says CBCS 2022. I think you can see it. All right, the time has come. The time has come. Let's do this. Make some noise. Make some noise. The grand finale is about to start. Let's do this. Come on. I'm gonna sit down. All right, let's do this. This is our first map, Dust 2. Off we go. Arctic chose this first map. Let's hear some noise, guys, come on. Let's do this. So we've begun. We have Arctic here so we can see the CT, and TZ Arctic is already playing there, already at the back there. Malby. Blazing is staying back, just waiting. Malby's trying to get some information. He's standing back more than the Arctic team. No one has made any headway yet, but it's already been seen. They're trying to kill the first one. They're waiting for the first opening move. The first smoke here to give Ricciollis a bit more freedom there. And they're rotating here. Now they're getting closer to the center of the map. Ninjas. This is a very, very calm first round, eh? Yeah, there was just a little bit of noise and no one really moved. First kill. We did a trade. Dick starting well. Dick started really well.
Oh man. The smoke wasn't done properly. Now Ninja's in the middle. They're gonna. Now it's 3 against 3. There's still a chance. Now History killed. Now it's 2 against 1. And Ninja killed him. Ninja killed the last one, Riccioli. NTZ Arctic won the first map, 1-0.
Fantastic for the Arctic team. A bit messy round, a little bit of a messy round, a bit slow, but it worked really well. The truth is that the ODK team didn't know where the round was going to be finalized. So it's a different round, I would say, actually, because we see it a standard pistol all the way to the back. And they didn't speed it up. It was very slow. That was the difference. Interesting, the pistol round, they only got the rotation at the end of the day. 1-0. INTZ Arctic is just the first round. INTZ Arctic 1-0, starting up front. Now the situation started bad for them, really bad, because they started behind, but they were able to come back for the round after the skirmish in the middle. So that's big. Let's wait, and while we wait, Marcato. Look at the folks. Look at the crowd.
É isso, a torcida.
Yeah, the fans are really, really stoked, man. A bit more rushed up because of the first point for INTZ. This is the time you send some, mommy, I'm here, you know, if you have your cards. The good thing about these folks is they don't even have to send a hashtag. They're already here. They can send hashtag live. Something different, you know. And they're howling. They're howling. Yeah, it's split. INTZ fans, Arctic on the left of the audience, and ODK on the right side. And folks are really supporting, folks waiting for the second round. The fact is that they started better, and especially winning the first point on the TR side, or the terrorist side. Those two, I usually like the CT side, but the change in the metagame that's happened here has made those two a bit more CT, a bit more defensive. What I like is that the folks are really, really thrilled. We see it, you know, the energy. We miss this because we spent basically, what, 2 to almost 3 years without any in-person CBCS tournaments. Love the energy, but as you mentioned, Marcato, this map has been changed a bit. It was one of the best balanced maps, well worked on terrorists halfway through the middle, but now I feel that the counter-terrorists are strong. You have to come victorious. Their Arctic started doing well, but you have to make the best use of the pistol round, so they have the best weaponry, Malby and History. Yeah, the Kainu on Ninja and Pigia are still going to buy, and AK-47 and Mech-10. First pause. Yeah, the request from the players to adjust, because that's different from playing from home, you know, playing in the LAN. You forget something, it's not really how you want it. Anything on the settings. The game is not really 100% as you usually play. Communication sometimes it ends up being something that is unique. If you can't hear well, it's important to ask for the pause to communicate, to hear, especially with the fans here, you know, some extra noise. So let's go to the second round of this first map. ODK team started rushing, pushing it, and what's interesting is bringing some scouts, you know, long range. You know, the scouts look at remix. You have to be very careful. This is a round where folks usually push it strong. You know, those who lose the first round, they're going to try to come closer. So probably coming from the back. What's interesting, another scout on the terrorist side as well. I thought that History would be the point man, and History was going to be point man for scouting instead of Short. Let's see if they exchange the roles. History spent his money. He's got no weapons, probably dropped. Yeah, Marcato. You get the scout, you get the AK, good. Somebody who gets a bit more cash. end up having a bit more cash for them to possibly in the next round drop an AWP for history. And this is a map that favors that weapon. Having a scout when you're pushing the map could be something interesting to try to punish a passageway, punish somebody going through the alley. But with the weapons from ODK, I believe that's probably going to be, you try to shorten it after the update of Dust 2, that you got the vision of the passage right from the terrorist side base. It made it possible for the advancement infiltration with a low shielding, and you shorten the distance for the MP9s, those 3 ones working on the position that I think it's really good with an MP9. And it's a change on the new meta game that we see for Dust 2, because after they lowered the wall on the terrorist side, allows for counter-terrorists to infiltrate through the lower shield. So the MP9, which is a strong weaponry, is even stronger on those pushed sides. So now we're going to have a second round. Second round starting. Maybe the first point they're seeking to ensure the passage. Almost hit the player. All good. Remix coming from the middle. No. From the, Knight coming in history, going towards the back. Now they close the passage, infiltrating, short seeking information from the bomb site 8. Remix still waiting on the smoke, waiting for the smoke. Shot. First shot. Ninjas brings the first kill. The advancement in the middle is punished the player from ODK. And the round is in advantage for Artec team in the beginning. Now they're changing positions for the bomb site. Short still doesn't connect the second shot. Waiting for the best moment. Remix seeking for more information from the back, while NTZ is working much calmer after domination. They know that there's no need to push it to there's time. They have the advantage on weaponry. They chose for the back, waiting pistol against pistol. Oh my God. That is crazy. The 3 players from ODK, major advantage now. Skulls moving forward. NTZ Arctic 2-0. 2-0 for INTZ Arctic team. Once again working slowly but surely. You don't have to despair. I thought that Knight could surprise. One of his greatest tactics is this guy. He likes to move forward. He likes to seek the game out. Obviously, INTZ was expecting that. 2-0. No way, Marcato. There's no rifle in the next one. Yeah, no weaponry. Just a Desert Eagle in, with Vlasin, and everybody else with the USP, which makes it much more difficult. But let's see. Beginning of ninjas, really good. Knight, man-to-man, going to bomb A site. Easy passage. Short has to be careful with the smoke. Grenade coming around. Coming from the middle, Malby, marking the lower shield, moving forward. Malby still there in the middle, waiting for punishing the rotation of players. There's information of 2 players here in this region. Connected the HSO from a distance. Look at Piria, man. Piria's position, he was born there, man. Started there. Malby trying to hold the punch from C4. 3 players from Audix side only. Now history on the passage. Another one in the punished by Malby. Another kill. Another kill. 5 against 2. Now Malby. And the clutch round for INTZ Arctic 3-0. This beginning of the Dust 2 map. And you see how important it is. INTZ team in the last targets has saved a lot of money just playing it cool. What INTZ Arctic is showing us, that they're going to be waiting for Audix team to move forward. So they're going to try to punish their advance. They're going to use time to their advantage. So this is a really important weaponry for ODK, because if they lose, they're going to go to save money again. So the first coming from the back, the raid, completely blind, falling backwards. First weapon round for ODK. Coming from the back, still stuck on the car region, can come to the Crosshair, he's waiting for any players to come around. Flash or smoke grenade, a bit slower. And the first Molotov to force players to come out. Malby can reach through the bunker. Yeah, that's risky 2 against 2, man. Another flash, revealing Remix's position. One more Molotov to get the players away from that. Coming from the perimeter. Shot. Oh, did not connect. Oh, first ODK player down. Moby coming. What is this? Oh my God. Remixed. Knight is also on the ground. Oh, the ODK team is falling apart. They're falling apart. 3 players killed. And 5 against 2. Round is gone. Round is gone. INTZ, perfect execution from the back, ensuring the 3 kills, and then clutches the round. You asked, Marcato, you asked for sandwich. See, you saw the sandwich. Because the car player, they had nothing to do. Now, for the other 2 players, he's trying to wait, you know, coming halfway through. It's just Richali, very difficult for him. First kill, Ninjas is on the ground, but Malby finalizing it. INTZ Arctic once again clutching the 4th point, 4-0. INTZ, they're starting really hot, 4-4. And it's a round where they resist, nobody saved anything, but if you lose control from the back, initial control from the back, it didn't work. And simply they got the sandwich because Vlad could not hold the porch. And so it was risky from the car. 2 players from the car, if you get a Molotov, those players are isolated. I don't like, especially with AWP or with a rifle on the car, because that's what happens. The player's isolated. There's nothing to be done there. But good work from INTZ. INTZ is working just smooth. They don't want to speed it up. They don't want to push it. They're trying to punish the ODK team players. So 4-0, as we mentioned before. The ODK team is falling apart again. INTZ team knew that. They sought it out. And we see that they're concentrated. They're really concentrated. You know, even, you know, dressed up. You know, yeah, they came. It's the, yeah, their war paint and everything. So the economic round for ODKs. No cash. So let's see. Another smoke grenade. No more information. Malby just marking, just man-to-man. Ninjas concerned with a lower shield. This region within the economics, they hit hard. You know, when you have pistols, submachine guns, it's a strong region. Ninjas is worried about that, but there's no one there. First Molotov to get the player away from the middle. Vlazing falls back to the base. Smokey, good use of the utilities. They use the Molotov, a smoke grenade. They're not giving room for ODK to surprise them. 5 against 5, half the life. Vlazing is a bit hurt, but the ODK team still has the hope of winning this economic round. This Ninjas on the porch, first flash, working more for the bomb A, Molotov, over Remix, he has to leave there, opening up, exposed, got the first one, Ninjas comes around to get both kills and put the C4 on the floor, on the ground, finalizing, clutching the round. INTZ Arctic, they are ruthless. It wouldn't surprise me, you know, coming a pause, because the next re-weaponed round, it's really important for ODK team. They know if they lose it, it's going to be snowballing. not just a 6th point for INTZ, but it breaks them falling apart, could be the 7th, and that will be really unbalanced in my opinion. The meta game has been focusing on counter-terrorist. If you cannot win your CT side, it's going to be tough for you. Once again, a full weaponry, good for ODK. NTZ is doing well. Look at their cash. Look at their cash, man. 6,800 for Ninja, 7,000 for Malby, 10K for History, 11K for Pigia. So the team is doing well in this beginning of the game financially, 5-0. And now important round, an opportunity for ODK to get their first point in the score.
And the NTZ Arctic is at the back, at least at the first of the first part of the round, and that will give us an idea of a possible split. Ninjas took his chance there. He's a very talented boy. Malby needs to do it, and Blase is on the floor. NTZ Arctic again. Now it's 3 against 3. They're on the same level playing field now. And what is up to? AK. Piria. And Ninja. Remix. Remix plays really well. Now 2 against 2. Lafayette and History just finished it. 6th point for Arctic. And INTZ Arctic is really, showing how it's done. Poor skulls, poor skulls. They didn't know if he should look at the door, he should look elsewhere. There was a split, it looked like a split, and that's what it was. But as they are in control, then you can punish the rotation at that time. So when they crossed that with a smoke grenade with one solid flash, I don't think that was necessary. I don't quite recall who it was that crossed over, but they could have waited for the flash grenade from their companion, from their teammate. That was a bit of a complicated situation for Skulls, and that was already under control of INTZ. So we can see everyone making a lot of noise here in the audience. They paused a bit to chat. Arctic hasn't quite understood how to defend themselves from the Arctic team. Let's try and see what agreement they come to, because otherwise INTZ is going to get the first map.
Situação que a gente falou, a equipe da
and the Arctic team is broke. We could get to the 7th point on the INTZ side, which is already a very good count for Arctic, because the Arctic team hasn't got close of dreaming of winning a round. So they're sort of losing control of some rotation points. So far, this is a one-sided game. At that point around choosing the worst map of your opponent, and that really works. They're talking a little bit more, because Arctic needs to start scoring now. Can you read lips? I'm relatively good at it, but I don't think I'll make it today. Let me see if I can get anything from their tactics. You understand the context, right? History said, hey. Oh my god, hey, you are a rip-bleeding genius. You can't even see his face now. Malby's got a smile on his face. Malby is massive. I'm glad his nickname isn't Shorty. Because if Malby was called Shorty, that would be just a misnomer. If you've seen me standing, I'm not that short, but Malby is 197, 1m97. He's really tall. So they're still chatting, trying to find out what they should do at this moment. to get this first point and maybe get this draw, get this tie. Well, they're working a bit passively. They're trying to punish the domination that INTZ has of the whole space. So you either dominate a region and you try to get a porch or something, or you try to go underground as Hawks does in FaZe and Cloud. You need to try to do something different. You need to try and get information before INTZ starts doing their thing. Because Arctic is playing too passively. The Arctic team is way too comfortable. And with this comfort, they already scored 6 points, and Arctic scored no points, 6-0. All right, game on, game on, game on. This is a bit of a more complicated round here, but you can't play that. They can't play the same way. We had the first shot here from History, but that was a good chance. Whoops! Now 90 is getting closer. History, all right. History is there, and now he's gonna get his second kill. He's got his second kill. Unbelievable! He's unbelievable with an AWP. There's only 2 players on the CT side against 4 on the TR side. And you can see how patient the Arctic team is. They are really keeping their stuff together, you know what I mean? They don't want to give Arctic a chance to try and do anything different. I mean, it's a difficult round, but that's how they are, performing. They're not really giving any chance. Now Skulls, he's trying to recover some weaponry maybe, but it's a difficult round. 40 seconds now. C4 has been planted. Let's see. I think History's seen it. Oh, victory! All right, all right, all right. And we can see the fans here going absolute bonkers. This first matches were just unbelievable. INTZ Arctic, they are really working in a very strategic way. And I think this is the target they had with the WP. They're making history. You use that pun in the recap. I think I can use that pun as well. Well, I can't be punning too much, otherwise you're gonna get tired of us. But we have to, make history pun at least once. Let's see. What about? Remix got the first kill. Oh my god! No, he didn't. No. All right. It took a bit longer, but he got it. And again, INTZ has 1 extra pillar already. I was going through the middle, and History is getting closer. It's getting closer to Riccioli. History, all right. Skulls is gonna get here. He's getting back to him. But now they know where he is. Now the Arctic team already knows where the INTZ team is, where everyone is. Now it's 4 against 3. Remix hasn't got much life left. Vlazin is doing great. Now we're gonna get the first porch. AC4 is at the back. And the AC4 is at the back. The AC4 is at the back. Let's see who's gonna get this clutch. Malby's coming through the base. He's opening up here. And from the side, oh god. And Arctic finally scored their first point. Welcome to Dust 2. Finally they scored the first one. 7-1 is always there, right? You see that even in the in-person events. But did you see how they changed their tactics, how their attitude changed? They really changed their tactics. Now they were more aggressive. They did something different. They weren't that passive. They were just waiting for the INTZ team to play. So they really did a good job going through the middle, just trying to do something different. Because, you know, you planted the seed of doubt in their mind. So let's leave the back. Let's try and face them head first. And that really worked. They did a good job. And unfortunately, Malby didn't know where the last player was. He was just in the bunker, hoping he was not going to get to the pre-fire. And Vlazinho was in a really good position. Now, Adek won the last match, but they don't have the best weapons yet. And Remix is down there. We had the first kill. No, we didn't. Now things have calmed down a bit. And this can be a bit of a problem because now Adek already has some information. Riccioli, oh right. 2 good kills. History got the trade. He got skulls. 4-3. Now another one, 3-2. No, 4-2. The very complicated situation for INTZ. So much smoke. Oh, another one kill. Another kill. Now 4 against 1. Adek's now really onto the game. Now they're probably going to score the second point, aren't they? Well, History is in a very difficult position. He left the WP back so that it wouldn't give it to them. Now we have 7 against 2. 7-2. But you can see the same type of attitude. The Adek team changed it. Now they use the same approach in the past match and in this match. The INTZ was at the back and they got in the middle of a sandwich. They know where INTZ was going to get them, so they did it first. So what Adek did was throw these defensive smoke grenades. They are really annoying for the TR team to make advances down the side. So Adek team has really changed their approach, and Adek hasn't quite understood yet what they are doing differently. So Adek has to try and lurk a bit more. We have hashtag GoODK and the faz o uivo, go and howl. They're howling. Can you hear the audience howling? They really are howling, guys. Now Adek has better weapons to face them. And you see what I told you about lurkers? They're already marking this type of advance. And Remix is ready, waiting for anything to happen on that part of the map. He was shooting everywhere, just hoping he was gonna get someone, hit someone. First kill, so Arctic is doing better for this moment. Now 4 against 5, Arctic is in an advantageous position at this point. Skulls here coming through the middle. And look where Piria is. Now we can really see that 90 had no idea. Now we had the second kill, and the defense is going to be very difficult for Adek yet. Dust 2 is a very large map. It's difficult to rotate here. Of course, I didn't know there was anyone else from Adek around, but they're going to wait because Adek just won 2 rounds.